The Altar of Freedom, 1917, by Mary Roberts Reinhardt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Remember, boy, that behind all these men you have to do with, behind officers and government and people even, there is the country herself, your country, and that you belong to her as you belong to your own mother. The Man Without a Country. We are virtually at war. By the time this is published, perhaps the declaration will have been made. And even now, all over the country, on this bright spring day, there are mothers who are waiting to know what they must do. Mothers who are facing the day with heads up and shoulders back, ready to stand steady when the blow falls. Mothers who shrink and tremble, but ready too. And other mothers who cannot find the strength to give up to the service of their country the boys who will always be little boys to them. I love my country. There is nothing she can ask that I will not do. I am ready to live for her or die for her. Last stand of the humanities on earth, realization of a dream and fulfillment of an ideal, my home, my native land. That is America to me. Because I am a woman, I cannot die for my country, but I am doing a far harder thing. I am giving a son to the service of his country, the land he loves. When I was a child, I lived on a quiet, tree-shaded street in this very city where now I am writing this, and late in May of each year, when the ailanthus trees were in blossom, the street put up fresh curtains and red-washed the brick pavement. The cobblestones were swept too, and then the procession came. I was 12, I think, before I began to get a lump in my throat as the long line of veterans went by. It was a long line then. I did not know exactly why I cried, except that those men and those tattered flags stood for something heroic and very sad. I know now, but it has taken years to put it into words, and in those years the line has shortened to a handful. Even the one-armed drummer has gone now. The street, which was rough and hard to march on in those days, has been made smooth for their feet, but few are left who can march to that quiet God's acre on the hill above. Now I know why, as a child, I wept. Those men had fought for something that was a part of me, like my mother or my home, for my country. Many years later I again saw marching men, but now the men were young, and there were no flags and no drums. They were marching into battle, and they were not fighting for my country. But they were fighting for the ideal on which my country was founded, for humanity against oppression and cruelty, for the right of a man to labor in his own field, for the principle that honor is greater than life. I saw them living and fighting, and I saw them dying. I saw strange nations, men of different tongues and different colors, gathered together and becoming as one against a common foe. And then I learned this, that the world is now but one great nation, drawn close by the creed that all men are brothers, and that in the midst of that great nation of the world had broken loose something terrible, something that must be killed, or the world dies. Once over there I saw a boy dying in a railway station. He knew 2 English words, so he said, "All right, all right." It was all right with him. He had done his bit, and he knew that there were others to take his place, and that the world nation would not rest until the war beast was chained. It was all right. And so now, on the brink of war, I know it is all right with us. We have been the melting pot, but under the pot there has been no fire. Now the fire has come, a white flame, and we will fuse at last. But it will burn and sear, and to that, I wonder, can we say, all right? War is a great adventure, the greatest adventure in the world. The adventurers go forth to battle, eyes ahead. Mostly they are boys who go, because war is the young man's game, the young man's call. All over Europe boys have left their homes with a shamefaced tear or two, perhaps, but with the great adventure ahead, and they have left at home a great emptiness, a quiet that is not peace. Then, and very suddenly, they have ceased to be boys on a great adventure, and are men, fighting men, patriots and soldiers. Something that had always been theirs had become a thing that had to be fought for. Not until it was menaced had they known how dear was their country. The flag had been but a flag. It became a symbol of home. I have lived to see my country's flag beside the altar of my church. Men fight wars, but it is the mothers of a nation who raise the army. They are the silent patriots. Given her will, every mother in this great land would go to war if by so doing she could keep her sons in safety. It is easier to go than to send a boy. Yet war is not necessarily death. I try to comfort myself with this. Perhaps it will help other mothers. It is a hazard, but it is a thing of vast rewards and much cheerfulness, of democracy, of big moments and little feasts, of smiles and grumbling, of labor and rest, and of that joy in his own kind that only the boy knows. And underneath it all, buried deep and never articulate, is that feeling of doing his bit for his country, which is the foundation on which a nation rests secure. I wish I could always remember these things. I have panicky times when the sun dies for me and my world goes black. But I am like the other mothers. I shall go through with it, and I would not have things otherwise. I would not have my son do other than he is doing. He is still in his teens, but he is a man, and this is his country. I have not raised him to be a shirker. Only this is a matter for everybody. It is not my war, or his, or the war of those other college boys who are always the first to go. Just as we all benefit by the country, so must we share, and share alike, its dangers. Unless it is your war, this is not a democracy. If, as in the past, we have allowed the few to do our political thinking for us, as even now in the churches the few earn for all of us the right to call this a Christian land, if in this war we allow the few to fight for us, then as a nation we have died, and our ideals have died with us. Though we win, if all have not borne this burden alike, then do we lose. Sometimes, in these last troubled days, when every newsboy on the street under my window has been crying war, I cover my eyes and see that gallant little First Army of England springing to the call and facing without hope the great trained German army. It was the best England had, and it is gone, almost to a man, because the mothers of England had not insisted that every man in the Empire bear his share. What if now your boy and mine could be a part of a vast trained army? His chance would be better. Better? There would be no war. You and I, trembling for what may come, are paying the price of not having risen, an army of women, and demanded what now may come too late. Because we did not rise, this situation confronts us. For this is what a volunteer army means in this country today. For every high-spirited lad like yours and mine who goes out to fight, there are 100, 1,000 men of fighting age and strength who will not go, men who have no country, but only a refuge from the oppression of Europe. Are we to suffer that they may live? Is this liberty of ours, this land of the free, without price? And will those hold it dear whom it has cost nothing? Yet so great is my faith in this great nation, so sure am I that the principles on which it is built are enduring, that I believe all these things will be set right in time. The one thing that matters now is to do our part, to show to the world that America still believes that there is such a thing as honor, and such a word as right. For, and this I believe as I do in my country, we are to end this war. And that is the greatest privilege a nation of the world may have. We have sat by, through such horrors as have turned the world to blood. But now we can come in our strength, and mighty strength it will be. so rich we are, so strong, so young. And the enemy is old, jaded and crafty, and old as cruelty is old. We are young and tireless and unafraid. I have seen a 16-year-old Belgian sentinel keeping watch over a part of the German army, and all its science was powerless against his keen young eyes. But we must pay the price, and the cost falls heaviest on the women. No woman has the right to hold her son back if he desires to go to war. It is the fruition of the years in which she sought to make him a man. It is the vindication of his manhood. It is the crystallization of those very ideals which she taught him with his prayers. I decline to believe that there are mothers who will not let their boys strike back when they are attacked. But it is hard. Always the relation between mother and son is very close. As the boy grows up, the mother faces this, that he needs more than she can give him. He is still her world, but she is no longer his. Life calls, work and play and love, and sometimes battle. And the mother cannot hold him. Everywhere are mothers, women who have patched small garments and tied up little wounds, who have built up a house of life out of millions of loving services, whose world has been the four walls of home. To such women comes the call for their sons, who are still to them, though men grown, but the little boys of the stockings and the small wounds and Christmas trees and the 4th of July. I do not fear for these women, but we cannot minimize what they do. They will send their sons because they know that a nation is but a great home consisting of many small ones. Homes are the units of a nation, as men are of an army, and these women know that our homes are only safe so long as the country is. They know, too, that peace has fled from the earth and cannot be brought back but by God and the sword. Perhaps my own experience will be helpful. I am a home woman, although now and then my profession has called me to strange places. Our family life has been very close, and while I have little fear for myself, I am a coward for my children. When, some weeks ago, war began to come close, I weakened, and I wrote my oldest son a letter. I was willing to have him do his duty, but I asked him to wait. Womanlike, I wanted time. I felt that surely this cross was not for me to bear so soon. Then, and may he forgive me for telling this because of its purpose, after a day or two he wired, asking his father and myself if we wanted him to be a quitter. I came to my senses then, and the necessary permission to enlist was signed and sent. Then I sat down and wrote to him, and said we would stand squarely behind him in whatever he did. Easy? It was the hardest thing I have ever done. But I am glad now. I would never have forgiven him, I think, had he failed his country. But I nearly failed him. So I have given one son, and I stand ready to give my other two, if their country needs them when they are old enough to go. But I am finding some things to cheer me. There is, for instance, the knowledge that the scandals of the Southern camps during the Spanish War will not be repeated. There we lost 10 boys from disease to every one killed in battle. Think of it! We learned nothing from that war, but we have learned greatly from the war in Europe. There will be no cruel and useless waste of life from disease. On the Mexican border there was practically no sickness, although the natural conditions were in favor of it. We have sanitarians now, and water supplies will be watched. The inoculation against typhoid, too, has eliminated the disease, both in the European armies and here, because it is waste that we fear. We are trying to feel, we women, that no cost is too great, if needful to preserve our country. But we will never be reconciled to waste of life through negligence. And this I promise now. Let such negligence occur, and let me know of it, duly investigated, and I will make the press of the country ring with it, to the eternal shame of those who are responsible. I have been to war, and I know this, that men living in fearful surroundings may be kept healthy by proper care. This care is what we demand, those of us who cannot fight, but who are bearing our own burdens nevertheless. One or two things have helped to make our decision hard for us. Perhaps the most important is this: there is no great hatred of the enemy, however much we abominate the things the German government has driven an acquiescent people into doing. We all know Germans here, whom we like and respect. We see them, family folk, sober and industrious and God-fearing, all about us. They are not Huns or Vandals, and all the knowledge we have of a nation gone mad to order hardly counteracts the effect of the friendly human contacts of our daily lives with the Germans we know. We forget that the German we know has come here to escape the very things that has wrecked the old world, that in coming to this land of the free he has followed an ideal as steadily as back in the fatherland his kindred are following after the false gods of hate and war. He is German, but he is not Prussian, although he may be Prussian-born. Then, too, women know too much now of war to enable them to make the sacrifice easily. War has become more than a word. It is become reality, and only its horrors live for them. And so far but little emphasis has been laid on the great things for which we will fight. We talk in numbers. We stress the fine points of international law. We think of bond issues and submarines and guns, and the women sit and roll bandages and brood, and care little for all these things. Why not something of the real reason for this war, of the hatred for ruthless cruelty, the contempt for our rights, the scorn of the little nations, and of the privilege of helping to bring back to a world that is destroying itself the priceless boon of peace? How afraid we are of airing our love of our country! How shamefacedly we rise to the national anthem! How many excuses a man will give for going to war, except the fundamental one that he loves his country and is going to stick by her though the heavens fall. Little boys, these men of ours, hiding their deepest feelings with a jibe. Some things we women must learn, and now is the time to learn them. Sacrifice is an old story to women. They have always known it, but not sacrifice to an abstract ideal. Sacrifice to an ideal, then, and personal service. And this personal service, mothers of America, is not rolling bandages for the other woman's son. That hurts, but it is true. This is no time for evasion, and it is not because I have made my sacrifice that I say it. It is because, unless we all give, unless our army is large enough, those who have failed in their duty are sending the best youth of the country to death. It will be murder. In return for what we give, we women of America have the right to demand certain things. First of all, we can and must demand time that our boys may be trained. We have taken a long time to go into this war, and because the country would not believe that we must eventually be involved, we have lost precious years. When, now nearly 2 years ago, I came back from the war in Europe, I brought with me two convictions. First, that the German government had thrown aside its mask of law and order, and was following war along the lines so atrocious that it must be checked or civilization dies. Second, after conferring with men high in the Allied governments, that sooner or later we should inevitably find ourselves involved. It was but a matter of time. I came home terrified. I tried to talk about it. It seemed to me that we could not sit back unarmed with only our brave little army, less than a single day's losses in battle over there, and do nothing. But I was as a voice crying in the wilderness. I was not alone, of course, in my wilderness. There were many, but the country heard us not. It listened to Belgium and sent aid. It helped the pathetic little French orphans. It shook its head over the Roll of Honor in the Illustrated London News, and it went to church on Sundays and thanked God that we were out of it. An obstructive Congress, instructed from its constituencies, refused to listen to talk of preparation. The Army tried to get a hearing, and the Navy tried, but both failed. It is not the fault of the Democratic Party that we are today as we are, although insomuch as our President is head of the Army and of the Navy, it is the Democratic Party which will control the war. It was indeed that staunch old Democrat, Thomas Jefferson, who said, "We must train and classify the whole of our male citizens and make military instruction a regular part of collegiate education. We can never be safe until this is done." Later on, he went still further. "I think the truth must be obvious that we cannot be defended but by making every citizen a soldier." It is the fault of a great people who have forgotten, or have never learned, that the world is only 1/10 as large as it was when this republic was founded, and that, instead of being isolated from this war, the conflict is and has been from its beginning but just over the edge of the horizon. What else must we demand, now that the war beast is creeping closer, when his head is reared above the skyline? What else have we a right to ask, we women who cannot sit in the seats of the mighty, but to whom the nation must turn for soldiers, now and in future generations? We can ask this. This country of ours has been hag-ridden by politics. We have the right now to demand that party lines be forgotten, and that the nation act as a whole politically; that the best man serve, regardless of his party. This must not be a party war. If any man put his party before his country, that man is a traitor. We are no longer Republican or Democrat or Progressive. We are Americans. Not until universal service had removed the war in England from party lines was there anything adequate done. Then, and only then, did England begin to put forth her best efforts. And this we can ask. This must not be a bureaucrat's war. Civil administration in the field has always failed. War is a highly specialized business, the most highly specialized business in the world, and we who give our best have the right to demand the best. We can have no bungling. The English Field Marshal Wolseley, writing of our Civil War as a military expert, said, "The Northern prospects did not begin to brighten until Mr. Lincoln, in March, 1864, with that unselfish intelligence which distinguished him, abdicated his military functions in favor of General Grant." War is not a thing for amateurs in high places. If our own history means anything to us, if the tragic experience of England has taught us anything, it is that the army in the field should not be a Washington-controlled army, beyond the supplying of men, arms, and equipment. Do you know what a company commander must do in the day's work? He must enroll and recruit his company to a strength of 150 men. He must get them clothed, equipped, and fed, and he must keep them clothed, equipped, and fed, doctored, sanitated, cheerful, and amused. Any woman who has tried to do all of these things for one stirring lad may multiply these by 150, and know maternal instinct to help out, and see that the company commander has a full day even in peace times. Then he has to drill his men, and in war he has to lead them. He must give them every chance for life if he can. He must die with them if it be necessary. But he must do with them the thing he has been assigned to do. Is that work for the amateur? In the Mexican and Civil Wars, our professional fighters were Indian fighters and frontiersmen, splendid and hardy men, accustomed to hardship. But they were not conversant with modern military methods. The result was civilian officers taken from shops and offices, and the further result, in the Civil War, that a struggle which might have ended in a year took 4. But we did not learn anything from that lesson, for we are about to commit again the same folly, and from the same necessity. Then again, we have the right to demand enough time. Because we have wasted 2 years is no reason for hurry now, when haste means sending our boys untrained against a highly trained enemy. Do you know that McDowell was urged to take his volunteers into action by popular clamor and against his better judgment before their 3 months' enlistment expired, and that the result was the unhappy battle of Bull Run? All this means but one thing to me, a mother. It means time to train our boys and properly equip them, and it means professional military leaders. And this is pertinent now, because what we have done before we may do again. In the Civil War each state was called on for a certain number of regiments. Prominent men then raised these regiments, and they were officered by local civilians. That was not such a hardship then, because our boys were to face other regiments recruited and officered in the same way. But surely we will not do this now. I protest. I want the best, not only for my son, but for all the sons who are so valiantly offering themselves. I cannot stand back silent, with the memories I have of what war is, with the death and misery and wanton destruction of Flanders before me, with the scar of the iron heel of Germany on my heart. I protest. The Plattsburgh idea has borne abundant fruit. It has shown 3 things. First, that individual training cannot be had in less than several months of field service. Second, that organization cannot be had even in so short a time. Third, that professional leadership is necessary as opposed to officers appointed from civil life at the outbreak of hostilities. You who considered prayerfully the best doctor for your child when he was ill, are you going now to place his life in unskilled hands? This morning I stopped at one of the recruiting stations and talked to the clear-eyed young soldier on duty. They are a fine lot, this little regular army of ours. I like to talk to them. They look me in the eye. Do you remember teaching your little boys to face the world head up? This young soldier had been 7 years in the Army. He had 1 more year, and unless there was a war, he was going to quit then. He liked it, but he had done his bit. No, there were not many men applying. Yes, he guessed we should need all we could get. Then he gave me this appeal to the young patriots of the country, flaming now with the fire of that highest emotion of all, love of country. Men wanted under 35 years of age for the United States Army. Special inducements to pharmacists, musicians, bandsmen, electricians, clerks, bakers, cooks, barbers, teamsters, carpenters, blacksmiths, horseshoers, and other mechanics. God of our fathers! Not special inducements to patriots, men who love their country, men who believe in liberty, men who hate cruelty, men who would avenge Belgium, free men, fighting men. And farther down it is not "Come and do your bit, your country calls you," or "Save the flag." It offers, forsooth, a chance to see the world. Those are the very words. So today we are on the edge of war, or at war, and we ask not for boys of fire and steel, but cooks and teamsters and blacksmiths. But the American boy has imagination, if our War Department has not, and he is coming in his thousands and tens of thousands. Nothing can hold him back. Not danger, not inadequate preparation, not anything under the blue sky where once he sailed his kites and sent up his 4th of July rockets, not even the mother he loves. What are we going to do, then, we mothers, when the tumult and the shouting have died, and the long wait comes? We will pray. The churches of France are full of kneeling women. And we will work. There is no spectacular work for mothers in a war. They cannot drive ambulances or guide aeroplanes, although they are capable of doing both. There will be no need of the wigwagging that some women are so painfully learning. But they will work for the Red Cross, and they will make up such little packets as only mothers can make, toothbrushes and chocolates and fresh socks and gingerbread and a Bible and playing cards and cigarettes. And in between times they will wait, in that quiet that is not peace. That is what millions of women are doing just now, while you are reading this. There are 2 wars being waged today. One is the war of hate, and one is the war of love. And this last is the bitter war, because it is being fought in women's hearts, between their fears and their patriotism. I know. And because fear is evil, it will go down to defeat. Women are brave, and mothers are the bravest of all women, for they have faced the Gethsemane of childbearing. They will not weaken now. Napoleon said, "Give me the mothers of France, and I will make France." So this is how I see the situation today, as it affects me and others like me. If I believe in my country, as God knows I do, if I love it, and that too He knows, I must do my little part, my bit. This the country must know, that women are ready to do their part. Else we are not free women, but slaves. And this the country must know, too, that the women demand that it do its part. The best of preparation, of skill, of guidance, of every sort of provision, is what we require and will have. We will not fail America. Let it not fail us. But she will not. America, last stand of the humanities on earth, realization of a dream and fulfillment of an ideal, our home, our native land, we mothers stand ready. More than 52 years ago, an American woman received this letter. It was written to one mother, but it belongs to all mothers everywhere in the world who have seen their sons go forth to war and leave behind them those empty places in the heart that are never filled. Executive Mansion, November 21, 1864. Dear Madam, I have been shown in the files of the War Department a statement of the Adjutant General of Massachusetts that you are the mother of 5 sons who have died gloriously on the field of battle. I feel how weak and fruitless must be any words of mine which should attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. But I cannot refrain from tendering to you the consolation that may be found in the thanks of the Republic they died to save. I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage the anguish of your bereavement, and leave you only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride that must be yours to have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. Yours very sincerely and respectfully, (Signed) Abraham Lincoln. End of The Altar of Freedom, 1917, by Mary Roberts Rinehart. Read by David Wales.
The Arguments of Celsus Against the Christians by Celsus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Quote, "The Christians are accustomed to have private assemblies which are forbidden by the law, for of assemblies some are public, and these are conformable to the law of the land, but others are secret, and these are such as are hostile to the laws, among which are the love feasts of the Christians. Men who irrationally assent to any thing resemble those who are delighted with jugglers and enchanters, etc. For as most of these are depraved characters who deceive the vulgar and persuade them to assent to whatever they please, this also takes place with the Christians. Some of these are not willing either to give or receive a reason for what they believe, but are accustomed to say, 'Do not investigate, but believe. Your faith will save you. For the wisdom of the world is bad, but folly is good.' The world, according to Moses, was created at a certain time, and has from its commencement existed for a period far short of 10,000 years. The world, however, is without a beginning, in consequence of which there have been from all eternity many conflagrations and many deluges, among the latter of which the most recent is that of Deucalion. Goatherds and shepherds among the Jews, following Moses as their leader, and being allured by rustic deceptions, conceived that there is only one God. These goatherds and shepherds were of opinion that there is one God, whether they delight to call him the Most High, or Adonai, or Celestial, or Sabaoth, or to celebrate by any other name the fabricator of this world, for they knew nothing further. For it is of no consequence whether the God who is above all things is denominated after the accustomed manner of the Greeks Jupiter, or is called by any other name, such as that which is given to him by the Indians or Egyptians." End quote. Celsus, assuming the person of a Jew, represents him as speaking to Jesus and reprehending him for many things. And in the first place he reproaches him with feigning that he was born of a virgin, and says that to his disgrace he was born in a Judaic village from a poor Jewess who obtained the means of subsistence by manual labour. He adds that she was abandoned by her husband, who was a carpenter, because she had been found by him to have committed adultery. Hence, in consequence of being expelled by her husband, becoming an ignominious vagabond, she was secretly delivered of Jesus, who, through poverty being obliged to serve as a hireling in Egypt, learnt there certain arts for which the Egyptians are famous. Afterwards, returning from thence, he thought so highly of himself on account of the possession of these magical arts, as to proclaim himself to be a god. Celsus adds that the mother of Jesus became pregnant with him through a soldier, whose name was Panthera. Quote, "Was therefore the mother of Jesus beautiful, and was God connected with her on account of her beauty, though he is not adapted to be in love with a corruptible body? Or is it not absurd to suppose that God would be enamoured of a woman who was neither fortunate nor of royal extraction, nor even scarcely known to her neighbours, and who was also hated and ejected by the carpenter her husband, so as neither to be saved by her own credulity nor by divine power? These things therefore do not at all pertain to the kingdom of God." End quote. Celsus, again, personifying a Jew, says to Christ, quote, "When you were washed by John, you say that the spectre of a bird flew to you from the air. But what witness worthy of belief saw this spectre, or who heard a voice from heaven adopting you for a son of God, except yourself, and some one of your associates who was equally a partaker of your wickedness and punishment?" Jesus, having collected as his associates 10 or 11 infamous men, consisting of the most wicked publicans and sailors, fled into different places, obtaining food with difficulty and in a disgraceful manner. End quote. Again, in the person of a Jew, Celsus says to Christ, quote, "What occasion was there, while you were yet an infant, that you should be brought to Egypt, in order that you might not be slain? For it was not fit that a god should be afraid of death. But an angel came from heaven, ordering you and your associates to fly, lest being taken you should be put to death. For the great God, it seems, should not preserve you, his own son, in your own country, but sent 2 angels on your account." End quote. The same Jew in Celsus also adds, quote, "Though we do not believe in the ancient fables which ascribe a divine origin to Perseus, Amphion, Aeacus, and Minos, yet at the same time their deeds are demonstrated to be mighty and admirable, and truly superhuman, in order that what is narrated of their origin may not appear to be improbable." End quote. But, speaking to Jesus, he says, quote, "What beautiful or admirable thing have you said or done, though you was called upon in the temple to give some manifest sign that you were the Son of God?" End quote. Celsus, pretending not to disbelieve in the miracles ascribed to Christ, says to him, quote, "Let us grant that these things were performed by you, but they are common with the works of enchanters, who promise to effect more wonderful deeds than these, and also with what those who have been taught by the Egyptians to perform in the middle of the forum for a few oboli, such as expelling demons from men, dissipating diseases by a puff, evocating the souls of heroes, exhibiting sumptuous suppers, and tables covered with food, which have no reality. These magicians also represent animals as moving, which are not in reality animals, but merely appear to the imagination to be such. Is it fit, therefore, that we should believe these men to be the sons of God because they worked these wonders? Or ought we not rather to say that these are the arts of depraved and unhappy men?" End quote. Again, the Jew says, quote, "It is but recently, and as it were yesterday, since we punished Christ, and you who are, in no respect superior to keepers of oxen, have abandoned the laws of your ancestors and country. Why, likewise, do you begin from our sacred institutions, but afterwards, in the progress of your iniquity, despise them? For you have no other origin of your dogma than our law. Many other such persons also as Jesus was, may be seen by those who wish to be deceived. How too is it probable that we, who have declared to all men that a person would be sent by God as a punisher of the unjust, should treat him ignominiously, if such a person had appeared among us? Again, how can we think him to be a God, who, that I may omit other things, performed, as we learn, nothing that was promised? And when, being condemned by us, he was thought worthy of punishment, having concealed himself and fled, was most disgracefully made a prisoner, being betrayed by those whom he called his disciples. If, however, he was a God, it was not proper that he should either fly or be led away captive, and much less was it fit that, being considered as a Saviour and the Son of the greatest God, and also the messenger of this God, by his familiars and private associates, he should be deserted and betrayed by them. But what excellent general, who was the leader of many myriads of men, was ever betrayed by his soldiers? Indeed, this has not happened even to the chief of a band of robbers, though a man depraved, and the captain of men still more depraved than himself, when to his associates he appeared to be useful. But Christ, who was betrayed by those of whom he was the leader, though not as a good commander, nor in such a way as robbers would behave to their captain, could not obtain the benevolence of his deluded followers. Many other things also, and such as are true, respecting Jesus might be adduced, though they are not committed to writing by his disciples, but these I willingly omit. His disciples also falsely pretended that he foreknew and foretold everything that happened to him." End quote. Quote, "The disciples of Jesus, not being able to adduce anything respecting him that was obviously manifest, falsely assert that he foreknew all things, and have written other things of a similar kind respecting him. This, however, is just the same as if someone should assert that a certain person is a just man, and notwithstanding this should show that he acted unjustly, that he is a pious man, and yet a murderer, and though immortal, died, at the same time adding to all these assertions that he had a foreknowledge of all things." End quote. Quote, "These things Jesus said after he had previously declared that he was God, and it was entirely necessary that what he had predicted should take place. He therefore, though a God, induced his disciples and prophets, with whom he ate and drank, to become impious. It was, however, requisite that he should have been beneficial to all men, and particularly to his associates. No one likewise would think of betraying the man of whose table he had been a partaker, but here the associate of the table of God became treacherous to him, God himself, which is still more absurd, making those who had been hospitably entertained by him to be his impious betrayers." End quote. The Jew in Celsus also says that, quote, "What is asserted by the Jewish prophets may be much more properly adapted to 10,000 other persons than to Jesus. Besides, the prophets say that he who was to come would be a great and powerful king, and would be the Lord of the whole earth, and of all nations and armies. But no one would infer from such like symbols and rumours, and from such ignoble arguments, that Christ is the Son of God. As the sun, which illuminates all other things, first shows himself to be the cause of light, thus also it is fit that this should have been done by the Son of God. But the Christians argue sophistically when they say that the Son of God is the Word itself, and the accusation is strengthened by this, that the Word, which was announced by the Christians to be the Son of God, was not a pure and holy Word, but a man, who was most disgracefully punished and put to death. What illustrious deed did Jesus accomplish worthy of a God, who beholds from on high with contempt the trifling pursuits of men, and derides and considers as sport terrestrial events? Why, too, did not Jesus, if not before, yet now at least, i.e., when he was brought before Pilate, exhibit some divine indication respecting himself, liberate him from this ignominy, and punish those who had insulted both him and his Father? What kind of ichor also, or blood, dropped from his crucified body? Was it here there is a lacuna in the text, such as from the blessed immortals flow. End quote. The Jew in Celsus further adds, quote, "Do you reproach us with this, O most faithful men, that we do not conceive Christ to be God, and that we do not accord with you in believing that he suffered these things for the benefit of mankind, in order that we also might despise punishment? Neither did he persuade anyone while he lived, not even his own disciples, that he should be punished and suffer as he did, nor did he exhibit himself, though a God, as one liberated from all evils. Certainly you Christians will not say that Christ, when he found that he could not induce the inhabitants on the surface of the earth to believe in his doctrines, descended to the infernal regions in order that he might persuade those that dwelt there. But if in inventing absurd apologies by which you are ridiculously deceived, what should hinder others also who have perished miserably from being ranked among angels of a more divine order?" End quote. The Jew in Celsus further observes on comparing Christ with robbers, quote, "Some might in some similar manner unblushingly say of a robber and a homicide, who was punished for his crimes, that he was not a robber but a god, for he predicted to his associates that he should suffer what he did suffer. The disciples of Jesus, living with him, hearing his voice and embracing his doctrines, when they saw that he was punished and put to death, neither died with nor for him, nor could be persuaded to despise punishment, but denied that they were his disciples. Why, therefore, do not you Christians voluntarily die with your master?" End quote. The Jew in Celsus also says that, quote, "Jesus made converts of 10 sailors and most abandoned publicans, but did not even persuade all these to embrace his doctrines. Is it not also absurd in the extreme that so many should believe in the doctrines of Christ now he is dead, though he was not able to persuade anyone genuinely while he was living? But the Christians will say, we believe Jesus to be the Son of God because he cured the lame and the blind and, as you assert, raised the dead. O light and truth, which clearly proclaims in its own words, as you write, that other men, and these depraved and enchanters, will come among you, possessing similar miraculous powers. Christ also feigns that a certain being, whom he denominates Satan, will be the source of these nefarious characters, so that Christ himself does not deny that these arts possess nothing divine, and acknowledges that they are the works of depraved men. At the same time, likewise, being compelled by truth, he discloses both the arts of others and his own. Is it not therefore a miserable thing to consider from the performance of the same deeds this man to be a god, but others to be nothing more than enchanters? For why, employing his testimony, should we rather think those other workers of miracles to be more depraved than himself? Indeed, Christ confesses that these arts are not indications of a divine nature, but of certain impostors and perfectly wicked characters." End quote. After this, the Jew in Celsus says to his fellow citizens who believed in Jesus as follows, quote, "Let us grant you that Jesus predicted his resurrection. But how many others have employed such like prodigies, in order by a fabulous narration to effect what they wished, persuading stupid auditors to believe in these miracles? Zamolxus, among the Scythians, who was a slave of Pythagoras, used this artifice. Pythagoras also himself in Italy, and in Egypt, Rhampsinitus. For it is related of the latter that he played at dice with Ceres in Hades, and that he brought back with him as a gift from her a golden towel. Similar artifices were likewise employed by Orpheus among the Odrysians, by Protesilaus among the Thessalians, and by Hercules and Theseus in Taenarus. This, however, is to be considered, whether any one who in reality died ever rose again in the same body, unless you think that the narration of others are fables, but that your catastrophe of the drama will be found to be either elegant or probable, respecting what was said by him who expired on the cross, and the earthquake and the darkness, which then according to you ensued. To which may be added, that he who, when living, could not help himself, arose, as you say, after he was dead, and exhibited the marks of his punishment, and his hands, which had been perforated on the cross. But who was it that saw this? A furious woman, as you acknowledge, or some other of the same magical sect, or one who was under the delusion of dreams, or who voluntarily subjected himself to fallacious phantasms, a thing which happened to myriads of the human race. Or, which is more probable, those who pretended to see this were such as wished to astonish others by this prodigy, and through a false narration of this kind to give assistance to the frauds of other impostors." End quote. Quote, "Is it to be believed that Christ, when he was alive, openly announced to all men what he was, but when it became requisite that he should procure a strong belief of his resurrection from the dead, he should only show himself secretly to one woman and to his associates? If also Christ wished to be concealed, why was a voice heard from heaven proclaiming him to be the Son of God? Or if he did not wish to be concealed, why did he suffer punishment, and why did he ignominiously die?" End quote. The Jew in Celsus likewise adds, quote, "These things therefore we have adduced to you from your own writings, than which we have employed no other testimony, for you yourselves are by them confuted. Besides, what God that ever appeared to men did not procure belief that he was a God, particularly when he appeared to those who expected his advent? Or why was he not acknowledged by those by whom he had been for a long time expected? We certainly hope for a resurrection in the body, and that we shall have eternal life. We also believe that the paradigm and primary leader of this will be he who is to be sent to us, and who will show that it is not impossible for God to raise anyone with his body that he pleases." End quote. After this, Celsus in his own person says, quote, "The Christians and Jews most stupidly contend with each other, and this controversy of theirs about Christ differs in nothing from the proverb about the contention for the shadow of an ass. There is also nothing venerable in the investigation of the Jews and Christians with each other, both of them believing that there was a certain prophecy from a divine spirit that a Saviour of the human race would appear on the earth, but disagreeing in their opinion whether he who was predicted had appeared or not. The Jews, originating from the Egyptians, deserted Egypt through sedition, at the same time despising the religion of the Egyptians. Hence the same thing happened to the Christians afterwards, who abandoned the religion of the Jews, as to the Jews who revolted from the Egyptians, for the cause to both of their innovation was a seditious opposition to the common and established rights of their country. The Christians at first, when they were few, had but one opinion, but when they became scattered through their multitude, they were again and again divided into sects, and each sect wished to have an establishment of its own, for this was what they desired to effect from the beginning. But after they were widely dispersed, one sect opposed the other, nor did anything remain common to them except the name of Christians, and even this they were at the same time ashamed to leave as a common appellation. But as to other things, they were the ordinances of men of a different persuasion. What, however, is still more wonderful is this, that their doctrine may be easily confuted, as consisting of no hypothesis worthy of belief, but their dissension among themselves, the advantage they derive from it, and their dread of those who are not of their belief, give stability to their faith. The Christians ridiculed the Egyptians, though they indicated many and by no means contemptible things through enigmas, when they taught that honours should be paid to eternal ideas, and not, as it appears to the vulgar, to diurnal animals. End quote. Celsus adds that, quote, "The Christians stupidly introduce nothing more venerable than the goats and dogs of the Egyptians in their narrations respecting Jesus. What is said by a few who are considered as Christians concerning the doctrine of Jesus and the precepts of Christianity is not designed for the wiser, but for the more unlearned and ignorant part of mankind. For the following are their precepts: Let no one who is erudite accede to us, no one who is wise, no one who is prudent, for these things are thought by us to be evil. But let any one who is unlearned, who is stupid, who is an infant in understanding, boldly come to us. For the Christians openly acknowledge that such as these are worthy to be noticed by their God, manifesting by this that they alone wish and are able to persuade the ignoble, the insensate, slaves, stupid women, and little children and fools. We may see in the Forum infamous characters and jugglers collected together, who dare not show their tricks to intelligent men, but when they perceive a lad and a crowd of slaves and stupid men, they endeavour to ingratiate themselves with such characters as these. We also may see in their own houses wool weavers, shoemakers, fullers, and the most illiterate and rustic men, who dare not say anything in the presence of more elderly and wiser fathers of families, but when they meet with children apart from their parents, and certain stupid women with them, then they discuss something of a wonderful nature, such as that it is not proper to pay attention to parents and preceptors, but that they should be persuaded by them. For, say they, your parents and preceptors are delirious and stupid, and neither know what is truly good, nor are able to effect it, being prepossessed with trifles of an unusual nature. They add that they alone know how it is proper to live, and that if children are persuaded by them they will be blessed, and also the family to which they belong. At the same time, likewise, that they say this, if they see any one of the wiser teachers of erudition approaching, or the father of the child to whom they are speaking, such of them as are more cautious defer their discussion to another time. But those that are more audacious urge the children to shake off the reins of parental authority, whispering to them that when their fathers and preceptors are present, they neither wish nor are able to unfold to children what is good, as they are deterred by the folly and rusticity of these men, who are entirely corrupted, are excessively depraved, and would punish them, their true admonishers. They further add that if they wish to be instructed by them, it is requisite that they should leave their parents and preceptors, and go with women and little children, who are their playfellows, to the conclave of women, or to the shoemaker's or fuller's shop, that they may obtain perfection by embracing their doctrines. That I do not, however, accuse the Christians more bitterly than truth compels, may be conjectured from hence, that the criers who call men to other mysteries proclaim as follows: Let him approach whose hands are pure, and whose words are wise. And again others proclaim, Let him approach who is pure from all wickedness, whose soul is not conscious of any evil, and who leads a just and upright life. And these things are proclaimed by those who promise a purification from error. Let us now hear who those are that are called to the Christian mysteries. Whoever is a sinner, whoever is unwise, whoever is a fool, and whoever, in short, is miserable, him the kingdom of God will receive. Do you not, therefore, call a sinner an unjust man, a thief, a housebreaker, a wizard, one who is sacrilegious, and a robber of sepulchres? What other persons would the crier nominate who should call robbers together? God, according to the Christians, descended to men, and as consequent to this, it was fancied that he had left his own proper abode. God, however, being unknown among men, as the Christians say, and in consequence of this appearing to be in a condition inferior to that of a divine being, who was not willing to be known, and therefore made trial of those who believed and of those who did not believe in him, just as men who have become recently rich call on God as a witness of their abundant and entirely mortal ambition. The Christians have asserted nothing paradoxical or new concerning a deluge or a conflagration, but have perverted the doctrine of the Greeks and barbarians, that in long periods of time, and recursions and concursions of the stars, conflagrations and deluges take place, and also that after the last deluge, which was that of Deucalion, the period required, conformably to the mutation of wholes, a conflagration. This the Christians, however, have perverted by representing God as descending with fire as a spy. Again, we will repeat and confirm by many arguments an assertion which has nothing in it novel, but was formerly universally acknowledged. God is good, is beautiful and blessed, and his very nature consists in that which is most beautiful and the best. If therefore he descended to men, his nature must necessarily be changed, but the change must be from good to evil, and from the beautiful to the base, from felicity to infelicity, and from that which is most excellent to that which is most worthless. Who, however, would choose to be thus changed? Besides, to be changed and transformed pertains to that which is naturally mortal, but an invariable sameness of subsistence is the prerogative of an immortal nature. Hence God could never receive a mutation of this kind. Either God is in reality changed, as the Christians say, into a mortal body, and we have before shown that this is impossible, or he himself is not changed, but he causes those who behold him to think that he is, and thus falsifies himself and involves others in error. Deception, however, and falsehood are indeed otherwise evil, and can only be properly employed by any one as a medicine, either in curing friends that are diseased, or have some vicious propensity, or those that are insane, or for the purpose of avoiding danger from enemies. But no one who has vicious propensities, or is insane, is dear to divinity. Nor does God fear anyone in order that by wandering he may escape danger. The Christians, adding to the assertions of the Jews, say that the Son of God came on account of the sins of the Jews, and that the Jews, punishing Jesus and causing him to drink gall, raised the bile of God against them. End quote. Celsus, after this, in his usual way deriding both Jews and Christians, compares all of them to a multitude of bats, or to ants coming out of their holes, or to frogs seated about a marsh, or to earthworms that assemble in a corner of some muddy place, and contend with each other, which of them are most noxious. He likewise represents them as saying, quote, God has manifested and predicted all things to us, and deserting the whole world and the celestial circulation, and likewise paying no attention to the widely extended earth, he regards our concerns alone, to us alone sends messengers, and he will never cease to explore by what means we may always associate with him. End quote. He likewise resembles us to earthworms acknowledging that God exists, and he says that we earthworms, i.e. the Jews and Christians, being produced by God after him, are entirely similar to him. All things too are subject to us, earth and water, the air and the stars, and are ordained to be subservient to us. Afterwards these earthworms add, quote, Now because some of us have sinned, God will come, or he will send his Son, in order that he may burn the unjust, and that those who are not so may live eternally with him. End quote. And Celsus concludes with observing that, quote, such assertions would be more tolerable if they were made by earthworms or frogs than by Jews or Christians contending with each other. End quote. Celsus, after having adduced from the writings of the heathens instances of those who contended for the antiquity of their race, such as the Athenians, Egyptians, Arcadians, and Phrygians, and also of those who have asserted that some among them were aborigines, says that, quote, the Jews being concealed in a corner of Palestine, men perfectly inerudite, and who never had previously heard the same things celebrated by Hesiod and innumerable other divine men, composed a most incredible and inelegant narration that a certain man was fashioned by the hands of God, and was inspired by him with the breath of life, that a woman was taken from the side of man, that precepts were given to them by God, and that a serpent was adverse to these precepts. Lastly, they make the serpent to frustrate the commands of God. In all this, narrating a certain fable worthy only of being told by old women, and which most impiously makes God to be from the first imbecile, and incapable of persuading one man fashioned by himself to act in a way conformable to his will. The Christians are most impiously deceived and involved in error through the greatest ignorance of the meaning of divine enigmas. For they make a certain being whom they call the devil, and who in the Hebrew tongue is denominated Satan, hostile to God. It is therefore perfectly stupid and unholy to assert that the greatest God, wishing to benefit mankind, was incapable of accomplishing what he wished, through having one that opposed him and acted contrary to his will. The Son of God therefore was vanquished by the devil, and being punished by him, teaches us also to despise the punishments inflicted by him. Christ at the same time predicting that Satan would appear on the earth, and like himself would exhibit great and admirable works, usurping to himself the glory of God. The Son of God also adds that it is not fit to pay attention to Satan because he is a seducer, but that himself alone is worthy of belief. This, however, is evidently the language of a man who is an impostor, earnestly endeavouring to prevent, and previously guarding himself against, the attempts of those who think differently from and oppose him. But according to the Christians, the Son of God is punished by the devil, who also punishes us in order that through this we may be exercised in endurance. These assertions, however, are perfectly ridiculous, for it is fit, I think, that the devil should be punished, and not that men should be threatened with punishment who are calumniated by him. Further still, if God, like Jupiter in the comedy, being roused from a long sleep, wished to liberate the human race from evils, why did he send only into a corner of the earth this spirit of whom you boast? though he ought in a similar manner to have animated many other bodies, and to have sent them to every part of the habitable globe. The comic poet, indeed, in order to excite the laughter of the audience in the theatre, says that Jupiter, after he was roused from his sleep, sent Mercury to the Athenians and Lacedaemonians. But do not you think that it is a much more ridiculous fiction to assert that God sent his Son to the Jews? Many, and these men whose names are not known, both in temples and out of temples, and some also assembling in cities or armies, are easily excited from any casual cause, as if they possessed a prophetic power. Each of these likewise is readily accustomed to say, I am God, or the Son of God, or a divine spirit. But I came because the world will soon be destroyed, and you, O men, on account of your iniquities, will perish. I wish, however, to save you, and you shall again see me, returning with a celestial army. Blessed is he who now worships me, but I will cast all those who do not into eternal fire, together with the cities and regions to which they belong. Those men also that do not now know the punishments which are reserved for them, shall afterwards repent and lament in vain, but those who believe in me I will forever save. Extending to the multitude these insane and perfectly obscure assertions, the meaning of which no intelligent man is able to discover, for they are unintelligible and a mere nothing, they afford an occasion to the stupid and to jugglers of giving to them whatever interpretation they please. Again, they do not consider, if the prophets of the God of the Jews had predicted that this would be his Son, why did this God legislatively ordain through Moses that the Jews should enrich themselves and acquire power, should fill the earth with their progeny, and should slay and cut off the whole race of their enemies, which Moses did, as he says, in the sight of the Jews? And besides this, threatening that unless they were obedient to these commands, he should consider them as his enemies. Why, after these things had been promulgated by God, did a son, a Nazarene man, exclude from any access to his Father the rich and powerful, the wise and renowned? For he says that we ought to pay no more attention than ravens do to food and the necessities of life, and that we should be less concerned about our clothing than the lilies of the field. Again, he asserts that to him who smites us on one cheek, we should likewise turn the other. Whether, therefore, does Moses or Jesus lie? Or was the Father who sent Jesus forgetful of what he had formerly said to Moses? Or, condemning his own laws, did he alter his opinion and send a messenger to mankind with mandates of a contrary nature? The Christians, again, will say, how can God be known unless he can be apprehended by sense? To this we reply that such a question is not the interrogation of man, nor of soul, but of the flesh. At the same time, therefore, let them hear, if they are capable of hearing anything, as being a miserable, worthless race and lovers of body. If, closing the perceptive organs of sense, you look upward with the visive power of intellect, and averting the eye of the flesh, you excite the eye of the soul, you will thus alone behold God. And if you seek for the leader of this path, you must avoid impostors and enchanters, and those who persuade you to pay attention to real idols, in order that you may not be entirely ridiculous by blaspheming as idols other things which are manifestly gods, or venerating that which is in reality more worthless than any image, and which is not even an image but a dead body, and by investigating a Father similar to it. There are essence and generation, the intelligible and the visible, and truth indeed subsists with essence, but error with generation. Science, therefore, is conversant with truth, but opinion with generation. Intelligence also pertains to or has the intelligible for its object, but what is visible is the object of sight. And intellect indeed knows the intelligible, but the eye knows that which is visible. What the sun therefore is in the visible region, being neither the eye nor sight, but the cause to the eye of seeing, and to the sight of its visive power, to all sensibles of their being generated, and to himself of being perceived, this the supreme God, or the good, is in intelligibles. Since he is neither intellect, nor intelligence, nor science, but is the cause, to intellect, of intellectual perception, to intelligence of its subsistence on account of him, to science for its possession of knowledge for his sake, and to all intelligibles for their existence as such. He is likewise the cause to truth itself, and to essence itself of their existence, being himself beyond all intelligibles by a certain ineffable power. and these are the assertions of men who possess intellect. But if you understand anything of what is here said, you are indebted to us for it. If, likewise, you think that a certain spirit descending from God announced to you things of a divine nature, this will be the spirit which proclaimed what I have above said, and with which ancient men, being replete, have unfolded so many things of a most beneficial nature. If therefore you are unable to understand these assertions, be silent and conceal your ignorance, and do not say that those are blind who see, and that those are lame who run, you at the same time possessing souls that are in every respect lame and mutilated, and living in body, viz., in that which is dead. How much better would it be for you, since you are desirous of innovation, to direct your attention to some one of the illustrious dead, and concerning whom a divine fable may be properly admitted? And if Hercules and Aesculapius do not please you, and other renowned men of great antiquity, you may have Orpheus, a man confessedly inspired by a secret spirit, and who suffered a violent death. But he, perhaps, has been adopted as a leader formerly by others. Consider Anaxarchus, therefore, who, being thrown into a mortar and bruised in the cruellest manner, most courageously despised the punishment, exclaiming, "Bruise, bruise the sack of Anaxarchus, for you cannot bruise him." This indeed was uttered by a certain truly divine spirit. Him, however, some physiologists have already vindicated to themselves. In the next place, consider Epictetus, who, when his master twisted his leg violently, said, smiling gently and without being terrified, "You will break my leg." And when his master had broken his leg, only observed, "Did I not tell you that you would break it?" What thing of this kind did your God utter when he was punished? The Sibyl, likewise, whose verses are used by some of you, is far more worthy to be regarded by you as the daughter of God. But now you have fraudulently and rashly inserted into her verses many things of a blasphemous nature, and Christ, who in his life was most reprehensible, and in his death most miserable, you reverence as a god. How much more appropriately might you have bestowed this honour on Jonas when he was under the gourd, or on Daniel who was saved in the den of lions, or on others of whom more prodigious things than these are narrated. This is one of the precepts of the Christians. Do not revenge yourself on him who injures you, and if any person strikes you on one cheek, turn the other to him also. And this precept indeed is of very great antiquity, but is recorded in a more rustic manner by Christ. For Socrates is made by Plato in the Crito to speak as follows: "It is by no means therefore proper to do an injury, by no means. Hence neither is it proper for him who is injured to revenge the injury, as the multitude think it is, since it is by no means fit to do an injury. It does not appear that it is. But what? Is it proper or not, O Crito, to be malefic? It certainly is not proper, Socrates. Is it therefore just or unjust for a man to be malefic to him by whom he has been hurt? For in the opinion of the vulgar it is just. It is by no means just, for to be hurtful to men does not at all differ from injuring them. You speak the truth. Neither therefore is it proper to revenge an injury, nor to be hurtful to any man, whatever evil we may suffer from him. These things are asserted by Plato, who also adds, "Consider therefore well whether you agree and are of the same opinion with me in this, and we will begin with admitting that it is never right either to do an injury or revenge an injury on him who has acted badly towards us. Do you assent to this principle? For formerly it appeared, and now still appears, to me to be true." Such therefore was the opinion of Plato, and which also was the doctrine of divine men prior to him. Concerning these, however, and other particulars which the Christians have corrupted, enough has been said, for he who desires to search further into them may easily be satisfied. But why is it requisite to enumerate how many things have been foretold with a divinely inspired voice, partly by prophetesses and prophets, and partly by other men and women under the influence of inspiration? What wonderful things they have heard from the Aditor themselves! How many things have been rendered manifest from victims and sacrifices to those who have used them! How many from other prodigious symbols! And to some persons divinely luminous appearances have been manifestly present. Of these things indeed the life of every one is full. How many cities, likewise, have been raised from oracles and liberated from disease and pestilence? And how many, neglecting these or forgetting them, have perished miserably? How many colonies have been founded from these, and by observing their mandates have been rendered happy? How many potentates and private persons have, from attending to or neglecting these, obtained a better or worse condition? How many, lamenting their want of children, have through these obtained the object of their wishes? How many have escaped the anger of demons? How many mutilated bodies have been healed? And again, how many have immediately suffered for insolent behaviour in sacred concerns? Some indeed becoming insane on the very spot, others proclaiming their impious deeds, but others not proclaiming them before they perished, some destroying themselves, and others becoming a prey to incurable diseases, and sometimes a dreadful voice issuing from the adder has destroyed them. In the next place, is it not absurd that you should desire and hope for the resurrection of the body, as if nothing was more excellent or more honourable to us than this, and yet again, that you should hurl this same body into punishments as a thing of vile nature? To men, however, who are persuaded that this is true, and who are conglutinated to body, it is not worthwhile to speak of things of this kind. For these are men who in other respects are rustic and impure, without reason, and labouring under the disease of sedition. Indeed, those who hope that the soul or intellect will exist eternally, whether they are willing to call it pneumatic, or an intellectual spirit holy and blessed, or a living soul, or the super-celestial and incorruptible progeny of a divine and incorporeal nature, or whatever other appellation they may think fit to give it. Those who thus hope, but I say this in accordance with divinity, in this respect think rightly, that those who have lived well in this life will be blessed, but that those who have been entirely unjust will be involved in endless evils, and neither the Christians nor any other man were ever hostile to this dogma. Since men are bound to body, whether they are so for the sake of the dispensation of the whole of things, or in order that they may suffer the punishment of their offences, or in consequence of the soul through certain passions becoming heavy and tending downwards, till through certain orderly periods it becomes purified. For according to Empedocles, it is necessary that from the blessed wandering thrice 10,000 times, through various mortal forms the soul should pass. This being the case, it is requisite to believe that men are committed to the care of certain inspective guardians of this prison, the body. That to the least of things, however, are allotted guardian powers may be learnt from the Egyptians, who say that the human body is divided into 36 parts, and that demons, or certain ethereal gods, who are distributed into the same number of parts, are the guardians of these divisions of the body. Some also assert that there is a much greater number of these presiding powers, different corporeal parts being under the inspection of different powers. The names of these also in the vernacular tongues of the Egyptians are Knumen, Knachumen, Knat, Sikat, Biu, Eru, Eribu, Ramanor, Rianur. What therefore should prevent him from making use of these and other powers, who wishes rather to be well than to be ill, to be fortunate rather than to be unfortunate, and to be liberated from such tormentors and castigators as these things are thought to be? He, however, who invokes these powers ought to be careful, lest being conglutinated, as it were, to the worship of them, and to a love of the body, he should turn from and become oblivious of more excellent natures. For it is perhaps requisite not to disbelieve in wise men, who say that the greater part of circumterrestrial demons are conglutinated to generation, and are delighted with blood, with the odour and vapour of flesh, with melodies, and with other things of the like kind, to which being bound, they are unable to effect anything superior to the sanction of the body, and the prediction of future events to men and cities. Whatever also pertains to mortal actions they know and are able to bring to pass. If some one should command a worshipper of God either to act impiously or to say anything of a most disgraceful nature, he is in no respect whatever to be obeyed, but all trial and every kind of death are to be endured rather than to meditate and much more to assert anything impious concerning God. But if any one should order us to celebrate the sun or Minerva, we ought most gladly to sing hymns to their praise. for thus you will appear to venerate the supreme God in a greater degree, if you also celebrate these powers, for piety, when it passes through all things, becomes more perfect. End of the Arguments of Celsus against the Christians, by Celsus.
The Chicago Race Riots of 1919, Coroner's Official Report, by Peter M. Hoffman, Chicago Coroner, 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chicago, November 3, 1919. The people of the city of Chicago should be informed of the true facts of the race riot, especially as to the number who lost their lives, in order that false rumors may be set at rest and the good name of the city of Chicago be redeemed. As many people believe in and out of the city that thousands were killed and that the facts suppressed from the public, I, Peter M. Hoffman, Coroner, do hereby certify under oath and the official seal of my office that the total number of deaths due to race rioting in the city of Chicago for the year 1919 number 38, 15 whites and 23 colored. Coroner. Report of the coroner's jury on the race riots. The true facts regarding the race riots in the city of Chicago in July and August 1919 should be presented to set at rest the many grossly exaggerated tales and rumors and the misrepresentations which have been spread broadcast throughout the city of Chicago and the United States. The number of lives lost, the manner of losing same, the causes of the riots, and all known facts attending the dark and frightful days beginning July 27, 1919, are matters of vital interest to all orderly citizens who live and work in Chicago and for Chicago. That these facts may become known and studied and analyzed is the purpose of this report. 5 days of terrible hate and passion let loose cost the people of Chicago 38 lives, wounded and maimed several hundred, destroyed property of untold value, filled thousands with awful fright, blemished the good name of our city, and left in its wake fear and apprehension for the future. Race feeling and distrust reaches far back into the history of the past. While new perhaps to Chicago, other cities and communities have tasted of its frightfulness, and yet race antagonism in itself rarely gets beyond bound and control. The real danger lies with the criminal and hoodlum element, white and colored, who are quick to take advantage of any incipient race riot conditions to spread the firebrands of disorder, thieving, arson, lust, and murder, and under the cover of large numbers to give full sway to cowardly animal and criminal instincts. The riot jury was impaneled July 28, 1919, and our investigations and inquiry have proceeded continuously through one form and another to the present time. We have visited hospitals, undertakers, and scenes of the rioting, received statements from the relatives and friends of all the victims, attended the exhumation of one body at Lincoln Cemetery for fuller confirmation as to the course of the bullet wound, have held 70 days sessions and 28 night sessions on inquest work, examining approximately 450 witnesses. The testimony taken amounting to 5,584 folio pages typewritten. 20 men were held to the grand jury for murder or manslaughter, 1 held to court-martial for murder. There were 7 cases of justifiable homicide. recommendation that unknown rioters be apprehended and punished was made in 18 cases. 1 police officer was killed. 3 men were killed by police officers. 1 case, that of Joseph Lovings, a colored man, is still under investigation. Homicides due to the riots occurred in widely separated localities on the south, southwest, and west sides of the city. Particularly atrocious and cruel murder was committed on the persons of Morris Perel, Walter Parejeco, Eugene Temple, David Marcus, Morris Lazzaroni, and George L. Wilkins, white men, and Robert Williams, B.F. Hardy, John Mills, William H. Lozier, Oscar Lozier, Lewis Taylor, Paul Hardwick, and Joseph Lovings, colored men. The investigations and inquests were ably directed and conducted by Coroner Peter M. Hoffman, assisted by Deputy Coroner Charles F. Kennedy, and we could not say too much as to the zeal, ability, and fairness of the coroner, his deputy, and the entire staff. The Attorney General, Edward J. Brundage, as the Chief Law Enforcing Officer of the state, assigned one of his assistants, James F. Burns, who ably assisted the jury throughout our entire investigation. The state's attorney's office was represented by Mr. Hoyne's assistants, H. P. O'Connell and Samuel L. Antonov. These gentlemen were present in their official capacity at all times and rendered valuable assistance to the jury. The Peace and Protective Association of Chicago and the Cook County Bar Association, colored organizations, were ably represented by Mr. A. L. Williams. Detective Sergeants Warner Levin, Harry Crowley, and Thomas H. Ward, and John F. McCarthy, assigned to the coroner's office on the race riot cases, were likewise of valuable assistance in locating and summoning important witnesses. We have no thought of or desire to criticize any of the city officials, the state's attorney, or the police department. In the grave emergency and riot conditions, we believe they all did their duty, as we conscientiously tried to do ours. Nor do we believe that politics, so-called, or catering to the white or colored votes, had much, if anything, to do with the production of race rioting. The riots began on the afternoon of July 27, 1919, when Eugene Williams, a colored boy, was drowned at the 29th Street bathing beach, having been prevented from landing by stones thrown by a mob of white men and boys. Prior to that afternoon, this beach had been used exclusively by the white people. The colored people contested the right of the white people thereto, and a pitched battle was fought with stones thrown between the two mobs, the drowning of Williams being the result. The report of his death spread with great rapidity through the colored residence district, and the report was general that he had been stoned to death in the water. Evidence disclosed that no stone struck the boy, that an attempt was made to stone him, and stones were thrown in his direction. He was drowned probably by reason of exhaustion, due to the inability to land. However, the reports caused a white heat of passion and desire for reprisal among a large proportion of the colored population, and the riot spread. July 27th, 2 men were killed or sustained injuries causing death. July 28th, 17 men were killed or sustained injuries causing death. July 29th, 11 men were killed or sustained injuries causing death. July 30th, 5 men were killed or sustained injuries causing death. July 31st, 1 man was killed or sustained injuries causing death. 1 George R. Fleming, white, was slain by a soldier, white, August 5th. By August the 1st, the riots had subsided, the situation being well under the control of the police and soldiery, normal conditions being in part restored. Incomplete police reports covering the 5 days of the rioting shows that one police officer was killed and 39 wounded or injured, 23 colored men and 14 white men killed, 291 white and colored citizens wounded or injured. We have no report of white or colored women outraged, but a few women mistreated during the rioting. No evidence of drunkenness was presented. To review the circumstances of all the 38 homicides would be tiresome to the reader and serve no good purpose. As illustrating all of them, we will review briefly the cases of Eugene Temple, a white man, and Joseph Lovings, a colored man. All the verdicts rendered are on record in the coroner's office. Eugene Temple, a reputable citizen and proprietor of the Columbia Laundry, located at 3642 South State Street, stepped from the doorway of his place of business, accompanied by his wife and another lady, and was upon the sidewalk about to enter his automobile. He was leisurely approached by 3 colored men, who grabbed him, one on either side at his back. While securely held by 2 of the men, the third man lifted up Mr. Temple's left arm and plunged a sharp and long knife, evidently a stiletto, through his heart. Then they as leisurely walked away, leaving their victim dead upon the sidewalk. Apparently this was a cold-blooded, calculated murder, without the element of race passion. There was evidence that some attempt had been made to rob him at the same time. These men have not been apprehended, and presumably are walking the streets of Chicago, a constant and continual menace. The slaying of Joseph Lovings, colored, was an atrocious, savage crime. He, a defenseless man, caught like a rat in a trap by a surrounded mob, was dragged from his place of concealment and refuge, beaten, skull-fractured, and shot 14 times, left lying a bruised and broken semblance of a man on the grass plot in front of a city home in the heart of the West Side. This crime has not a single redeeming feature. It particularly illustrates the savage animal nature of a mob. To hunt down, apprehend, and punish the dastardly criminals who killed this man is the duty not alone of the police department, but of every citizen who values the security of life. No wonder that reports of this crime grew to large proportions as it spread. It was published by the press of this and other cities that he had been sprayed with gasoline and burned alive. Comments were made in Congress at Washington regarding that rumor. It gives us satisfaction to say that this rumor, from our investigation, is false and unsubstantiated. But the subtraction of this rumor mitigates the crime but a very slight degree. Persistent reports have been circulated that the total number of deaths far exceeded 38. Intelligent citizens have approached the coroner and members of this jury and gave their opinion that the number of dead was far in excess of the number found. These reports were freely handed about and believed. We have made a thorough investigation to verify or disprove these reports. Bubbly Creek has been the favorite cemetery for the undiscovered dead, and our inquiry has been partly directed to that stream. In our inquiry, we have been assisted by the stock yards officials and workers, by adjacent property owners and residents, by private detective bureaus, the police department, Department of Health, State's Attorney's Office, by observing and intelligent colored citizens, and by other agencies. And we are firmly of the opinion that these reports, so widely circulated, are erroneous, misleading, and without foundation in fact, the race riot victims numbering 38 and no more, nor are there any colored citizens reported to us as missing. It has been said that the importation of colored labor from the South, congesting the South Side residence district, caused ill feeling and friction, and was one of the causes of the rioting. The labor situation was a war condition. At the same time, taking thousands of young men from the factory and shop for war service, labor was needed, and employers turned to the South as their source of supply. Neither the government, the employer, nor the Southern laborer is to be criticized for that condition, and while some friction was produced, we doubt very much whether it was in any considerable measure productive of the rioting. Nevertheless, it was unfortunate that Negroes in large numbers and unacquainted with Northern ways were induced to come, or did come, to the city of Chicago without some adequate steps being taken to properly house and care for them. Naturally, they gathered in the South Division, where others of their race were to be found, and where there was congestion, abominable housing, and bad sanitary conditions. This, with the inadequate transportation facilities, notably in the rush hour, which resulted daily in a mixing of white and colored in the overcrowded streetcars and elevated trains, tending to friction and bad feeling, can be readily understood. These conditions can and should be changed. We believe that a representative committee of white and colored people working together could suggest and bring about the necessary and advisable changes. The movement of the Southern Negro to the North, and mainly to the larger Northern cities, has brought the race problem to the North. It is serious indeed, but not necessarily a great danger unless we allow it to become so. This problem is new to the North and must be solved by Northern people. This problem is so large and entails such serious consequences that this jury feels itself powerless to do more than suggest its seriousness to the civilized, thinking people of the North, both white and colored, in the hope that the initiative may be taken in the solution of the race problem, which is here now and here to stay. In our investigations, numerous visits were made to the home district of the colored population, and we observed the housing conditions of which we had heard much. Overcrowded and unmistakably bad living conditions were found, and we were impressed with the fact that the colored people justifiably, for cleanliness and health, had moved in considerable numbers to the east of Michigan Avenue and to the south of 39th Street, encroaching on the residence districts of the white people. The streets mentioned have been the boundaries voluntarily accepted by the colored population to within the past few years. The inrush of colored labor from the South caused congestion and resulted in a movement of considerable extent into the white neighborhoods, where homes were purchased or leased. Unquestionably, this movement was encouraged by unscrupulous dealers in real estate, both white and colored, who were interested solely in the profits to be derived. In our opinion, the situation described was not a vital or material cause of the riot, but the rioting certainly awakened the public to the changing conditions of the South Side residence district, and thoughtful men must consider that unless some remedy is found and applied, the situation is fruitful of unsettled and inharmonious relations in the future. If the movement of the colored people to white neighborhoods was an invasion, it was a necessary invasion because of the deplorable living conditions. The correction of the evil by enlarging the living quarters and placing them in a better sanitary state would in part solve the difficulty. We believe voluntary segregation would follow and to a considerable extent remove one cause of unrest. This is a matter that might well be considered by the Real Estate Board and by improvement clubs and organizations of property owners in the South Division, and by the Health Department. The suggestion has also been made that race hatred and tendency to race rioting had its birth and was fostered in the numerous social and athletic clubs made up of your men and scattered throughout the city. We doubt this, but if in part true, it calls for the inspection and control of such clubs. These clubs are here. They are popular. They take the place of the disappearing saloon and pool room. Properly governed and controlled, they should be encouraged and fostered, and, when necessary, disciplined. Charges have been made that returned Negro soldiers were active participants in and inciters of the riot. Little substantial foundation for the charges have been found. On the contrary, we found that ex-soldiers of the Negro race had volunteered in suppression of the riots. Notably, 26 men had been gathered together and hastily organized under the leadership of W. W. Brinton, and had tendered their services to a lieutenant of the police department, that the tender had been accepted, and that the men had performed valuable service in patrolling, quieting the excited colored population, and relieving the grave fears of the women and children that white mobs were about to break through from west of Wentworth Avenue and burn their homes. We believe the action of these men praiseworthy, notwithstanding the fact that one of them, who was never in active service, under cover of the uniform, committed acts disgraceful and probably criminal, and humiliating to his comrades. Hoodlums are the nucleus of a mob. The young, idle, vicious, and in many instances degenerate and criminal, impatient of restraint of law, gathered together, and when fortified by sufficient numbers, start out on a mission of disorder, law-breaking, destruction, and murder. Mobs, white or colored, grow about a nucleus of this character. Human beings follow where others lead, and soon the nucleus grows to proportions of a mob, made up of young boys and men, idlers, curiosity seekers, and criminals, and in short time the mob becomes a thing of terror, with bloodthirstiness unbelievable. It was a mob of this kind which attacked a streetcar at Cottage Grove Avenue and 46th Street, a white residence neighborhood, smashed the car windows, injured women, brought the car to a stop, and dragged from the car steps B.F. Hardy, a colored man, and trampled him to death on the street. Hardy was the only colored man present, alone, away from his own people, and probably the only colored man for blocks around. Citizens of Chicago, make your hoodlum element amenable to law. Break up and destroy hoodlumism as you would a pestilence. It is our belief that this element can be brought under control of the law, and it must be done if we are to remove the dangers of rioting from any cause. Vicious hoodlumism, entirely aside from race hatred, was present in practically all of the 38 killings known as race riots. We find from our investigation that the destruction of life and property indicates that in some cases, or murder, the deceased was robbed, showing that the crimes were committed by white or colored young men of the criminal class. We should not, as citizens, be curious to see the blood of our fellow men spilled on the streets of our city, and in future cases of riot, may God prevent a catastrophe of that kind, the place for law-abiding men and women and boys and girls is in the home, and we earnestly urge that fathers and mothers teach their children the lesson of remaining at home when rioting occurs. And furthermore, they should be kept occupied, as idleness and bad association often cause young people to become bad men and women. Should trouble break out by numbers small, do not swell the mob for the purpose of sightseeing, and thereby encourage men to commit murder and destroy property and endanger your own life, as was the case with several victims of the race riot. Nor by your presence encourage others to participate in race riots. Hoodlums wrought the damage and destruction of property, and were guilty of atrocious assaults on innocent men and of murder. They must be brought under control and discipline, if not in the home, then by the state. To allow large mobs of disorderly young men and boys To congregate on the public streets, defying the authorities, is to invite disorder and should be stopped. One remedy for race rioting is a speedy conviction and punishment of those guilty, regardless of race or color, giving all concerned a fair and impartial hearing. Uncontrolled hoodlumism, running wild, was the prime and moving factor in the production of race rioting, whereby 15 white men and 23 colored men lost their lives, most of whom were murdered with fiendish and inhuman cruelty. To allay fear and remove the apprehension of future trouble between the races, tolerance must be practiced between white and colored in the discussion of the race problem, practiced in our everyday intercourse in public conveyances and in meetings of all kinds. Incendiary or inflammatory remarks, statements, or threats should not be indulged in where people, white or colored, gather, either upon the street, in churches, lodges, or other organizations. Fully 150 police officers appeared before the coroner's jury during the hearings, ranking officers, detective sergeants, patrolmen, and wagon men, and we had therefore a good opportunity to observe the personnel and intelligence of a representative number of the police force. In the main, we found these men of more than average ability, possessing police instinct and courage. But we also found quite a number possessing none of the attributes making good policemen. Physical and mental infirmities entirely incapacitated them for police work. We are satisfied that a policeman's pay is not adequate, and with no wish to appear dogmatic, we insist that there should be a substantial increase to meet their requirements. Their uniforms, revolvers, even the cartridges with which to battle the burglar, footpad, and hoodlum rioter, and to protect our life and property, they have to purchase individually from their own pay allotment. We need protection in Chicago, and for protection must pay at least a reasonable price under the existing conditions. Years have told on many of the policemen appearing before us, men of intelligence and ability. Police work has been their life work. They have grown gray in the service and should be retired to give way to younger and men more physically capable. The only just way to bring about such a result is by the adoption of a compulsory and adequate pension system, that these men may be enabled thereby to retire and live as an American citizen should. Our attention was called strikingly to the fact that at the time of race rioting, the arrests made for rioting by the police of colored rioters were far in excess of the arrests made of white rioters. The failure of the police to arrest impartially at the time of rioting, whether from insufficient effort or otherwise, was a mistake, and had a tendency to further incite and aggravate the colored population. Taking a lesson from the past, Chicago should be on guard and forewarned. Prepare for the future. It is our belief that this can best be done by thorough organization and disciplinary drill of our city police force, and under the command of an experienced and courageous chief of police, modern in all the police sense to which that word applies. In cases of murder, it is of the utmost importance that expert criminologists should arrive on the scene at the earliest possible moment, and that a complete examination may be made of the scene of the murder before the body is removed or handled, and while the necessary evidence for conviction may be obtained, which otherwise may be lost or destroyed. We have found in the riot cases many instances where the removal of bodies by inexperienced men, in some cases police officers, destroyed valuable evidence. We heartily concur with Coroner Hoffman as to the fact that Chicago badly needs a permanent murder investigation squad, which the coroner planned and has so persistently advocated in the past. We believe that this squad should be equipped with motor vehicle and subject to call at any hour of the day or night. This squad should consist of 6 or more trained policemen working in relays of 8 hours, a photographer, a fingerprint expert, a coroner's physician and chemist, the coroner or deputy coroner, and a state's attorney. In addition thereto, 2 trained policemen from the police department precinct wherein the murder occurred, and a representative of the city's news bureau. This squad should be available for immediate service, and it should be the duty of the police at the scene of the murder to allow no one to handle the body or enter premises where murder occurred until the arrival of the squad. We are informed by the record of the coroner's office that the number of murders committed in Cook County during the first 8 months of 1919 totals 171. As a remedy for rioting, we can suggest nothing better than a strict and fearless enforcement of the law. Public officials to whom are entrusted such enforcement should be held sternly accountable. Rioting mobs have no conscience. They act and kill quickly and with inhuman and wanton cruelty. Whether white or colored, let the law overtake the guilty and be the punishment swift and sure. In closing the report, we offer a few observations as a last word. 1. The mass of the citizenship of the city of Chicago, white and colored, are law-abiding and orderly. In that fact, our faith in the future lies. The disorderly should be compelled to obey the law. 2. Apprehend where possible and punish to the full extent of the law those guilty of rioting. 3. Control or destroy hoodlumism, the greatest menace to the peace of Chicago. From the hoodlum ranks come the automobile thieves, the automobile bandits, the hold-up men, the rioters. The hoodlum makes rioting a popular pastime. Unless we want to preserve that amusement, hoodlumism should be destroyed. 4. The police force should be enlarged. It is too small to cope with the needs of Chicago, and under the present living conditions, the policeman's pay is entirely inadequate and should be substantially increased. 5. Superannuated and incapacitated members of the police force should be retired under a proper and satisfactory pension system. 6. There should be organization of the force for riot work for the purpose of controlling rioting in its incipient stages. 7. The housing, sanitary, and working conditions of the colored people, unfortunately, perhaps placed in new environments, should receive the careful consideration of the intelligent people of both races. 8. Above all, a strict enforcement of the law by public officials, fair and impartial, will do more than any other agency in restoring the good name of Chicago and prevent rioting from any cause from again disturbing the peace of our city. In conclusion, this report only covers the period following July 27, 1919, when the violence and murder of race rioting started in the city of Chicago. We have not attempted, except in a general way, to cover the racial conditions and circumstances productive of race rioting antedating that period, nor would it be within the province of this jury to attempt to solve the race problem, which is of long standing, not only locally, but in state and nation, and which is not one-sided. Many factors enter into it which tend to incite and create conditions such as we had in Chicago. Among these factors are traffic in real estate, unionizing of colored labor, idleness, congestion of population, transportation, school facilities, housing and living conditions, etc. These many problems must be honestly and fairly considered and studied by public officials, educators, and citizens of intelligence and observation. Respectfully submitted, R. Keene Ryan, Foreman, J. P. Brushingham, William J. Dillon, Roy T. Wood, A. W. McMichael, E. N. Ware, Peter M. Hoffman, coroner. Eugene Williams, colored, State of Illinois, County of Cook. An inquisition was taken for the people of the State of Illinois at 3315 South State Street and 1124 Cook County Courthouse in the city of Chicago in said county of Cook on the 28th day of July and August 2nd, 7th, 11th, 12th, 25th, and September 15 and 18, A.D. 1919, before me, Peter M. Hoffman, coroner, in and for said county, upon view of the body of Eugene Williams, colored, then and there, lying dead upon the oaths of 6 good and lawful men of the said county, who, being duly sworn to inquire on the part of the people of the State of Illinois into all circumstances attending the death of said Eugene Williams, colored, and by whom the same was produced, and in what manner and when and where the said Eugene Williams, colored, came to his death, do say, upon their oaths as aforesaid, that the said Eugene Williams, colored, now lying dead at 3315 South State Street, in said city of Chicago, County of Cook, State of Illinois, came to his death on the 27th day of July, A.D. 1919, from drowning. We find that the beaches on the lakefront in the South Division of the city of Chicago have heretofore been used by white and colored people, but by common consent segregated, the colored people using a beach at the foot of 22nd Street, the white people using the beach at the foot of 29th Street and at points further south. While there may have been some friction in the use of the beaches, nothing of moment occurred until the afternoon of July 27, 1919. About 2:00 p.m. on that day, some white people, numerically small, were in the water at the 29th Street beach. A party of 4 colored men and 5 women approached, indicating their intention to enter the water. They were warned away by white men and told they could not use that beach. The colored people left, going north, and shortly after returned, reinforced, threw stones and drove the white people away, taking possession of the beach and entering the water. The white people retreated south, and after a time returned, numbers largely increased, and a battle ensued between the colored men from the north side angle of the beach and the white men at a vantage point to the south, many stones being thrown by men on both sides across the angle of the beach. We find that the deceased, Eugene Williams, a peaceable citizen in bathing suit, had entered the water at said beach, the exact time unknown, and was in the water clinging to a railroad tie, that numerous stones were thrown by the white men in his direction, preventing him, from fear of bodily injury, from landing, deceased being compelled to remain out in the deep water of the lake until he released his hold on the railroad tie and drowned. The false and exaggerated rumors regarding the drowning of Eugene Williams precipitated the race riots in the city of Chicago, which resulted in the death of 23 colored men and 15 white men in the several days following. We find that no stone struck the deceased and that death was due to drowning, but we are of the opinion that death would not have occurred by drowning, deceased being an athlete and expert swimmer, had he not been compelled to remain in the deep water because of the stone throwing until he became exhausted. We recommend that the parties who threw stones at the deceased and all rioters who participated in the affray above described be apprehended and prosecuted. In testimony whereof the said coroner and the jury of this inquest have hereunto set their hands the day and year aforesaid. R. Keen Ryan, foreman, J. P. Brushingham, Roy C. Woods, William J. Dillon, E. N. Ware, O. W. McMichael, Peter M. Hoffman, coroner. Henry Goodman, colored, State of Illinois, County of Cook. An inquisition was taken for the people of the State of Illinois at Cook County Morgue and 1124 Cook County Courthouse in the city of Chicago, in said county of Cook, on the 12th and 13th days of August and September 3rd, 11th, 16th, 18th, and 22nd A.D. 1919, before me, Peter M. Hoffman, coroner, in and for said county, upon view of the body of Henry Goodman, colored, then and there lying dead upon the oaths of 6 good and lawful men of the said county, who, being duly sworn to inquire on the part of the people of the state of Illinois into all circumstances attending the death of said Henry Goodman, colored, and by whom the same was produced, and in what manner and when and where the said Henry Goodman, colored, came to his death, do say, upon their oaths, as aforesaid, that the said Henry Goodman, colored, now lying dead at Cook County Morgue in said city of Chicago, county of Cook, state of Illinois, came to his death upon the 12th day of August, A.D. 1919, at the Cook County Hospital, from lockjaw or tetanus, following a wound of the skull on the right side of the head due to external violence. We find that the deceased was returning from work at the Union Stockyards and was a passenger on a 39th Street and Route Street car of the Chicago Surface Lines about 7:20 p.m., July 28, 1919, and was forced to leave said streetcar at 39th Street and Union Avenue by a mob of white men, and was struck and beaten by members of said mob, sustaining injuries to scalp which later developed tetanus. We find that said streetcar eastbound was stopped at Union Avenue by a Consumers Company's truck, number 115, which had come to a stop purposely or otherwise, stopped by the driver of truck, and the said truck blocked the track, preventing the streetcar from proceeding. We find that 3 of said mob gained entrance at the front of said car, threatened the motorman and conductor, and obtained possession of the iron door lever. We find that deceased, with other colored men, obeying the command of the mob, left the car, and while on the ground was struck and injured. End of the Chicago Race Riots of 1919, Coroner's Official Report, by Peter M. Hoffman, Chicago Coroner, 1919. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Diggers Manifesto by Gerard Winstanley, 1609 to 1676. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Diggers Manifesto. Take notice that England is not a free people till the poor that have no land have a free allowance to dig and labor the commons, and so live as comfortably as the landlords that live in their enclosures. For the people have not laid out their moneys and shed their blood, that their landlords, the Norman power, shall still have its liberty and freedom to rule in tyranny, but that the oppressed might be set free, prison doors opened, and the poor people's hearts comforted by an universal consent of making the earth a common treasury, that they may live together united by brotherly love into one spirit, and having a comfortable livelihood in the community of one earth, their mother. Winstanley, The True Leveller's Standard Advanced. By the publication of his earlier pamphlets, Winstanley seems to have attracted a small band of earnest disciples, eager by their actions to declare their adherence to the principles he had so fearlessly and eloquently proclaimed. However, before taking steps they had decided on, they deemed it necessary openly and frankly to declare their intentions to the world, more especially to those whose individual or class interest would be likely to be affected thereby. Hence, early in 1649, Probably in the last days of March or the beginning of April, they issued a pamphlet signed by some 46 of them, which seems mainly from Winstanley's pen, entitled, "A Declaration from the Poor Oppressed People of England," directed to all that call themselves or are called lords of manors through this nation, that have begun to cut, or that through fear of covetousness do intend to cut down the woods and trees that grow upon the commons and waste land. The pamphlet opens with the following vigorous and pertinent words: "We whose names are subscribed do in the name of all the poor oppressed people of England declare unto you that call yourselves lords of manors and lords of the land, that in regard the King of Righteousness, our Maker, hath enlightened our hearts so far as to see that the earth was not made purposely for you to be lords of it, and we to be your slaves, servants, and beggars, but it was made to be a common livelihood to all. And further, in regard the King of Righteousness hath made us sensible of our burthens, and the cries and groanings of our hearts are come before him, we take it as a testimony of love from him, that our hearts begin to be freed from slavish fear of men such as you are, and that we find resolutions in us, grounded upon the inward law of love one towards another, to dig and plough up the commons and waste land through England, and that our conversations shall be unblameable, that your laws shall not reach to oppress us any longer, unless you by your laws will shed the innocent blood that runs in our veins." Subsequently, they protest against the lords of manors controlling the use and taking the profit of the commons, hindering the people from supplying their wants as regards wood, heath, turf, or turfies in places upon the common, and continue defiantly: "Therefore we are resolved to be cheated no longer, nor to be held under the slavish fear of you no longer, seeing the earth was made for us as well as for you. And if the common land belong to us who are the poor oppressed, surely the woods that grow upon the commons belong to us likewise. Therefore we are resolved to try the uttermost in the light of reason to know whether we shall be free men or slaves. If we lie still and let you steal away our birthrights, we perish. And if we petition, we perish also, though we have paid taxes, given free quarter, and have ventured our lives to preserve the nation's freedom as much as you. And therefore, by the law of contract with you, freedom in the land is our portion as well as yours, equal with you. And if we strive for freedom, and your murdering, governing laws destroy us, we can but perish. Therefore we require and we resolve to take both common land and common woods to be a livelihood for us, and look upon you as equal with us, not above us, knowing very well that England, the land of our nativity, is to be a common treasury of livelihood to all, without respect of persons. So then we declare upon you that we intend to cut our common woods and trees, that you shall not do it unless it be for a stock for us, and we to know of it by a public declaration abroad, that the poor oppressed who live thereabouts may take it and employ it for their public use. Therefore take notice, we have demanded it in the name of the commons of England and of all the nations of the world, it being the righteous freedom of the creation. Then they warn all wood buyers against purchasing from those who would dispose of such wood for their own private advantage, again emphasizing their contention that they would take it only to provide a common stock for all. Then they appeal to the Great Council of England for protection and encouragement, urging that august body to fulfill the promises so freely made at the outbreak of the Civil War, to induce them and others to espouse the Parliament's cause. Apparently they did not expect much from them, as their appeal commences in the following somewhat hesitating manner: "And we hope, we may not doubt, at least we expect, that they that are called the great council and powers of England, who so often have declared themselves by promises and covenants, and have confirmed them by multitude of fasting days and devout protestations to make England a free people, upon condition they would pay moneys and adventure their lives against the successor of the Norman conqueror, under whose oppressing power England was enslaved. And we look upon that freedom promised to be the inheritance of all, without respect of persons. And this cannot be unless the land of England be freely set at liberty from proprietors, and become a common treasury to all children, as every portion of the land of Canaan was the common livelihood of such and such a tribe, and of every member of that tribe, without exception, neither hedging in any nor hedging out. We say we hope, we need not doubt of their sincerity to us herein, and that they will not gainsay our determinate course, howsoever their actions will prove to the view of all either their sincerity or their hypocrisy. We know what we speak is our privilege, and that our cause is righteous, and if they doubt of it, let them but send a child for us to come before them, and we will make it manifest some ways. They then advance the grounds for their demands in the following incisive words. First, by the national covenant, which yet stands in force to bind Parliament and people to be faithful and sincere before the Lord God Almighty, wherein every one in his several place hath covenanted to preserve and seek the liberty each of other without respect of persons. Secondly, by the late victory over King Charles, we do claim this our privilege to be quietly given us out of the hands of tyrant government, as our bargain and contract with them. For the Parliament promised if we would pay taxes, and give free quarter, and adventure our lives against Charles and his party, whom they called the common enemy, they would make us a free people. These three being all done by us, as well as by themselves, we claim this our bargain by the law of contract from them, to be a free people with them, they being chosen by us, but for a peculiar work, and for an appointed time from among us, not to be our oppressing lords, but servants to succor us. But these two are our weakest proofs, and yet by them, in the light of reason and equity that dwells in men's hearts, we shall with ease cast down all those former enslaving Norman reiterated laws in every king's reign, since the conquest, which are as thorns in our eyes and pricks in our sides, and which are called the ancient government of England. Thirdly, we shall prove we have a free right to the land of England, being born therein, as well as elder brothers, and that it is our equal right with them, and they with us, to have a comfortable livelihood in the earth, without owning any of our own kind to be either lords or landlords over us. And this we shall prove by plain text of Scripture, without exposition upon them, which the scholars and great ones generally say is their rule to walk by. Fourthly, we shall prove it by the righteous law of our creation, that mankind in all its branches is the Lord of the earth, and ought not to be in subjection to any of his own kind without him, but to live in the light of the law of righteousness and peace established in his heart. The pamphlet concludes as follows. Thus in love we have declared the purpose of our hearts plainly, without flattery, expecting love and the same sincerity from you, without grumbling or quarrelling, being creatures of your own image and mold, intending no other matter herein but to observe the law of righteous action, endeavoring to shut out of the creation the accursed thing called particular propriety, which is the cause of all wars, bloodshed, theft, and enslaving laws, and that hold the people under misery. Signed for and in behalf of all the poor oppressed people of England and the whole world. Gerard Winstanley, John Colton, John Palmer, Thomas Starr, Samuel Webb, John Heyman, Thomas Edser, William Hogrill, and others, 46 in all. End of The Diggers Manifesto by Gerard Winstanley.
Dr. Olivia Hooker, survivor of the 1921 Tulsa Greenwood Race Riot, by Dr. Olivia Hooker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Olivia Hooker, survivor of the 1921 Tulsa Greenwood Race Riot. Her prepared statement and testimony in connection with the Tulsa Greenwood Riot Claims Accountability Act of 2007. April 24, 2007. Prepared statement of Olivia J. Hooker. My name is Dr. Olivia J. Hooker, and I currently reside in the state of New York. I was born on February 12, 1915, and I am a survivor of what is known as the Tulsa Race Riot of 1921, but what was really a massacre of the Greenwood neighborhood of Tulsa, then called the Black Wall Street. My parents, Samuel and Anita Hooker, came to Tulsa from Holmes County, Mississippi. At the time of the riot, I lived on Independence Street in the Greenwood district of Tulsa with my parents and 4 siblings. At the time of the riot, my parents owned a home on Independence Street valued at $10,000 and a clothing store at 123 North Greenwood Avenue that was one of the most prominent stores in Greenwood. My home was severely damaged, but not destroyed in the riot. However, the mob completely destroyed my parents' business, which was described as a total loss. Furnishings valued at $3,000 were either stolen or deliberately smashed or destroyed. Jewelry valued at $1,000, furs valued at $1,000, and silver valued at $500 were also stolen. The estimated total loss of goods displayed at the store was $100,000. That makes a total loss of $104,000 to our parents during that riot. My parents were distraught over the loss of the many beautiful things they had purchased with their hard-earned money. The mobs hacked up our furniture with axes and set fire to my grandmother's bed and sewing machine. I still remember the sound of gunfire raining down on my home, and that the mob burned all my doll's clothes. After the riot, my mother saved all the artillery shells that mobsters had put in all of our dresser drawers. As a child, I had believed every word of the Constitution, but after the riots happened, I realized that the Constitution did not include me. After the Tulsa violence, my mother took our family to Topeka, Kansas, while my father remained in Tulsa to try to restore his bombed-out business. My father filed a lawsuit against the insurance company for the value of the destroyed property, but a judge threw the case out in 1926 or 1927. Later, we moved to Columbus, Ohio, where my sisters and I graduated from Ohio State University. After teaching 3rd grade for 7 years, I enlisted in the United States Coast Guard, becoming the first African-American woman to enlist and go on active duty in the Coast Guard, then a part of the U.S. Navy during World War II. I earned an M.A. from Columbia University Teachers College on the GI Bill and a Ph.D. degree at the University of Rochester, where I was one of 2 Black female students. I taught in the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences at Fordham University, retiring as Associate Professor in 1985. We did go on with our lives after the riot, but the memories of what happened to us then will never go away. The injustices we suffered the 2 days of the riot, and the injustices we suffered after the riot when insurance companies failed to pay riot victims for their losses, and when court officials summarily threw out our riot victims' cases, are a blot on Tulsa's image that have not been erased to today. Testimony of Olivia Hooker, Ph.D., James B. Duke Professor Emeritus of History, Duke University School of Law. Thank you, Representative Conyers and Committee, for allowing us to unburden ourselves after 86 years of suffering. As a small girl of 6 years, my two parents, who had come to Oklahoma to teach in the Indian nations, my mother from Texas and my father from Mississippi. And when Oklahoma became a state, then it was possible for my father to go into business. But then picture with me the trauma of a young 6-year-old girl, hearing things hitting the house, bang, 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 like that, and thinking it was hail, until my mother took me to the window and let me peer through the blinds and said, "That thing up there on the stand with the American flag on top of it is a machine gun, and those are bullets hitting the house, and that means your country is shooting at you." This was a totally amazing thought to a child who was totally idealistic. I had never met any kind of discrimination, because the salesmen who came to sell my father things always acted as if the children were so important in order to sell their goods. So I didn't know about hatred, and this was devastating to me, to think of my country shooting at me. As the publicity was suppressed, the nation did not know about what happened in Tulsa except through the black press, Roscoe Dungy in Oklahoma City, and Mr. Smitherman in Tulsa, who did publish it, but the local presses of many cities did not. It so happened my dad went down to the rubble. There was nothing but bricks left of the store, but he noticed his safe was still there. And he thought, well, I will try to open it, thinking it would be empty. But praise the Lord, it was not empty. He didn't have money, but he had some war bonds. And he was able then, with a wise secretary, Mr. Gregg, who had been trained in a graduate school in Germany, Archie Gregg and my father went on a speaking tour to the black churches of the United States, on the East Coast mostly. They went to Washington, to the AME Zion Church, and to Petersburg and Lynchburg and Richmond, places like that, where the black people in those towns sent missionary barrels of shoes and useful clothing, and those things were distributed out of the undestroyed part of Booker Washington High School. The Red Cross entered the field a little later, because the local Red Cross had said they would not give people anything unless those people came and washed their clothes and took care of their children, because they were desolate for help at home. Finally, the National Red Cross sent Maurice Willows, and things got better so far as issuing of materials. But the damage that was done was not only the material things. A house destroyed, the entire neighborhood destroyed, the businesses destroyed, all the services destroyed, our school bombed on the day that we should have been getting our report cards to move up to the next class, so that the children of Tulsa were very devastated. The machine gun captain decided he had to make my mother leave the house as she was pouring water on the house to try to keep it from burning. So he sent somebody down and said, "Tell that woman to get out of there with those children and go to a place of safety." My mother was trained in oratory at Tuskegee, and she said, "I cannot go until I talk to these people who brought their children to watch this catastrophe." And my mother started to speak to them, to say it would be visited upon the children under the 3rd and 4th generation, at which point the people said, "Stop that woman, she is scaring our children." And a man came over and said to her, "When the mob gets out of your house, I will go down and put out the fire if I can." And there was evidence at our house that he did do that, but of course most things were lost. I see I am over time, and I thank you again for letting me speak. End of Dr. Olivia Hooker, Survivor of the 1921 Tulsa Greenwood Race Riot, by Dr. Olivia Hooker. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Food in Little Italy by Julia Davis Chandler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If foreign travel be impossible and books about other lands only tantalizing, you may find quite a little diversion and gain some information by visiting the foreign quarters in our large American cities, for there many people live in much the same way that they did in their homes across the seas. Without undue tax upon your vocabulary or purse, you can go to the Italian shops. Some of the stores you will find orderly and clean, where you will be waited upon by swarthy men. Or you may encounter a dashing brunette whose eyes look as if they could flash all too gaily in the excitement of the tarantella, and who glances boldly at you, not desirous of answering your inquiries, and shrieking in a vixenish manner at some mild youth peacefully reading a paper, when he essays to call boss for the owner of the shop to come and interpret for you. Do not feel dismayed by this experience, for at the next place you may find a young mother tending shop, with her baby in her arms, looking markedly like the gentle, oval-faced Madonnas of Raphael. Besides the little shops, there are large Italian importing grocers, where men who understand foreign edibles and like good living are wont to go for fine cheese and wines at moderate price. There will be wine known as Chianti and sweet red Lacrima Christi, which suggests port, but is not so astringent. As one girl said, I did not know what Lacrima Christi was until I went into an Italian shop. When Cousin Millicent mentioned it in a letter from Italy, I supposed from the name it might be a sorrowful carving in a church or wayside shrine. On the walls and ceilings of the Italian groceries are hung many hams and cheeses, the latter shaped like a gourd and dark colored from the manner of curing. Slice across one, and the fine, firm texture, pleasant flavor, and yellow color will be revealed. Some are made of sheep and goat's milk. There are Caciovalli, Provoli, Pecorino, Toscano, and Roman, besides the more familiar Gorgonzola and Parmesan. Of course, there are sausages and quantities of sardines, anchovies, tunny fish, pickled eels, dark ripe olives, and green ones, red peppers, and dried fruits. Under the name of pomodoro, one may recognize our familiar tomato. It comes as a thick paste, either in cans or in large receptacles, from which it is sold by the pound for making soups and sauces and for macaroni dressing. Without a great array of macaroni pastas, it would not be an Italian shop. Artichokes in cans are for sale and are very cheap. The globe or French artichoke, not the tubers. Oranges and chestnuts are sold by the curbstone vendors. At the confectionery stores you will find almond candies predominating, in all colors, both soft and brilliant, for it is the hard, sugar-coated almonds that are preferred. Hazelnut nougat is 40 cents a pound, very solid with nuts, unblanched, which is a pity, and here and there bits of citron with the nuts. At little bake shops are very nice almond biscottines, and apple patties, 2 for 5 cents, have delicate pastry, prettily edged, and a well-prepared filling. The kindly patrons stand back and let you buy first, for they see that you are not one of them, and kindly explain what the various things are composed of, if the attendant cannot do so. Not only at a restaurant conspicuously labeled Cosmopolitan do you see an American pie, but almost everywhere you go, even the crumb pie of the Pennsylvania Germans. If it is in Philadelphia, then you choose to go a-hunting. Will you enter the Café Mascani and hear the music? If you are told the owner is a relative of the noted musician of that name? Further on is the Café Posilipo. Will you venture in there for shellfish, as if you were on the Bay of Naples? Or at a more showy corner place, with a large display window, where you see Ristorante di Roma, will you try some of the mushrooms and raviolis? Or will you go farther to the restaurant Della Bella Napoli? In the window are fresh liver, fresh eggplant, some pies, a basket of mushrooms, cream cakes, croquettes ready for frying, and a platter of raviolis, ready for their final cooking. Raviolis are a form of dumpling. A boiled noodle dough is stretched very thin, and on it at regular intervals is placed high seasoned chopped meat or vegetables. When half has been so filled, the other half of the pastry is carefully lifted and placed over the top. The separate little flattened mounds of filling are then cut out with a sharp cutter, often with scalloped edges, and the edges of pastry are then pressed together with a little milk or water to aid in uniting them. Then they are ready for the final cooking, but are usually set away a while. When the meal is to be served, they are lifted with care, as the thin dough breaks easily, and are poached in broth or salted water. Lift them with a salted skimmer when done, draining off all water or broth. In a frying pan containing plenty of hot butter, fry some bread dice until crisply brown. Pour the browned butter and bread dice over the raviolis and serve at once. Bread crumbs are mixed with the meat filling and bound together with yolk of egg sometimes. Again, giblets are used, and the raviolis are served around boiled fowl. Cauliflower is a suitable vegetable with a little cheese sauce for raviolis. Garibaldi once remarked that the thought of raviolis sometimes tempted him to give up camp life and warfare for peace and home life. If you do not know where to purchase, a few pennies will make many a child anxious to be your guide from shop to shop. As they attend school, they make ready interpreters. Examine the Italian shapes of bread, so made as to secure the largest amount of crust by ingenious slashings. There is star bread, stella de pane, and ring-shaped twists and square sheets of pepper bread. This pepper bread is wet with olive oil and dredged with black pepper to create thirst, just as the Germans use a salted pretzel as an appetizer. Italian breads are made of good hard wheat flour. A laborer will make a meal from a loaf split and spread with sliced onions. A strange example is here given of an immense loaf shaped like a man, with a cheese in one hand and a basket of fruit in another, and all the articles of dress and ornament modeled with care, so much more difficult to do in bread that rises than in cookies or crackers. For All Souls' Day in Brescia, Italy, it is said by Mrs. Buckland that breads are made in the form of bones of the leg or arm and jaw bones set with almonds for teeth. Such symbolic breads are grotesque. Italy's greatest poet, Dante, has said that other people's bread was bitter and other people's stairs hard to climb. And another poet who loved Italy well has said, "What if the bread be bitter in thine inn, and thou unshod to meet the flints? At least it may be said, because the way is short, I thank thee, God." Probably some little inn and poor bread there, and the mountain reaches above it, seemed typical to Mrs. Browning of our life's journey. Italy is not noted as a land of good bread. Yeast is sent from Paris unless sour leaven be used. In the cities, various breads to suit the tastes of tourists can be had. In the northern parts of Italy, chestnuts are used for bread, while in the south, maize grows well and is used both for bread and polenta. One of the very old tombs in Italy shows a baker's utensils carved upon the entrance. The ancient Romans showed great taste and indulged in great luxury when Rome could levy upon many lands for her feasts. Modern Italian cookery has become better known to English readers since the publication of 2 little volumes by different writers within a few years. When we think of ice cream, our minds are set at rest by the thought of not having to choose varieties, for one has but to order that pretty Italian cream known as Neapolitan brick, to have a pleasant blending of variously flavored layers. It is said that the popular ice cream sandwich originated with an itinerant Italian ice cream vendor. Now, in daintier guise, at nice cafes and quick lunch places, ice cream sandwiches are a favorite order as the pleasing finish of a shopping luncheon. In Little Italy, should you be subject to apprehension about the cleanliness of the neighborhood, you can decide to buy only original packaged goods, such as wine, cheese, canned vegetables, truffles, and olive oil, ere you wend your way home to entertain your family with an account of your jaunt into the foreign quarter. End of Food in Little Italy by Julia Davis Chandler. Read by Betty B.
The History of Games by Edward B. Tyler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Games by Edward B. Tyler, Fellow of the Royal Society. Before examining some groups of the higher orders of games, with the view of tracing their course in the world, it will be well to test by a few examples the principles on which we may reason as to their origin and migrations. An intelligent traveler among the Kalmucks, noticing that they play a kind of chess resembling ours, would not for a moment entertain the idea of such an invention having been made more than once, but would feel satisfied that we and they and all chess players must have had the game from one original source. In this example lies the gist of the ethnological argument from artificial games, that when any such appears in two districts, it must have traveled from one to the other, or to both from a common center. Of course, this argument does not apply to all games. Some are so simple and natural that, for all we can tell, they may often have sprung up of themselves, such as tossing a ball or wrestling, while children everywhere imitate in play the serious work of grown-up life, from spearing an enemy down to molding an earthen pot. The distinctly artificial sports we are concerned with here are marked by some peculiar trick or combination not so likely to have been hit upon twice. Not only complex games like chess and tennis, but even many childish sports seem well-defined formations, of which the spread may be traced on the map, such as the botanist traces his plants from their geographical centers. It may give us confidence in this way of looking at the subject if we put the opposite view to the test of history and geography to see where it fails. Travelers observing the likeness of children's games in Europe and Asia have sometimes explained it on this wise, that, the human mind being alike everywhere, the same games are naturally found in different lands, children taking to hockey, tops, stilts, kites, and so on, each at its proper season. But if so, why is it that in outlying barbarous countries one hardly finds a game without finding also that there is a civilized nation within reach from whom it may have been learned? And what is more, how is it that European children knew nothing till a few centuries ago of some of their now most popular sports? For instance, they had no battledore and shuttlecock and never flew kites until these games came across from Asia, when they took root at once and became naturalized over Europe. The origin of kite flying seems to lie somewhere in Southeast Asia, where it is a sport even of grown-up men, who fight their kites by making them cut one another's strings, and fly birds and monsters of the most fantastic shapes and colors, especially in China, where old gentlemen may be seen taking their evening stroll, kite string in hand, as though they were leading pet dogs. The English boy's kite appears thus an instance not of spontaneous play instinct, but of the migration of an artificial game from a distant center. Nor is this all it proves in the history of civilization. Within a century, Europeans becoming acquainted with the South Sea Islanders found them down to New Zealand adepts at flying kites, which they made of leaves or bark cloth and called manu, or bird, flying them in solemn form with accompaniment of traditional chants. It looks as though the toy reached Polynesia through the Malay region, thus belonging to that drift of Asiatic culture which is evident in many other points of South Sea Island life. The geography of another of our childish diversions may be noticed as matching with this. Mr. Wallace relates that, being one wet day in a Dayak house in Borneo, he thought to amuse the lads by taking a piece of string to show them Cat's Cradle, but to his surprise he found that they knew more about it than he did, going off into figures that quite puzzled him. Other Polynesians are skilled in this nursery art, especially the Maoris of New Zealand, who call it Maui, from the name of their national hero, by whom, according to their tradition, it was invented. Its various patterns represent canoes, houses, people, and even episodes in Maui's life, such as his fishing up New Zealand from the bottom of the sea. In fact, they have their pictorial history in Cat's Cradle, and whatever their traditions may be worth, they stand good to show that the game was of the time of their forefathers, not lately picked up from the Europeans. In the Sandwich Islands and New Zealand, it is on record that the natives were found playing a kind of draughts that was not the European game, and which can hardly be accounted for but as another result of the drift of Asiatic civilization down into the Pacific. Once started, a game may last on almost indefinitely. Among the children's sports of the present day are some which may be traced back toward the limits of historical antiquity, and for all we know may have been old then. Among the pictures of ancient Egyptian games in the tombs of Beni Hassan, one shows a player with his head down so that he cannot see what the others are doing with their clenched fists above his back. Here is obviously the game called in English hot cockles, in French nain-chaud, and better described by its medieval name of qui ferit, or who struck, the blind man having to guess by whom he was hit, or with which hand. It was the Greek kolobismos, or buffet game, and carries with it a tragical association in those passages in the Gospels which show it turned to mockery by the Roman soldiers. Quote, "And when they had blindfolded him, they buffeted him, saying, Prophesy unto us, Christ, who is he that smote thee?" Unquote. Luke 22:64, Matthew 26:67, Mark 15:65. Another of the Egyptian pictures plainly represents the game we know by its Italian name of mora, the Latin macaccio, or flashing of the fingers, which has thus lasted on in the Mediterranean districts over 3,000 years, handed down through 100 successive generations who did not improve it, for from the first it was perfect in its fitting into one little niche in human nature. It is the game of guessing addition, the players both at once throwing out fingers and in the same moment shouting their guesses at the total. Mora is the pastime of the drinking shop in China as in Italy, and may perhaps be reckoned among the items of culture which the Chinese have borrowed from the Western barbarians. Though so ancient, mora has in it no touch of prehistoric rudeness, but must owe its origin to a period when arithmetic had risen quite above the savage level. The same is true of the other old arithmetical game, odd and even, which the poet couples with riding on a stick as the most childish of diversions, luder par impar equater and arundine longa. But the child playing it must be of a civilized nation, not of a low barbaric tribe, where no one would think of classing numbers into the odd and even series, so that Europeans have even had to furnish their languages with words for these ideas. I asked myself the question whether the ancient Aryans distinguished odd from even, and curiously enough found that an answer had been preserved by the unbroken tradition not of Greek arithmeticians, but of boys at play. A scholiast on the Plautos of Aristophanes, where the game is mentioned, happens to remark that it is also known as zuga a azuga, yokes or not yokes. Now this matches so closely in form and sense with the Sanskrit terms for even and odd numbers, yuj and ayuj, as to be fair evidence that both Hindus and Greeks inherited arithmetical ideas and words familiar to their Aryan ancestors. Following up the clues that join the play life of the ancient and modern worlds, let us now look at the ball play, which has always held its place among sports. Beyond mere tossing and catching, the simplest kind of ball play is where a ring of players send the ball from hand to hand. This gentle pastime has its well-marked place in history. Thus, the ancient Greeks, whose secret of life was to do even trivial things with artistic perfection, delighted in the game of Nausicaa, and on their vases is painted many a scene where ball play, dance, and song unite in one graceful sport. The bull dance is now scarcely to be found, but as an out-of-the-way relic of old custom. Yet it has left curious traces in European languages, where the ball, Low Latin balla, has given its name to the dance it went with, Italian ballare, ballo, French bal, English ball, and even to the song that accompanied the dance. Italian ballata, French ballade, English ballad. The passion of ball play begins not with this friendly, graceful delivery of the ball into the next hand, but when two hostile players or parties are striving each to take or send it away from the other. Thus, on the one hand, there comes into existence the group of games represented by the Greek harpaston, or seizing game, where the two sides struggled to carry off the ball. In Brittany, this has been played till modern times with the hay-stuff soule or sun-ball, as big as a football, fought for by two communes, each striving to carry it home over their own border. Émile Souvestre, in his Dernier Breton, has told the last story of this fierce game in the Pontivy district, how the man who had had his father killed and his own eye knocked out by François, surnamed Le Souleur, lay in wait for that redoubted champion, and got him down, soule and all, halfway across the boundary stream. The murderous soule play had to be put down by authority, as it had years before in Scotland, where it had given rise to the suggestive proverb, "All is fair at the ball of Scone." The other class of hostile ball games differs from this in the ball having not to be brought to one's own home, but sent to the goal of the other side. In the Greek epikoinos, or common ball, the ball was put on the middle line, and each party tried to seize it and throw it over the adversary's goal line. This game also lasted on into modern Europe, and our proper English name for it is hurling, while football also is a variety of it, the great Roman blown leather ball, pholis, being used instead of the small handball, and kicked instead of thrown. Now, as hurling was an ordinary classical game, the ancients need only to have taken a stick to drive the ball instead of using hands or feet, and would have thus arrived at hockey. But Corydon never seems to have thought of borrowing Phyllis's crook for the purpose it would have so exactly suited. No mention of games like hockey appears in the ancient world, and the course of invention which brought them into the modern world is at once unexpected and instructive. The game known to us as polo has been traced to Sir W. Ouseley in Persia, far back in the Sasanian dynasty, and was at any rate in vogue there before the 8th century. It was played with the long-handled mallet called the shugan, which Persian word came to signify also the game played with it. This is the instrument referred to in the 1001 Nights, and among various earlier passages where it occurs in the legend told by the Persian historian of Darius, insulting Alexander by sending him a ball and mallet, guevi shugan, as a hint that he was a boy more fit to play polo than to go to war. When this tale finds its way to Scotland in the romance of King Alisande, these unknown instruments are replaced by a whipping top, and Shakespeare has the story in the English guise of a newer period in the scene in Henry V. What treasure, uncle? Tennis balls, my liege. By the 9th century, the game of shugan had established itself in the Eastern Empire, where its name appears in the barbarous Greek form zingenizine. In the Byzantine descriptions, however, we find not the original mallet, but a long staff ending in a broad bend filled in with a network of gut strings. Thus there appear in the East, as belonging to the great sport of ball play on horseback, the first shapes of two implements which remodeled the whole play life of medieval and modern Europe, the shugan being the ancestor of the mallets used in pall mall and croquet, and of an endless variety of other playing clubs and bats, while the bent shaft with its network was the primitive racket. The fine old Persian drawing of a match at shugan, which is copied by Ouseley in his Travels in the East, justifies his opinion that the horseback game is the original. We should not talk of polo as being hockey on horseback, but rather regard hockey as dismounted polo, and class it with pall mall, golf, and many another bat and ball game. Indeed, when one comes to think of it, one sees that no stick being necessary for the old foot game of hurling, none was used. But as soon as the Persian horseman wanted to play ball on horseback, a proper instrument had to be invented. This came to be used in the foot game also, so that the Orientals are familiar both with the mounted and dismounted kinds. The horseback game seems hardly to have taken hold in Europe till our own day, when the English brought it down from Munipur, and it has now, under the name of polo, become a worldwide sport again. But the foot game made its way early into Europe, as appears from a curious passage in Joinville's Life of St. Louis, written at the end of the 13th century. Having seen the game on his crusade and read about it in the Byzantine historians, he argues that the Greeks must have borrowed their Zincanisterium from the French, for it is, he says, a game played in Languedoc by driving a boxwood ball with a long mallet, and called there chicane. The modern reader has to turn this neat and patriotic argument upside down, the French chicane being only a corruption of the Persian shugan, so that what Joinville actually proves is that before his time the Eastern game had traveled into France, bringing with it its Eastern name. Already in his day, from the ball game with its shifts and dodges, the term chicane had come to be applied by metaphor to the shuffles of lawyers to embarrass the other side, and thence to intrigue and trickery in general. English has borrowed chicane in the sense of trickery, without knowing it as the name of a game. Metaphors taken from sports may thus outlast their first sense, as when again people say, "Don't bandy words with me," without an idea that they are using another metaphor taken from the game of hockey, which was called bandy from the curved stick or club it was played with. In France, the name of crosse, meaning a crutch, or bishop's crossier, was used for the mallet, and thence the game of hockey has its ordinary French name, jeu de la crosse. In Spanish, the game has long been known as chueca. The Spaniards taught it to the natives of South America, who took kindly to it, not as mere boys' play, but as a manly sport. It is curious to read accounts by modern European travelers who seem not to recognize their own playground game when transplanted among the Araucanians of Chile, even though it shows its Spanish origin by the name of chueca. Seeing this, one asks whence did the North American Indians get their famous ball play, known from California right across the Indian country? It is to all intents the European chueca, crosse, or hockey, the deerskin ball being thrown up in the middle, each of the two contending parties striving to throw or drive it through the adversary's goal. The Iroquois say that in old times their forefathers played with curved clubs and a wooden ball, before the racket was introduced, with which to strike, carry, or throw the leather ball. Of all the describers of this fine game, Catlin has best depicted its scenes with pen and pencil, from its beginning with the night ball play dance, where the players crowded round their goals, held up and clashed their rackets, and the women danced in lines between, and the old men smoked to the Great Spirit, and led the chant for his favor in the contest. The painter would never miss a ball play, but sit from morning till sundown on his pony, studying the forms of the young athletes in their almost superhuman struggles for the ball, till at last one side made the agreed number of goals, and divided with yells of triumph the fur robes and tin kettles and miscellaneous property staked on the match. Now, as to the introduction of the game into North America, the Jesuit missionaries of New France, as early as 1636, mention it by their own French name of jeu de crosse, at which Indian villages contended à qui crossera le mieux. The Spaniards, however, had been above a century in America, and might have brought it in, which is a readier explanation than the other possible alternative that it made its way across from Southeast Asia. When the Middle Ages set in, the European mind at last became awake to the varied pleasure to be got out of hitting a ball with a bat. The games now developed need not be here spoken of at length, proportioned to their great place in modern life, as the changes which gave rise to them are so comparatively modern and well known. The Persian apparatus kept close to its original form in the game of pall mall, that is, ball mallet, into which game was introduced the arch or ring to drive the ball through, whereby enough incident was given to knocking it about to make the sport fit for a few players, or even a single pair. An account of pall mall and its modern revival in croquet will be found in Dr. Pryor's little book. Playing the ball into holes serves much the same purpose as sending it through rings, and thus came in the particular kind of bandy called golf, from the clubs used to drive the ball. The stool ball, so popular in medieval merrymakings, was played with a stool, which one protected by striking away with his hands the ball which another bowled at it. The in player was out if the stool was hit, or he might be caught out, so that here is evidently part of the origin of cricket, in which the present stumps seem to represent the stool. In club ball, a ball was bowled and hit with a club, and a game called cat and dog was played in Scotland 2 centuries ago, where players protected not wickets, but holes from wooden cat pitched at them, getting runs when they hit it. We have here the simple elements from which the complex modern cricket was developed. Lastly, among the obscure accounts of ancient ball play, it is not easy to make out that the ball was ever sent against an opposite wall for the other player to take it at the bound and return it. Such a game, particularly suited to soldiers shut up in castle yards, became popular about the 14th century under the name of pila palmaria or jeu de paume, which name indicates its original mode of striking with the palm of the hand, as in fives. It was an improvement to protect the hand with a glove, such as may be still seen in the ball play of Basque cities, as at Bayonne. Sometimes a battledore faced with parchment was used, as witness the story of the man who declared he had played with a battledore that had on it fragments of the lost decades of Livy. But it was the racket that made possible the cutting and boasting of the medieval tennis court, with its elaborate scoring by chases. No doubt it was the real courtyard of the chateau, with its penthouses, galleries, and grated windows, that furnished the tennis court, with the models for its quaintly artificial grills and lunes so eruditely discussed in Mr. Julian Marshall's Annals of Tennis. A few enthusiastic amateurs still delight in the noble and costly game, but the many have reason to be grateful for lawn tennis out of doors, though it be but a mild version of the great game, to which it stands as hockey to polo or as draughts to chess. Turning now to the principal groups of sedentary games, I may refer to the evidence I have brought forward elsewhere, that the use of lots of dice for gambling arose out of an earlier serious use of such instruments for magical divination. The two conceptions indeed pass into one another. The magician draws lots to learn the future, and the gambler to decide the future, so that the difference between them is that between will and shall. But the two-faced lot that can only fall head or tail can only give a simple yes or no, which is often too simple for either the diviner or the gambler. So we find African Negroes divining with a number of cowries thrown together to see how many fall up and how many down, and this too is the Chinese method of solemn lot casting in the temple, when the falling of the spoon-like wooden lots, so many up and so many down, furnishes an intricate result which is to be interpreted by means of the book of mystic diagrams. When this combination of a number of two-faced lots is used by gamblers, this perhaps represents the earlier stage of gaming, which may have led up to the invention of dice, in which the purpose of variety is so much more neatly and easily attained. The first appearance of dice lies beyond the range of history, for though they have not been traced in the early periods in Egypt, there is in the Rig Veda the hymn which portrays the ancient Aryan gambler stirred to frenzy by the fall of the dice. It is not clear even which came first of the various objects that have served as dice. In the classic world, girls use the astrogally or hucklebones as playthings, tossing them up and catching them on the back of the hand, and to this day we may see groups of girls in England at this ancient game, reminding us of the picture of Alexander of Athens in the Naples Museum of the 5 goddesses at play. It was also noticed that these bones fall in 4 ways, with the flat, concave, convex, or sinuous side up, so that they form natural dice, and as such they have been from ancient times gambled with accordingly. In India, nature provides certain 5-sided nuts that answer the purpose of dice. Of course, when the sides are alike, they must be marked or numbered, as with the 4-sided stick dice of India, and that which tends to supersede all others, the 6-sided kubos, which gave the Greek geometers the name for the cube. Since the old Aryan period, many a broken gamester has cursed the hazard of the die. We moderns are apt to look down with mere contempt at his folly, but we judge the ancient gamester too harshly if we forget that his passion is mixed with those thoughts of luck or fortune or superhuman intervention which form the very mental atmosphere of the soothsayer and the oracle prophet. With devout prayer and sacrifice, he would propitiate the deity who should give him winning throws, nor indeed in our own day have such hopes and such appeals ceased among the uneducated. To the educated it is the mathematical theory of probabilities that has shown the folly of the gamester staking his fortune on his powers of divination. But it must be borne in mind that this theory itself was, so to speak, shaken out of the dice-box, when the gambling Chevalier de Mêlée put the question to Pascal in how many throws he ought to get double sixes, and Pascal, solving the problem, started the mathematical calculation of chances. This laid the foundation of the scientific system of statistics, which more and more regulates the arrangements of society. Thus, accurate method was applied to the insurance table, which enables a man to hedge against his ugliest risks, to eliminate his chances of fire and death by betting that he shall have a new roof over his head and a provision for his widow. Of all the wonderful turns of the human mind in the course of culture, scarce any is more striking than this history of lots and dice. Who in the Middle Ages could have guessed what would be its next outcome? That magic sunk into sport should rise again as science, and man's failure to divine the future should lead him to success in controlling it. Already in the ancient world there appear mentions of games where the throws of lots or dice, perhaps at first merely scored with counters on a board, gave the excitement of chance to a game which is partly a draft game, the player being allowed to judge with which pieces he will move his allotted number. In England, this group of games is represented by backgammon. When Greek writers mention dice playing, they no doubt often mean some game of this class, for at mere hazard the Persian Queen Mother could not have played her game carefully, as Plutarch says she did, nor would there have been any sense in his remark that in life, as in dicing, one must not only get good throws, but know how to use them. The Roman game of 12 lines, duodecim scripta, so nearly corresponded with our trick-track, or backgammon, that M. Bec de Fauquier, in his Jeu d'Ancien, works out on the ordinary backgammon board the problem of the Emperor Zeno that has vexed the soul of many a critic. All these games, however, are played with dice, and as there exist other games of like principle where lots are thrown instead of dice, it may perhaps be inferred that such ruder and clumsier lot, backgammon was the earlier, and dice backgammon a later improvement upon it. Of course, things may have happened the opposite way. Lot backgammon is still played in the East in more than one form. The Arabic-speaking peoples call it tab, or game, and play it with an oblong board or rows of holes in the ground, with bits of brick and stone for draughts of the two colors, and for lots 4 palm-stick slips with a black and white side. In this low variety of lot backgammon, the object is not to get one's own men home, but to take all the adversaries. The best representative of this group of games is the Hindu pachisi, which belongs to a series ancient in India. It is played on a cross-shaped board or embroidered cloth, up and down the arms of which the pieces move and take, in somewhat the manner of backgammon, till they get back to the central home. The men move by the throws of a number of cowries, of which the better throws not only score high, but entitle the player to a new throw, which corresponds to our rule of doubles, giving a double move at backgammon. The game of pachisi has great vogue in Asia, extending into the Far East, where it is played with flat tamarind seeds as lots. It even appears to have found its way still farther eastward into America, forming a link in the chain of evidence of an Asiatic element in the civilization of the Aztecs. For the early Spanish-American writers describe, as played at the court of Montezuma, a game called patuli, played after the manner of their European tables or backgammon, but on a mat with a diagram like a plus or Greek cross, full of squares on which the different colored stones or pieces of the players were moved according to the throws of a number of marked beans. Without the board and pieces, the mere throwing hazards with the beans or lots, to bet on the winning throws, furnishes the North American tribes with their favorite means of gambling, the game of plumstones, game of the bowl, etc. It is a curious inquiry what led people to the by no means obvious idea of finding sport in placing stones or pieces on a diagram and moving them by rule. One hint as to how this may have come about is found in the men at backgammon acting as though they were counting up the throws. The word abax or abacus is used both for the reckoning board with its counters and the play board with its pieces, whence a plausible guess has been made that playing on the ruled board came from a sportive use of the serious counting instrument. The other hint is that board games, from the rudest up to chess, are so generally of the nature of Kriegspiel or war game, the men marching on the field to unite their forces or capture their enemies, that this notion of mimic war may have been the very key to their invention. Still, these guesses are far from sufficient, and the origin of board games is still among the anthropologists' unanswered riddles. The simpler board games of skill, that is, without lots or dice, and played by successive moves or draws of the pieces, may be classed accordingly as games of drafts, this term including a number of different games, ancient and modern. The ancient Egyptians were eager draft players, but though we have many pictures and even the actual boards and men used, it is not clear exactly how any of their games were played. Ingenuity and good heavy erudition have been misspent by scholars in trying to reconstruct ancient games without the necessary data, and I shall not add here another guess as to the rules of the drafts with which Penelope's suitors delighted their souls as they sat at the palace gates on the hides of the oxen they had slaughtered. Nor will I discuss the various theories as to what the sacred line was in the Greek game of the 5 lines mentioned by Sophocles. It will be more to the purpose to point out that games worth keeping up hardly die out, so that among existing sports are probably represented, with more or less variation, the best games of the ancients. On looking into the mentions of the famous Greek draft game of Plinthion or Polis, it appears that the numerous pieces or dogs, half of them of one color and half of the other, were moved on the squares of the board, the game being for 2 of the same color to get one of the other color between them and so take him. The attempt to reason out from this the exact rules of the classic game has not answered. But on looking instead of arguing, I find that a game just fitting the description still actually exists. The donkey boys of Cairo play it in the dust with dogs, which are bits of stone and red brick, and the guides have scratched its siga or diagram on the top of the Great Pyramid. If it was not there before, it would have come with Alexander to Alexandria, and has seemingly gone on unchanged since. There is an account of it in Lane's Modern Egyptians, and anyone interested in games will find it worth trying with drafts on a cardboard square. One kind of the Roman game of Latrinculi was closely related to this, as appears from such passages as Ovid's Cum medias gemino calculus host perit, referring to the stone being taken between 2 enemies. The poet mentions, a few lines further on, the little table with its 3 stones, where the game is continue as suis, to get your men in a line, which is, of course, our own childish game of tit-tat-toe. This case of the permanence of an ancient game was long ago recognized by Hyde in his treatise De Ludis Orientalibus. It is the simplest form of the group, known to us as Mil Merrill's Morris, played by children all the way across from Shetland to Singapore. Among the varieties of draft games played in the world, one of the most elaborate is the Chinese Weiqi, or game of circumvention, the honored pastime of the learned classes. Here one object is to take your enemy by surrounding him with 4 of your own men, so as to make what is called an eye, which looks as though the game belonged historically to the same group as the simpler classic drafts, where the man is taken between 2 adversaries. In modern Europe, the older games of this class have been superseded by one on a different principle. The history of what we now call drafts is disclosed by the French dictionary, which shows how the men used to be called pions, or pawns, until they reached the other side of the board, then becoming dames or queens. Thus the modern game of drafts is recognized as being, in fact, a low variety of chess, in which the pieces are all pawns turned into queens in chess fashion when they gain the adversary's line. The earliest plain accounts of the game are in Spanish books of the Middle Ages, and the theory of its development through the medieval chess problems will be found worked out by the best authority on chess, Dr. A. van der Linde, in his Geschichte des Schachspiels. The group of games represented by the Hindu, tiger and cows, our fox and geese, shows in a simple way the new situations that arise in board games when the men are no longer all alike, but have different powers or moves. Isidore of Seville, about A.D. 600, mentions under the name of La Trinquerie a game played with pieces of which some were common soldiers, ordinarii, marching step by step, while others were wanderers, vegi. It seems clear that the notions of a Kriegsspiel, or war game, and of pieces with different powers moving on the checkerboard were familiar in the civilized world at the time when, in the 8th century or earlier, some inventive Hindu may have given them a more perfect organization by setting on the board two whole opposing armies, each complete in the 4 forces, foot, horse, elephants, and chariots, from which an Indian army is called in Sanskrit chaturanga, or 4-bodied. The game thus devised was itself called chaturanga, for when it passed into Persia it carried with it its Indian name in the form shatranja, still retained there, though lost by other nations who received the game from Persia and named it from the Persian name of the principal piece, the Shah or king, whence shash, chess, chess. According to this simple theory, which seems to have the best evidence, chess is a late and high development arising out of the ancient draft games. But there is another theory maintained by Professor Duncan Forbes in his History of Chess, and prominent in one at least of our chess handbooks, which practically amounts to saying that chess is derived from backgammon. It is argued that the original game was the Indian 4-fold chess, played with 4 half sets of men, black, red, green, and yellow, ranged on the 4 sides of the board, the moves of the pieces being regulated by the throws of dice. That in course of time the dice were given up, and each 2 allied half sets of men coalesced into one whole set, one of the 2 kings sinking to the position of minister or queen. Now, this 4-fold Indian dice chess is undoubtedly a real game, but the mentions of it are modern, whereas history records the spread of chess proper over the East as early as the 10th century. In the most advanced Indian form of pachisi, called chupur, there are not only the 4 sets of different colored men, but the very same stick dice that are used in the dice chess, which looks as though this latter game, far from being the original form of chess, were an absurd modern hybrid resulting from the attempt to play backgammon with chessmen. This is Dr. van der Linde's opinion, readers of whose book will find it supported by more technical points, while they will be amused with the author's zeal in belaboring his adversary Forbes, which reminds one of the legends of medieval chess players, where the match naturally concludes by one banging the other about the head with the board. It is needless to describe here the well-known points of difference between the Indo-Persian and the modern European chess. On the whole, the Indian game has substantially held its own, while numberless attempts to develop it into philosopher's chess, military tactics, etc., have been tried and failed, bringing, as they always do, too much instructive detail into the plan which in ancient India was shaped so judiciously between sport and science. In this survey of games I have confined myself to such as offered subjects for definite remark, the many not touched on including cards, of which the precise history is still obscure. Of the conclusions brought forward, most are no doubt imperfect, and some may be wrong, but it seemed best to bring them forward for the purpose of giving the subject publicity, with a view to inducing travelers and others to draw up minutely accurate accounts of all undescribed games they notice. In Cook's Third Voyage it is mentioned that the Sandwich Islanders played a game like draughts with black and white pebbles on a board of 14 by 17 squares. Had the explorers spent an hour in learning it, we should perhaps have known whether it was the Chinese or the Malay game, or what it was, and this might have been the very clue, lost to native memory, to the connection of the Polynesians with a higher Asiatic culture in ages before a European ship had come within their coral reefs. It remains to call attention to a point which this research into the development of games brings strongly into view. In the study of civilization, As of so many other branches of natural history, a theory of gradual evolution proves itself a trustworthy guide. But it will not do to assume that culture must always come on by regular, unvarying progress. That, on the contrary, the lines of change may be extremely circuitous, the history of games affords instructive proofs. Looking over a playground wall at a game of hockey, one might easily fancy the simple line of improvement to have been that the modern schoolboy took to using a curved stick to drive the ball with, instead of hurling it with his hands, as he would have done if he had been a young Athenian of B.C. 500. But it now appears that the line of progress was by no means so simple and straight, if we have to go round by Persia and bring in the game of polo as an intermediate stage. If, comparing Greek drafts and English drafts, we were to jump to the conclusion that the one was simply a further development of the other, this would be wrong, for the real course appears to have been that some old draft game rose into chess, and then again a lowered form of chess came down to become a new game of drafts. We may depend upon it that the great world game of evolution is not played only by pawns moving straight on, one square before another, but that long stretching moves of pieces in all directions bring on new situations, not readily foreseen by minds that find it hard to see 6 moves ahead upon a chessboard. Fortnightly Review. End of The History of Games by Edward B. Tyler.
Excerpt from Chapter 14 of Life in the Clearings versus the Bush by Susanna Moody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Excerpt from Chapter 14. Novels form the most attractive species of reading here for the young, and the best of these, in pamphlet form, may be procured for from 25 to 50 cents. And here I must claim the privilege of speaking a few words in defense of both novel readers and novel writers, in spite of the horror which I fancy I see depicted on many a grave countenance. There are many good and conscientious persons who regard novels and novel writers with devout horror, who condemn their works, however moral in their tendency, as unfit for the perusal of responsible and intelligent creatures, who will not admit into their libraries any books but such as treat of religious, historical, or scientific subjects, imagining, and we think very erroneously, that all works of fiction have a demoralizing effect and tend to weaken the judgment and enervate the mind. We will, however, allow that there is both truth and sound sense in some of these objections; that if a young person's reading is entirely confined to this class of literature, and that of an inferior sort, a great deal of harm may be the result, as many of these works are apt to convey to them false and exaggerated pictures of life. Such a course of reading would produce the same effect upon the mind as a constant diet of sweetmeats would upon the stomach. It would destroy the digestion, and induce a loathing for more wholesome food. Still, the mind requires recreation as well as the body, and cannot always be engaged upon serious studies without injury to the brain and the disarrangement of some of the most important organs of the body. Now, we think it would be satisfactorily proved, in spite of the stern crusade perpetually waged against works of fiction by a large portion of well-meaning people, that much good has been done in the world through their instrumentality. Most novels and romances, particularly those of the modern school, are founded upon real incidents, and, like the best heads in the artist's picture, the characters are drawn from life, and the closer the drawing or story approximates to nature, the more interesting and popular will it become. Though a vast number of these works are daily pouring from the British and American press, it is only those of a very high class that are generally read, and become as familiar as household words. The tastes of individuals differ widely on articles of dress, food, and amusement. but there is a wonderful affinity in the minds of men as regards works of literature. A book that appeals strongly to the passions, if true to nature, will strike nearly all alike and obtain a world-wide popularity, while the mere fiction sinks back into obscurity, is once read and forgotten. The works of Smollett and Fielding were admirable pictures of society as it existed in their day, but we live in a more refined age, and few young people would feel any pleasure in the coarse pictures exhibited in those once celebrated works. The novels of Richardson, recommended by grave divines from the pulpit as perfect models of purity and virtue, would now be cast aside with indifference and disgust. They were considered quite the reverse in the age he wrote, and he was regarded as one of the great reformers of the vices of his time. We may therefore conclude that, although repugnant to our taste and feelings, they were the means of effecting much good in a gross and licentious age. In the writings of our current modern novelists, virtue is never debased, nor vice exalted. But there is a constant endeavor to impress upon the mind of the reader the true wisdom of the one and the folly of the other, and where the author fails to create an interest in the fate of his hero or heroine, it is not because they are bad or immoral characters, like Lovelace in Clarissa Harlowe and Lord B in Pamela, but that, like Sir Charles Grandison, they are too good for reality, and their very faultlessness renders them, like the said Sir Charles, affected and unnatural. Where high moral excellence is represented as struggling with the faults and follies common to humanity, sometimes yielding to temptation and reaping the bitter fruits, and at other times successfully resisting the allurements of vice, all our sympathies are engaged in the contest. It becomes our own, and we follow the hero through all his trials, weep over his fall, or triumph in his success. Children, who possess an unsophisticated judgment in these matters, seldom feel much interest in the model boy of a moral story. Not from any innate depravity of mind, which leads them to prefer vice to virtue, for no such preference can exist in the human breast, no, not even in the perverted hearts of the worst of men, but because the model boy is like no other boy of their acquaintance. He does not resemble them, for he is a piece of unnatural perfection. He neither fights, nor cries, nor wishes to play when he ought to be busy with his lessons. He lectures like a parson, and talks like a book. His face is never dirty. He never tears his clothes, nor soils his hands with making dirt pies, or puddling in the mud. His hair is always smooth, his face always wears a smile, and he was never known to sulk, or say, "I won't." The boy is a perfect stranger. They cannot recognize his likeness, nor follow his example. And why? Because both are unnatural caricatures. But be sure that if the naughty boy of the said tale creates the most interest for his fate in the mind of the youthful reader, it is simply because he is drawn with more truthfulness than the character that was intended for his counterpart. The language of passion is always eloquent, and the bad boy is delineated true to his bad nature, and is made to speak and act naturally, which never fails to awaken a touch of sympathy in beings equally prone to err. I again repeat that few minds, if any, exist that can find beauty in deformity, or ought to admire in the hideousness of vice. There are many persons in the world who cannot bear to receive instruction when conveyed to them in a serious form, who shrink with loathing from the cant with which too many religious novels are loaded, and who yet might be induced to listen to precepts of religion or morality when arrayed in a more amusing and attractive garb, and enforced by characters who speak and feel like themselves, and share in all things a common humanity. Some of our admirable modern works of fiction, or rather truths disguised, in order to make them more palatable to the generality of readers, have done more to ameliorate the sorrows of mankind by drawing the attention of the public to the wants and woes of the lower classes than all the charity sermons that have been delivered from the pulpit. Yes, the despised and reprobated novelist, by daring to unveil the crimes and miseries of neglected and ignorant men, and to point out the abuses which have produced, and are still producing, the same dreadful results, are missionaries in the cause of humanity, the real friends and benefactors of mankind. The selfish worldling may denounce as infamous and immoral the heart-rending pictures of human suffering and degradation that the writings of Dickens and Sue have presented to their gaze, and declare that they are unfit to meet the eyes of the virtuous and refined, that no good can arise from the publication of such revolting details, and that to be ignorant of the existence of such horrors is in itself a species of virtue. Daughter of wealth, daintily nurtured and nicely educated, is blindness nature? Does your superiority over these fallen creatures spring from any innate principle in your own breast which renders you more worthy of the admiration and esteem of your fellow creatures? Are not you indebted to the circumstances in which you are placed, and to that moral education for every virtue that you possess? You can feel no pity for the murderer, the thief, the prostitute. Such people may aptly be termed the wild beasts of society, and, like wild beasts, should be hunted down and killed in order to secure the peace and comfort of the rest. Well, the law has been doing this for many ages, and yet the wild beasts still exist and prey upon their neighbors, and such will still continue to be the case until Christianity, following the example of her blessed founder, goes forth into the wilderness of life on her errand of mercy, not to condemn, but to seek and to save that which is lost. The conventional rules of society have formed a hedge about you, which renders any flagrant breach of morality very difficult, in some cases almost impossible. From infancy the dread commandments have been sounding in your ears: Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery. And the awful mandate has been strengthened by the admonitions of pious parents and good ministers, all anxious for your eternal welfare. You may well be honest, for all your wants have been supplied, and you have yet to learn that where no temptation exists, virtue itself becomes a negative quality. You do not covet the goods which others possess. You have never looked down, with confusion of face and heartfelt bitterness, on the dirty rags that scarcely suffice to conceal the emaciation of your wasted limbs. You have never felt hunger gnawing at your vitals, or shuddered at the cries of famishing children sobbing around your knees for bread. You have dainties to satiety every day, and know nothing of the agonies of sacrificing your virtue for the sake of a meal. If you are cold, you have a good fire to warm you, a comfortable mansion to protect you from the inclemency of the weather, and garments suitable to every season of the year. How can you be expected to sympathize with the ragged, houseless children of wanton infamy? You cannot bear to have these sad realities presented to your notice. It shocks your nerves. You cannot bring yourself to admit that these outcasts of society are composed of the same clay, and you blame the authors who have dared to run a tilt against your prejudices, and have not only attested the unwelcome fact, but have pointed out the causes which lead to the hopeless degradation and depravity of these miserable fellow creatures. You cannot read the works of these humane men, because they bid you to step with them into these dirty abodes of guilt and wretchedness, and see what crime really is, and all the horrors that ignorance and poverty, and a want of self-respect, never fail to bring about. You cannot enter into these abodes of your neglected and starving brothers and sisters, these forlorn scions of a common stock, and view their cold hearths and unfurnished tables, their beds of straw and tattered garments, without defilement, or witness their days of unremitting toil and nights of unrest, and worse, far worse, to behold the evil passions and crimes which spring from a state of ignorance, producing a moral darkness that can be felt. You are insulted and offended at being seen in such bad company, and cannot for a moment imagine that a change in your relative positions might have rendered you no wiser nor better than them. But let me ask you candidly, has not the terrible scene produced some effect? Can you forget its existence, its shocking reality? The lesson it teaches may be distasteful, but you cannot shake off a knowledge of its melancholy facts. The voice of conscience speaks audibly to your heart, that still, small voice, that awful record of himself that God has placed in every breast, and woe be to you or any one when it ceases to be heard, tells you that you cannot, without violating the divine mandate, love thy neighbor as thyself, leave these miserable creatures to languish and die without making one effort to aid in rescuing them from their melancholy fate. "But what can I do?" I hear you indignantly exclaim. Much, oh, how much! You have wealth, a small part of which cannot be better bestowed than in educating these poor creatures, in teaching them to recognize those divine laws which they have broken, in leading them step by step into those paths of piety and peace they have never known. Ignorance has been the most powerful agent in corrupting these perishing criminals. Give them healthful employment, the means of emigrating to countries where labor is aptly remunerated, and will secure for them comfort, independence, and self-respect. In Canada, these victims of overpopulation prove beneficial members of society, while with you they are regarded as a blight and a curse. Numbers of this class are yearly cast upon these shores, yet the crimes which are commonly committed by their instrumentality in Britain very rarely occur with us. We could not sleep with unfastened doors and windows near populous towns if the change in their condition did not bring about a greater moral change in the character of these poor immigrants. They readily gain employment, their toils are aptly remunerated, and they cease to commit crime to procure a precarious existence. In the very worst of these people some good exists. A few seeds remain of divine planting, which, if fostered and judiciously trained, might yet bear fruit for heaven. The authors, whose works you call disgusting and immoral, point out this, and afford you the most pathetic illustrations of its truth. You need not fear contamination from the vices which they portray. Their depravity is of too black a hue to have the least attraction, even to beings only removed a few degrees from the same guilt. Vice may have her admirers when she glitters in gold and scarlet, but when exposed in filth and nakedness, her most reckless devotees shrink back from her in disgust and horror. Vice, without her mask, is a spectacle too appalling for humanity. It exhibits the hideousness and breathes the corruption of hell. If these reprobated works of fiction can startle the rich into a painful consciousness of the wants and agonies of the poor, and make them, in spite of all the conventional laws of society, acknowledge their kindred humanity, who shall say that their books have been written in vain? For my own part, I look upon these authors as heaven-inspired teachers, who have been commissioned by the great Father of souls to proclaim to the world the wrongs and sufferings of millions of his creatures, to plead their cause with unflinching integrity, and, with almost superhuman eloquence, demand for them the justice which the world has so long denied. These men are the benefactors of their species, to whom the whole human race owe a vast debt of gratitude. Since the publication of Oliver Twist, and many other works of the same class, inquiries have been made by thinking and benevolent individuals into the condition of the destitute poor in great cities and manufacturing districts. These works brought to light deeds of darkness and scenes of oppression and cruelty scarcely to be credited in modern times and in Christian communities. The attention of the public was directed towards this miserable class of beings, and its best sympathies enlisted in their behalf. It was called upon to assist in the liberation of these white slaves, chained to the oar for life in the galleys of wealth, and to recognize them as men and brethren. Then sprang up the Ragged Schools, the institutions for reclaiming the youthful vagrants of London, and teaching the idle and profligate the sublime morality of sobriety and industry. Persons who were unable to contribute money to these truly noble objects of charity were ready to assist in the capacity of Sunday school teachers, and add their mite in the great work of moral reform. In overpeopled countries like England and France, the evils arising out of extreme poverty could not be easily remedied, yet the help thus afforded by the rich contributed greatly in ameliorating the distress of thousands of the poorer classes. To the same source we may trace the mitigation of many severe laws. The punishment of death is no longer enforced but in cases of great depravity. Mercy has stepped in and wiped the blood from the sword of justice. Hood's Song of the Shirt produced an almost electric effect upon the public mind. It was a bold, truthful appeal to the best feelings of humanity, and it found a response in every feeling heart. It laid bare the distress of a most deserving and oppressed portion of the female operatives of London, and the good it did is at this moment in active operation. Witness the hundreds of workwomen landed within the last 12 months on these shores, who immediately found liberal employment. God's blessing upon thee, Thomas Hood! The effect produced by that work of divine charity of thine will be felt long after thou and thy heart-searching appeal have vanished into the oblivion of the past. But what matters it to thee if the song is forgotten by coming generations? It performed its mission of mercy on earth, and has opened for thee the gates of heaven. Such a work of fiction as The Caxtons refreshes and invigorates the mind by its perusal, and virtue becomes beautiful for its own sake. You love the gentle humanity of the single-hearted philosopher, the charming simplicity of his loving helpmate, and scarcely know which to admire the most, Catherine in her conjugal or maternal character, the noble but mistaken pride of the fine old veteran Roland, the real hero of the tale, or the excellent young man, his nephew, who reclaims the fallen son and is not too perfect to be unnatural. As many fine moral lessons can be learned from this novel as from most works written expressly for the instruction and improvement of mankind, and they lose nothing by the beautiful and attractive garb in which they are presented to the reader. Our blessed Lord himself did not disdain the use of allegory, which is truth conveyed to the hearer under a symbolical form. His admirable parables, each of which told a little history, were the most popular methods that could be adopted to instruct the lower classes, who, chiefly uneducated, require the illustration of a subject in order to understand it. Aesop, in his inimitable fables, portrayed through his animals the various passions and vices of men, admirably adapting them to the characters he meant to satirize, and the abuses he endeavored through this medium to reform. These beautiful fictions have done much to throw disgrace upon roguery, selfishness, cruelty, avarice, and injustice, and to exalt patience, fidelity, mercy, and generosity, even among Christians who were blessed with a higher moral code than that enjoyed by the wise pagan, and they will continue to be read and admired as long as the art of printing exists to render them immortal. Every good work of fiction is a step towards the mental improvement of mankind, and to every such writer we say Godspeed. End of excerpt from Chapter 14 of Life in the Clearings versus the Bush by Susanna Moody.
The Lake Biwa-Kioto Canal by Sakuro Tanabe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in October 2020. The Lake Biwa-Kioto Canal, Japan, by Sakuro Tanabe. From Scientific American, Volume 75, Number 19, November 7, 1896. Lake Biwa, which is the largest lake in Japan, covering some 500 square miles, is 280 feet above sea level and is 36 miles from the Bay of Osaka, on which is situated a city of the same name, which is the commercial center of Japan. The lake has an outlet called the Yodo River, whose course for the first 13 miles is impeded by cliffs and rapids when it reaches the town of Fushimi. From this point to Osaka on the sea, a distance of 23 miles, the Yodo is navigable. It will thus be seen that the lake navigation is separated by natural barriers from the river navigation. About halfway between Fushimi, the navigation terminus of the Yodo, and Lake Biwa, is the city of Kyoto, which is connected with Fushimi by a canal, but is separated from the lake by the Nagara and Hinooka ranges of hills. The objects of the construction of the canal between the lake and the city were: 1. To open a line of boat navigation between the lake and Yodo River through Kyoto. 2. The production of water power and the distribution of power and light in the city by electricity. 3. The irrigation of rice fields in the vicinity. The work was commenced in 1885 and completed in 1891 under the direction of Sakuro Tanabe, associated member of the Institution of Civil Engineers, who was the engineer-in-chief. Main canal from Lake Biwa to the city of Kyoto. The main canal connects the southwest extremity of Lake Biwa with Kamo River in the city of Kyoto. The length of the canal is 36,650 feet, and it has 2 locks, 1 inclined plane, and 3 tunnels. The difference of level in this distance is 140 feet, of which 129 feet are overcome by a lock and an incline, and the remaining 11 feet by the canal gradient, which is between 1 in 2,000 and 1 in 3,000, except in the last stretch in Kyoto, where it is almost level. At the lake end, the entrance to the canal is formed on land reclaimed from the lake by debris from the canal and tunnel excavations, and extends about 1,000 feet from the old shore. A breakwater protects this entrance. The first stretch of open canal is 28 feet wide, 5 feet deep, and 1,800 feet long, and leads to the first and principal tunnel. The level of the lake fluctuates several feet, according as the season is wet or dry, and a regulating lock and sluice gate on this first section are necessary to maintain a constant flow of 300 cubic feet of water per second through the canal. The first tunnel, 8,040 feet long, passes through the Nagara range of hills and is the longest navigable tunnel in Japan. It has a horseshoe section 16 feet wide and 14 feet high, providing for 6 feet depth of water, and is pierced through a formation of clay slate, hornstone, sandstone, and quartz porphyry. It is lined with masonry and brickwork. There is no towpath, the boat being propelled by a chain laid on the bottom and ropes at the sides. The tunnel was excavated from both ends, and from a 10.5 feet by 9 feet elliptic permanent brick-lined shaft, 150 feet deep, sunk at about 1/3 the distance from the west or Kyoto end. The tunnel was begun in March 1886 and completed in February 1890. The headings from the shaft and from the west entrance met in July 1887. Some difficulty was experienced in dealing with the water from the shaft and from the lake. There was only one accident on the lake side where the soil was treacherous. In October 1888, about 15 yards of timbering fell, enclosing 65 miners inside the break. Happily, after 47 hours they were rescued. The tunnel was constructed almost entirely by hand labor, on account of the very frequent change of hardness and nature of the rocks, which were full of fissures, and to the cheapness of labor and inability of the miners to manage rock drills. From the west end of the first tunnel there are 14,511 feet of open canal, sometimes in cutting and at other times on embankment, but mainly skirting the hillside. Water is led off from certain points in this section of canal to irrigate rice fields to the southward. Then comes the range of Hinouka Hills, pierced by two tunnels, 411 feet and 802 feet long respectively, through clay slate, hornstone, and sandstone. Just below tunnel number 3, at about 5 1/4 miles from the intake, the canal divides into two branches, of which the branch canal is described later. The main canal designed for navigation descends 118 feet in 1,815 feet to the level of the city. To overcome this descent of about 1 in 15, a summit inclined plane is used, the boats with cargo being transported up and down on cradles on wheels, hauled by a steel wire rope which passes round a drum worked by a Sprague electric motor of 50 horsepower, 440 volts, the electricity being sent from the water power station. 4 lines of 75-pound steel flat-bottomed rails are laid on wooden sleepers with 8 feet 3 inches gauge on the formation line, which rises with a slope of 1 in 18 from the upper pool to a summit 1½ feet above water level, and then descends with a slope of 1 in 15 to the lower pool. 2 cradles, each with 8 wheels, are worked with 4-inch steel wire rope, which hauls up the cradles and boats from the water in one pool and puts them into the other pool. The rope is endless and is worked by a drum 12 feet in diameter. While one cradle rises by one line of railway, the other cradle descends at the same time, and it takes about 12 minutes, stoppage included, to transfer the boat from one level to another, a distance of 1,815 feet. From the foot of this plane there is a stretch of canal 60 feet wide and 5 feet deep, extending for 1 1/4 miles and joining with the Kamo, and thence to the shallow water canal Takase, with a lock of 11 feet lift between them. The maximum velocity of water is 3 feet per second. The width of the boat is about 7 feet, the draft 2 to 3 feet, and the length ranges up to 45 feet. It carries cargo of 10 to 15 tons in the canal, as well as over the inclined plane. Paddle or screw propulsion is prohibited, and the velocity of towing should in no case exceed 5 feet per second. Tolls for boats which carry merchandise are at the rate of 30 cents per 10-ton boat per voyage from the lake to the city, and the boats pass the locks and inclined plane free. Passenger boats pay a tax of about $9 per boat per year, in addition to which the boatmen pay 3 cents for the passage of each lock every time and 12 cents for the inclined plane. Water power station and distribution of power to a distance by electricity. The water power station is situated at the foot of the canal incline and is connected by 3 36-inch pipes with the high-level canal on the top of the incline. The intake is just below tunnel number 4 and is protected with a grid iron to prevent floating objects from entering the pipes. Of 3 pipelines, at present only 2 are laid, of which one line is cast iron imported pipe, 36 inches in diameter and 1,164 feet long, and another line is wrought iron riveted pipe, also 36 inches in diameter and 1,486 feet in length, including the piping inside the power station. The effective head of water at the power station, which is a brick building 110 feet by 120 feet, is about 105 feet. Of the 300 cubic feet of water per second which the canal carries from the lake to the top of the incline, about 60 cubic feet per second flow into the branch canal, and the remaining 240 cubic feet per second flow through the said pipes. 2 36-inch riveted pipelines are laid in the station parallel to the discharge canal, which is situated between them. The discharge canal carries water delivered from these pipes into the main low-level canal through a discharge tunnel 10 feet high and 12 feet wide. 20 120 horsepower Pelton water wheels, with an aggregate of 2,400 horsepower, are to be placed between these pipelines. At present, 1/2 the number is laid, and the remaining half is to follow as the demand increases, when the remaining pipeline will also be laid. The principal form of arrangement is as follows. An 8-foot Pelton water wheel with deflecting nozzle and hydraulic governor making 95 revolutions per minute is belted with 80 kilowatt 500-volt Edison dynamo making about 900 revolutions through a countershaft between them. Also, 2000-volt Thomson-Houston and brush dynamos are used for distributing power and lights to longer distances. Electric motors, which are supplied from the station, are situated within a circle of from 1 mile to 2 miles radius from the station. These motors work spinning, weaving, watch, clock, and soda water factories, rolling mills, rice mills, etc. The motor for running the drums of the inclined plane already described also receives a supply of electricity from the station. The motor and drum house is situated at the top pole of the inclined plane, 3/8 of a mile from the station. The Kyoto Electric Light Company also receives a supply of electricity from the station and feeds the city with 3,000 16-candle power incandescent lamps and 100 arc lights. About 1,000 horsepower is now being sent out in the form of electricity from the station, and the demands are increasing rapidly. The following are the rates at which the station supplies electricity. Mill owners must buy motors, switchboard, etc., but do not pay for wiring conductors from the central station to their factories. The following are the rates for power. For 1 horsepower at $60 per horsepower per annum. For 5 horsepower at $40 per horsepower per annum. For 10 horsepower at $38.50 per horsepower per annum. For 30 horsepower at $27.50 per horsepower per annum. For 50 horsepower at $25 per horsepower per annum. For 100 horsepower at $22.50 per horsepower per annum. Above 100 horsepower at $20 per horsepower per annum. These are the daily rates for 12 hours use. The increase is 30% for 18 hours use and 50% for 24 hours use. Power is also sold with meters with higher rates. Branch canal for irrigation and water power. The branch canal at the head of the inclined plane already described leads northwest through a tunnel 8 feet in diameter and winds along the sides of a hill. It crosses the valley of the imperial tomb by an aqueduct of 14 arches, and passing spurs of another hill by 2 short tunnels, and crossing the Takano and Kamo rivers with 2 siphons of about 300 feet length each, it terminates at Kogawa, the north end of the city of Kyoto. This canal only carries about 1/5 of the water supply admitted from the lake, and the fall in some places is as great as 1 in 100, the section being reduced. The least fall is 1 in 2,500. The length of the canal is 27,690 feet. Its main object is the irrigation of rice fields in the environs of the city. About half of the supply reaches Kogawa, where its power is used for weaving and spinning mills. The water thus used serves afterward to irrigate rice fields toward the west of the city. The rate for water when used as power is $10.25 per horsepower per year. For irrigation, it is $95 per cubic foot per second per year from the high-level canal and $12 from the low-level canal. End of The Lake Biwa-Kioto Canal, Japan, by Sakuro Tanabe.
A letter to the Viscount Palmerston, MP, etc., 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 on the Monitorial system of Harrow School, by Charles John Vaughan, Doctor of Divinity, Headmaster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This letter, when first printed, was designed only for private circulation amongst those personally or officially interested in its subject. Circumstances have since arisen which appear to render its publication expedient. A letter, etc., etc., etc. My Lord, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your Lordship's letter of the 11th instant, to which your great abilities and varied experience, as well as your affectionate attachment to Harrow as the place of your own education, give peculiar value and interest. I am grateful for the opportunity which it affords me of briefly stating the principles of the monitorial system as at present established at Harrow. I do not, I think, misapprehend the precise point to which your observations are directed. It is not upon the monitorial system itself, upon the commission of a recognized authority to the hands of the upper boys, but upon a particular method of enforcing it, that you comment in terms of anxiety. The principle is coeval with the school, established by the founder. It is the universal rule of public schools. Until lately, when the experience of its salutary effects has led to a wider extension of it, it was the one distinguishing feature of a public as contrasted with a private school. But the monitorial system might exist without this particular method of enforcing it, the power of inflicting corporal punishment. And this is the question to which your Lordship has been good enough to call my attention. Those who are acquainted with Dr. Arnold's Life, a book regarded by many as one of authority upon such a subject, are aware that the right of his sixth form to the use of the cane was one for which he contended with the greatest earnestness, as indispensable to the efficient working of that monitorial system to which he considered that Rugby owed so much of its well-being under his head-mastership. And though many masters might shrink from avowing so boldly their approbation of a power liable to so much abuse and to so much misconstruction, yet I have never heard it questioned that the same power is exercised, whether by permission or by acquiescence, in most of the great public schools of England, as I know that it existed at Harrow, actually, if not avowedly, for many years before I became a master. But I have no wish to plead authority or prescription in defense of a practice which, if bad, can at any time be abolished, and for the toleration of which I do not deny that the master under whom it exists may fairly be held responsible. There can be no doubt that a master who consulted merely his own ease and present popularity would at once abolish the power in dispute. The tide of public feeling is setting strongly in that direction. It would be easy to aggravate that feeling. Corporal punishment of any kind, by whomsoever administered, is inconsistent with modern notions of personal dignity and modern habits of precocious manliness. It needs nothing but a few cases of exceptional excess in the infliction of such punishment to direct against it a storm too violent to be resisted. If, in the face of this feeling, and amidst so many temptations to yield to it, a master still ventures to maintain that, liable as it is to abuse, open to misrepresentation, and difficult of explanation, the power of corporal punishment by the monitors of a public school is one not likely to be abolished, because capable of great good and impossible to replace by any efficacious substitute. He may fail to convince, it is probable that he will fail to convince, those who judge of the system from without, and with no opportunity of calmly balancing its evil against its good. But at least he may be believed to speak honestly and listened to as a disinterested witness. There are in every public school certain minor offenses against manners rather than against morals, faults of turbulence, rudeness, offensive language, annoyance of others, petty oppression and tyranny, etc., which, as public schools are at present constituted, lie ordinarily out of the cognizance of the masters, and might, so far as they are concerned, be committed with impunity. Even some graver faults might, with due precautions against discovery, long escape the eye of a really vigilant master. To meet such cases there is no doubt a choice of measures. You may adopt what might with equal propriety be called the foreign school or the private school system. You may create a body of ushers, masters of a lower order, whose business it shall be to follow boys into their hours of recreation and rest, avowedly as spies, coercing freedom of speech and action, or reporting to their superior what such observation has gleaned. This is consistent and intelligible. Ruinous to that which has been regarded as the great glory of an English public school, its free development of character, its social expansiveness, in short, its liberty, but yet in itself intelligible enough, and in theory perhaps preferable to the other. If not this, then the alternative must be some form or other of the monitorial principle, 10 or 20 or 30 of those boys who are, generally speaking, the elder, at all events the abler, the more diligent, the more meritorious, selected by no favor, exempted from none of the rules and restraints of the school, but yet brought by their position into a more intimate intercourse with their master, and largely influenced, if he be what a master ought to be, by his principles of judgment and discipline, are empowered to exercise over their juniors a legalized and carefully regulated authority, while at the same time they are left to mix with them on terms of perfect freedom at times and in places to which no master's inspection could by possibility extend. But this system is capable of at least two modifications. The monitors may be desired to act as the master's deputies, to observe for him and to report to him. They may be charged to see nothing wrong done, to hear nothing wrong said, without hastening to his presence and invoking his interposition. They may be taught to regard themselves as the master's spies, informers, and creatures. Such has been made sometimes the theory of their office. They have been solemnly warned of the responsibility attaching to their office as the master's eyes and the master's ears. No real power was entrusted to them. The terms of their commission were large, its tone was solemn, but the power to enforce obedience either did not exist, or existed only on sufferance and by stealth. Now, it appears to me that a monitorial system of this nature is either nugatory or worse. If the monitors thus commissioned have the ordinary feelings of the sons of gentlemen, they will virtually repudiate such an office. They will say, I was not sent here to be an usher, a master's spy, a master's informer. They have too much self-respect, too nice a sense of honor, to live amongst their schoolfellows on terms of unguarded equality, and then use the knowledge thus gained as a means of drawing down upon them the arm of authority and of punishment. The result will be, as it always has been wherever such a view has been taken of monitorial duty, that the monitors will not act for the purposes for which they were commissioned, but only for the maintenance of a selfish dignity which looks for its support to other means than those recognized by the system. It astonishes me that those who regard submission to a corporal punishment as a degradation inconsistent with honor and self-respect should look with toleration upon that antagonistic system under which their sons might be called upon, as the reward of ability and diligence, to assume the office of a delegated spy. The alternative, as I believe the only alternative, is that form of monitorial discipline which it has been my endeavor to carry into vigorous operation at Harrow during the last 9 years. I have taught the monitors to regard their authority as emanating indeed from mine, and responsible to mine, but yet with the limitation naturally arising from these two considerations, independent and free in its ordinary exercise. They are charged with the enforcement of an internal discipline, the object of which is the good order, the honorable conduct, the gentlemanlike tone of the houses and of the school. In these matters I desire that they should act for themselves, knowing well how doubly, how tenfold valuable is that discipline which springs from within the body, in comparison with that which is imposed upon it from above. It is only on the discovery of grave and moral offences, such as would be poisonous to the whole society, and such as they may reasonably be expected to regard as discreditable and disgraceful, even more than they are illegal, that I expect them to communicate to me officially the faults of which they may take notice. In certain cases it may be optional whether an offense should be regarded as one against manners or against morals, and in these instances it will depend upon the accident of the prior discovery whether it be taken up by the monitors or by myself. It follows as a matter of necessity that the monitors should possess some means of exercising and asserting their authority. Hence arises the old custom of fagging. It is a memento of monitorial authority, a standing memorial of the subjection of the younger to the elder for higher purposes than any merely personal distinction. It is the daily assertion, in a form which makes it palpable and felt, of a power which has been instituted for the good not of the superior, but of the inferior in the relation. This is the ordinary assertion of monitorial power, but there must also be some method of punishing disobedience, insubordination, turbulence, or other transgression, to give the monitors no executive power beyond that of reporting and complaining would be to leave them practically defenseless. Such a power would possess no influence with a community of boys. It would be trifled with and trampled upon. Great and long must be the provocation which would overcome the natural repugnance of an honorable boy to lodging a complaint with a master against a schoolfellow, and what would be the redress when it came? Such a remedy would be, in the popular feeling of a public school, far worse than none. Shall the power entrusted to the monitors be that of setting punishments, as it is technically called, that is, of imposing tasks of writing? Such has been the prerogative formerly conferred upon the monitors of Harrow. But it is easy to see how speedily such right, if widely exercised, would come into collision with ordinary school duties, how impossible it would be for it to coexist with the similar power of the masters, or even with the performance of the regular work and exercises of the several forms. Or shall the right of punishing be made to depend upon the physical power of the individual monitor? Shall an older and stronger monitor be at liberty to enforce his authority by blows, while a weaker and younger is left defenseless? Such a rule would be, in effect, an awkward and inconsistent return to a state of things which is the one object of the monitorial government to counteract, a system of brute force. Under any constitution of a school, the stronger can protect himself against the aggression of the weaker. It is the object of the public school system to substitute for the brute force of the stronger the legalized power of the better and the abler. Unless, therefore, the power entrusted to the monitor be something different in kind from that of physical strength, the whole system falls to the ground by losing its essential characteristic. And it appears to me that as soon as the power of the monitors is transferred from the ground of strength to that of right, as soon as it is made in its place, as the power of the masters and theirs, a recognized and constitutional principle, at that moment all feeling of degradation in submitting to it is done away. There is degradation because there is cowardice, in submitting tamely to the kicks or cuffs of an equal or an inferior, but there is none in rendering to a master, nor need there be in rendering to a constituted authority of a lower rank. That submission even to personal correction which may be one of the conditions of the society in which you are placed. By a custom existing certainly long before my own acquaintance with Harrow, traceable for many years into the past history of the school, the common method of enforcing monitorial authority has been the use of the cane, a power not formally committed to the monitors, not in the strictest sense delegated by the master, but still exercised without interference or censure, within the limits prescribed by humanity, or by the fear of penal consequences in case of its excess. This custom, I repeat, I found established, ignored it may be by previous masters, but not unknown. The question with me was, is this custom, which I find in force, injurious in its use, or only in its abuse? If the former, it must be not disavowed only, but destroyed. If the latter, it must be not only connived at, but turned to account. It must be made conducive to the real welfare of the school. And a monitor who avails himself of this prescriptive right, in support of good order and good discipline, must feel that he is safe in doing so, provided he stop short of inflicting injury. He must feel that he can depend upon the master to stand by him before the school and before the public, so long as no wanton or tyrannical use of this power can be proved against him. It is urged, indeed, that this monitorial power is illegal in a higher than any school sense of that term, that it contradicts the law of the land, delegatus non potest delegare. The parent delegates his power to the master. The master has no right to delegate that power to the monitor. Now, I will not enter into the question how far the master is correctly described as the parent's delegate. Doubtless the act which consigns to him the individual boy is the act of an individual parent. But the master of a public school is not made so by that act, nor by any number of such acts. His office is conferred upon him by an independent authority, and is exercised under conditions irrespective of the parental will. Otherwise, the parent who created might in each case limit the right. He might prescribe to the master the studies to be pursued and the punishments to be inflicted. He might depute his own functions thus farther and no further. But even allowing the justice of the appellation, it would scarcely be desired, I suppose, to omit all the consequences involved in this principle, and assert that the master has no right to delegate any portion of his office, but that alone, unaided by coadjutors or subordinates, he must teach in person every boy entrusted to him, hear every lesson, and impose every punishment. The fact surely is that the system of a public school is essentially peculiar and exceptional, and that when that system is fairly established and its rules publicly notorious, a parent uses his own discretion in selecting the school for his son, and having done so, he subjects him to its discipline, as established, retaining only the power of withdrawing him when he will. But on the other hand, it is no less necessary, for the sake alike of the monitors and of the school, that such check shall be imposed upon the exercise of this power as shall make its abuse either absolutely impossible, or at least a very rare exception. With this view, it is one rule of the system that any boy has a right of appeal from the individual monitor, however high his station, to the assembled body, who are bound to enter into the merits of the case and come to a formal decision upon it. My experience thus far has led me to believe that 10 young men, acting under such responsibilities, are not likely either to come to an unjust decision or to execute their sentence with undue severity. But if, after all, this hope is in any case disappointed, if, which in such an event is the most probable supposition, an individual monitor has outrun his powers, by not allowing this appeal to the collective body, or by not waiting for its result, or by executing punishment himself in undue excitement or passion, then the duty is cast upon me of interposing my authority to redress the injustice by the degradation of the offending monitor, or by a measure of punishment yet more severe. This, happily, is a case of rare, most rare occurrence, The general testimony, alike of boys and of their parents, will rather be this, that while the school has enjoyed, on the whole, under the Monitorial system, a very real exemption from the miseries of that tyranny of brute force, which it is designed more especially to preclude, it is perfectly easy, on the other hand, for any boy to pass through his Harrow life without once incurring the risk of monitorial punishment, while the salutary dread of it has done much to keep him orderly and tractable, and to save him in no slight degree from the sight and hearing of evil. And while this is so, however unpopular may be the avowal, I know that my duty is clear, to watch the operation of the system, to guard it from abuse, to influence and animate, as far as I may be able, those who are to take part in it, if necessary to coerce and to punish its abuse, but none the less to adhere to it manfully, and to take my full share of its obloquy. It may be found impossible long to withstand such impressions as those to which your lordship has adverted. To persons unacquainted with its practical operation, the monitorial system must always appear objectionable, a cumbrous and uncertain substitute for zeal and vigilance on the part of the master. The time may come when public opinion will imperatively require the introduction of an opposite principle, of which it shall be the object to confine and preclude the expression of evil by the unceasing espionage of an increased staff of subordinate masters. The experiment may be tried, I hope not at Harrow, certainly not by me. I see many difficulties, some evils, in the present system, some advantages, many plausibilities in its opposite, and yet I believe the one to be practically ennobling and elevating, the other essentially narrowing, enfeebling, and enervating. I well foresee the results of the change, come when it may. I know how pleasing, yet how brief will be the lull consequent upon the establishment of a rule of equality and fraternity, how warm, perhaps, for the moment, the congratulations of some who have trembled for their son's safety under the present so-called reign of terror. On the other hand, how gradual, yet how sure, the growth of those meaner and more cowardly vices which a monitorial system has coerced where it could not eradicate, and how impossible the return to the principle of graduated ranks and organized internal subordination, which, amidst some real and many imaginary defects, has been found by experience to be inferior to no other system in the formation of the character of an English Christian gentleman. I have the honor to be, my lord, your most obedient and faithful servant, Charles J. Vaughan. Harrow, December 14th, 1853. End of A Letter to the Viscount Palmerston, M.P., on the Monitorial System of Harrow School, by Charles John Vaughan.
Little Sermons in Socialism by Abraham Lincoln, by Burke McCarty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We do not claim that Abraham Lincoln was a socialist, for the word had not been coined in his day. We do not claim that he would, if he had lived, been a socialist today, for we do not know this. We do claim and know, however, that Abraham Lincoln was in spirit to the hour of his death a class-conscious working man, that his sympathies were with that class, that he voiced the great principles of the modern constructive socialism of today, and that, had he lived and been loyal and consistent with these principles which he always professed, he would be found within the ranks of the Socialist Party. Burke McCarty. 1. Away back in 1847, Abraham Lincoln uttered the following revolutionary language. Quote, "In the early days of our race, the Almighty said to the first of our race, 'In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread.' And since then, if we accept the light and air of heaven, no good thing has been or can be enjoyed by us without having first cost labor. And inasmuch as most good things are produced by labor, it follows that all such things of a right belong to those whose labor has produced them. But it so happened, in all ages of the world, that some have labored, and others have without labor enjoyed a large proportion of the fruits. This is wrong and should not continue. To secure each laborer the whole product of his labor, or as nearly as possible, is a worthy object of any good government." See Lincoln's Complete Works, Nicolay and Hay, Volume 1, page 92. Isn't it odd that away back in 1847, at about the time that Marx and Engels were printing the Manifesto in Europe, Abraham Lincoln, an obscure, self-educated lawyer in swampy Illinois, got hold of this central concept of socialism? Isn't it strange that the grand old party, which always parades the name of Lincoln and rarely quotes the language of Lincoln, has given no attention to this, the greatest thought of Lincoln, the right of the laborer to the whole product of his labor? We amiably ask Republicans to answer, not us, but to answer Abraham Lincoln. 2. Everyone who reads the capitalist press has noticed how persistently such papers fan international and radical quarrels and urge the necessity of this or that nation arming itself. Socialists are constantly urging the workers of the world to unite. Where did Lincoln stand on this subject? In an address to the Working Men's Association, November 21, 1864, Mr. Lincoln said, quote, "The strongest bond of human sympathy outside the family relation should be one uniting all working people of all nations, tongues, and kindreds." See Life of Lincoln by Coffin, page 395. When the workers of the world follow this wise advice of Lincoln and the socialists, there will be no wars, for, after all, war is nothing more than one set of working men shooting down another set of working men in order to protect the big corporations. How many wars would we have if the capitalists had to do the fighting? 3. Socialists the world over are being condemned for voicing the very sentiments which Abraham Lincoln uttered in his annual message, July 5, 1861. Quote, "I desire to preserve this government, that it may be administered for all as it was administered by the men who made it. On the side of the Union, it is a struggle to maintain in the world that form and substance of government whose leading object is to elevate the condition of men, lift artificial burdens from all shoulders, and clear the path of laudable pursuits for all, to afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life. This is the leading object of government for which we contend." See Life of Lincoln by Barrett, page 266. No socialist could put forth our contention more forcibly and concisely than Lincoln does here. To afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life. That is what we are demanding, and nothing short of that will we accept. 4. On June 13, 1836, in announcing his political views, Lincoln went on record for woman suffrage when he said, quote, "I go for all sharing the privileges of the government who assist in bearing its burdens. Consequently, I go for admitting all whites to the right of suffrage who pay taxes or bear arms, by no means excluding females." See Coffin, page 89. Again, he said in an interview at Springfield, Illinois, quote, "I am opposed to the limitation or lessening of the right of suffrage. If anything, I am in favor of its extension or enlargement. I want to lift men up, to broaden rather than contract their privileges." See Herndon, page 625. This was said later, when the question of Negro slavery was beginning to stir up the country to a white heat. Abraham Lincoln never deviated nor flinched when it was a question of human justice. He was always with the people. 5. Abraham Lincoln strongly voices the position of socialists when he says, quote, "No men living are more worthy to be trusted than those who toil up from poverty, none less inclined to take or touch aught which they have not honestly earned. Let them beware of surrendering a political power which they already possess, and which, if surrendered, will surely be used to close the door of advancement against such as they, and to fix new disabilities and burdens upon them, till all of liberty shall be lost." See Annual Message, December 3, 1861. It is the constant effort of capitalism to place labor beneath it in the structures of the government. Capital preaches, and thousands of working men believe it, that the whole bottom of the social system would fall out if the capitalists, the men of brains, were to step down and out. And so long as the majority of the working class continue to hold this opinion, just that long will they be enslaved. How many railroads would be built? How many deserts would be made to blossom? How many skyscrapers would be erected? How much coal would be mined? How much manufacturing would be done, think you, if labor stepped down and out? If labor does all these things, why should it surrender its political power? For it has political power to its enemy. 6. At Cincinnati, Ohio, September 17, 1859, in a speech Mr. Lincoln said, quote, "I hold that if there is any one thing that can be proved to be the will of heaven by external nature around us, without reference to revelation, it is the proposition that whatever any one man earns with his hands and by the sweat of his brow, he shall enjoy in peace. I say that, whereas God Almighty has given every man one mouth to be fed and one pair of hands adapted to furnish food for that mouth, if anything can be proved to be the will of heaven, it is proved by the fact that that mouth is to be fed by those hands, without being interfered with by any other man, who also has his mouth to feed and his hands to labor with. I hold that if the Almighty had ever made a set of men that should do all of the eating and none of the work, he would have made them with mouths only and no hands. And if he had ever made another class that he intended should do all the work and none of the eating, he would have made them without mouths and with all hands. Inasmuch as he has not chosen to make man in that way, if anything is proved, it is that those hands and mouths are to be cooperative throughout life and not to be interfered with." See Howells, page 148. Here is Lincoln voicing the socialist position in the class struggle, the inherent right of every man to the product of his labor, without handing over to any other man all of it except that which is necessary to sustain his miserable existence. 7. Note the stinging rebuke in the words of Lincoln to our latter-day political saints who are advocating a centralized government to be in charge of a few leaders trained for the job. Quote, "If the majority should not rule, who would be the judge? We shall be bound by the majority of the American people. If not, then the minority must control. Would that be right? Would it be just or generous? Assuredly not. I reiterate that the majority should rule." At present, we are ruled by a small oligarchy of money despots, any three of whom could tie up the wheels of industry of this country in 48 hours. Think of it, 90 millions of people who do all the useful work, owned and controlled by a half-dozen capitalists. Crazy system, is it not? Then why don't you change it? 8. In his annual message of July 5, 1861, Abraham Lincoln expressed the stand held by socialists when he said, quote, "Whatever concerns the whole should be confided to the whole, the general government." See Life by Raymond, page 186. Socialism means that everything which is used in common should be owned in common. Socialism means that all the tools of industry should be owned and operated by the working class. Socialism demands, with Lincoln, that the necessities of life, mines, forests, fisheries, railroads, telegraphs, streetcars, telephones, in fact all public utilities, shall be owned and operated by all of the people. 9. It is a remarkable coincidence that over 50 years ago the city of Milwaukee listened to what was probably its first lesson in international sympathy, cooperation, and brotherhood, and that its teacher was not an undesirable foreigner, nor a dangerous socialist, a Marx or an Engels, but a Simon pure American who ought to pass muster with our most ultra-American critics, who, however, taboo all such radical utterances of the great emancipator, who said on this occasion in a speech, quote, "To correct evils, great and small, which spring from want of sympathy and from a positive enmity among strangers, as nations or individuals, is one of the highest functions of civilization." End quote. See Complete Works, Volume 1, page 576. Socialism is the great grand principle which is today rapidly uniting the working class of every nation and pointing out its goal, this same cooperative sympathy which Abraham Lincoln advocated. 10. Again, in his Milwaukee speech, we hear the gentle Lincoln wax satirical and lash the class-conscious exploiters of the toilers of his day, when he said, quote, "By the mudsill theory, it is assumed that labor and education are incompatible, and any practical combination of them is impossible. According to that theory, a blind horse upon a treadmill is a perfect illustration of what a laborer should be, all the better for being blind that he could not kick understandingly. According to that theory, the education of laborers is not only useless, but pernicious and dangerous. In fact, it is in some sort deemed a misfortune that laborers should have heads at all. Those same heads are regarded as explosive materials, only to be safely kept in damp places as far as possible from that peculiar sort of fire which ignites them. A Yankee who could invent a strong-handed man without a head would receive the everlasting gratitude of the mudsill advocates." End quote. The capitalistic papers, prelates, and other henchmen of the money power, who give gratuitous advice to the working class to be obedient and faithful to their employers, to be religious and restrain themselves, were evidently busy in Lincoln's day and were understood by the keen, far-seeing, class-conscious working man, as he was to his dying day, and who hit them hard in his own quaint way. 11. More than 50 years ago, Abraham Lincoln stood on truly socialistic ground when he addressed the striking shoemakers at New Haven, Connecticut, when he said, quote, "I am glad to see that a system of labor prevails in New England, under which laborers can strike when they want to, where they are not obliged to work under all circumstances, and are not tied down and obliged to labor whether you pay them or not. When one starts poor, as most do in this race of life, free society is such that he knows that he can better his condition. He knows that there is no fixed condition of labor for his whole life. I am not ashamed to confess that 25 years ago I was a hired laborer, mauling rails at work on a flatboat, just what might happen to any poor man's son. I want every man to have the chance, and I believe the black man is entitled to it, in which he can better his condition." End quote. The above utterance of Lincoln is the ethical basis of the strike, and it is the end for which socialists are striving, a system which will allow every boy and every girl an equal chance to rise in the world and to better his or her condition. 12. At Alton, Illinois, in 1858, in a speech we again hear Abraham Lincoln voicing a socialist principle in the following, quote, "That is the issue that will continue in this country when these poor tongues of Judge Douglas and myself shall be silent. It is the eternal struggle between these two principles, right and wrong, throughout the world. They are the two principles that have stood face to face from the beginning of time and will ever continue to struggle. The one is the common right of humanity, and the other the divine right of kings. It is the same principle in whatever shape it develops itself. It is the same spirit which says, 'You work and toil and earn bread, and I'll eat it.' No matter in what shape it comes, whether from the mouth of a king who seeks to bestride the people of his own nation and live by the fruit of their labor, or from one race of men as an apology for enslaving another race, it is the same tyrannical principle." End quote. Debates, page 234. If Abraham Lincoln would give expression to these same words from a soapbox in many places in America today, he would likely be arrested and jailed. That is what is happening to many of the socialist speakers who are preaching the identical precepts. 13. Away back in 1837, in a speech in the Illinois legislature, Mr. Lincoln, in speaking of the brazenness of the capitalists of his day, said, quote, "These capitalists generally act harmoniously and in concert to fleece the people, and now that they have got into a quarrel with themselves, we are called upon to appropriate the people's money to settle the quarrel." End quote. See Tarbell's second volume, page 28. The above shows that Mr. Lincoln had a very clear conception of the characteristics of the capitalist class, and had no sympathy with them. He was astounded at their nerve. How much more so would he have been could he have foretold that jack-potting legislatures in that same Illinois Assembly, some 63 years later, would have the gall to band themselves together under the caption of Lincoln Leaguers, going through the great Commonwealth of Illinois, exhorting the people to vote against the initiative, referendum, and recall, as did U.S. Senator Billy Lorimer and his bathroom conspirators. Perish the thought. 14. On November 1864, President Lincoln gave voice to this prophecy, quote, "As a result of the war, corporations have been enthroned, and an era of corruption in high places will follow, and the money power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until all wealth is aggregated in a few hands, and the republic is destroyed. I feel at this moment more anxiety for the safety of my country than ever before, even in the midst of war. God grant that my suspicions may prove groundless." End quote. See Shibley, page 282. The dark clouds of threatening capitalism wrung the very soul of Lincoln, whose clairvoyant eye saw the great class struggle which we are in the midst of today. The weight of it saddened his heart. He was planning to avert the awful financial depression which was sure to follow the war by opening up the inexhaustible mineral wealth of the West to the men who had fought the rebellion. The last message he sent, just before he was leaving for Ford's Theater the night of his assassination, as he bade Schuyler Colfax goodbye, was, quote, "You are going to the Pacific coast. Do not forget to tell the people in the mining regions what I told you this morning about their development. Goodbye." End quote. April 14, 1865. See Coffin, page 515. The message was, quote, "Tell the miners from me that I shall promote their interest to the utmost of my ability, because their prosperity is the prosperity of the nation, and we shall prove in a very few years that we are indeed the treasury of the world." End quote. End of Little Sermons in Socialism by Abraham Lincoln, by Burke McCarty. Recording by Stephen Seitel.
Chapter 1. Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry by Albert Pike. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Simmons. Chapter 1. Apprentice. The 12-inch Rule and the Common Gavel. Force, unregulated or ill-regulated, is not only wasted in the void, like that of gunpowder burned in the open air and steam unconfined by science, but striking in the dark and its blows meeting only the air, they recoil and bruise itself. It is destruction and ruin. It is the volcano, the earthquake, the cyclone, not growth and progress. It is Polyphemus blinded, striking at random and falling headlong among the sharp rocks by the impetus of his own blows. The blind force of the people is a force that must be economized and also managed, as the blind force of steam, lifting the ponderous iron arms and turning the large wheels, is made to bore and rifle the cannon and to weave the most delicate lace. It must be regulated by intellect. Intellect is to the people and the people's force what the slender needle of the compass is to the ship, its soul always counselling the huge mass of wood and iron, and always pointing to the north. To attack the citadels built up on all sides against the human race by superstitions, despotisms, and prejudices, the force must have a brain and a law. Then its deeds of daring produce permanent results, and there is real progress. Then there are sublime conquests. Thought is a force, and philosophy should be an energy, finding its aim and its effects in the amelioration of mankind. The two great motors are truth and love. When all these forces are combined and guided by the intellect, and regulated by the rule of right and justice, and of combined and systematic movement and effort, the great revolution prepared for by the ages will begin to march. The power of the Deity himself is in equilibrium with his wisdom. Hence the only results are harmony. It is because force is ill-regulated that revolutions prove failures. Therefore it is that so often insurrections, coming from those high mountains that domineer over the moral horizon, justice, wisdom, reason, right, built of the purest snow of the ideal after a long fall from rock to rock, after having reflected the sky in their transparency, and been swollen by 100 affluents in the majestic path of triumph, suddenly lose themselves in quagmires, like a California river in the sands. The onward march of the human race requires that the heights around it should blaze with noble and enduring lessons of courage. Deeds of daring dazzle history and form one class of the guiding lights of man. They are the stars and coruscations from that great sea of electricity, the force inherent in the people. To strive, to brave all risks, to perish, to persevere, to be true to oneself, to grapple body to body with destiny, to surprise defeat by the little terror it inspires, now to confront unrighteous power, now to defy intoxicated triumph. These are the examples that the nations need and the light that electrifies them. There are immense forces in the great caverns of evil beneath society. In the hideous degradation, squalor, wretchedness, and destitution, vices and crimes that reek and simmer in the darkness in that populace below the people of great cities. There disinterestedness vanishes. Everyone howls, searches, gropes, and gnaws for himself. Ideas are ignored, and of progress there is no thought. This populace has two mothers, both of them stepmothers, ignorance and misery. Want is their only guide. For the appetite alone they crave satisfaction. Yet even these may be employed. The lowly sand we trample upon, cast into the furnace, melted, purified by fire, may become resplendent crystal. They have the brute force of the hammer, but their blows help on the great cause, when struck within the lines traced by the rule held by wisdom and discretion. Yet it is this very force of the people, this titanic power of the giants, that builds the fortifications of tyrants, and is embodied in their armies. Hence the possibility of such tyrannies as those of which it has been said that Rome smells worse under Vitellius than under Sulla. Under Claudius and under Domitian there is a deformity of baseness corresponding to the ugliness of the tyranny. The foulness of the slaves is a direct result of the atrocious baseness of the despot. A miasma exhales from these crouching consciences that reflect the master. The public authorities are unclean, hearts are collapsed, consciences shrunken, souls puny. This is so under Caracalla, it is so under Commodus, it is so under Heliogabalus, while from the Roman Senate under Caesar there comes only the rank odour peculiar to the eagle's eyrie. It is the force of the people that sustains all these despotisms, the basest as well as the best. That force acts through armies, and these oftener enslave than liberate. Despotism there applies the rule. Force is the mace of steel at the saddle-bow of the knight, or of the bishop in armour. Passive obedience by force supports thrones and oligarchies, Spanish kings and Venetian senates. Might, in an army wielded by tyranny, is the enormous sum total of utter weakness, and so humanity wages war against humanity, in despite of humanity. So a people willingly submits to despotism, and its workmen submit to be despised, and its soldiers to be whipped. Therefore it is that battles lost by a nation are often progress attained. Less glory is more liberty. When the drum is silent, reason sometimes speaks. Tyrants use the force of the people to chain and subjugate, that is, enyoke the people. Then they plough with them as men do with oxen yoked. Thus the spirit of liberty and innovation is reduced by bayonets, and principles are struck dumb by cannon shot, while the monks mingle with the troopers and the church, militant and jubilant, Catholic or Puritan, sings Te Deums for victories over rebellion. The military power, not subordinate to the civil power, again the hammer or mace of force, independent of the rule, is an armed tyranny born full grown, as Athene sprung from the brain of Zeus. It spawns a dynasty and begins with Caesar to rot into Vitellius and Commodus. At the present day it inclines to begin where formerly dynasties ended. Constantly the people put forth immense strength only to end in immense weakness. The force of the people is exhausted in indefinitely prolonging things long since dead, in governing mankind by embalming old dead tyrannies of faith, restoring dilapidated dogmas, regilding faded worm-eaten shrines, whitening and roguing ancient and barren superstitions, saving society by multiplying parasites, perpetuating superannuated institutions, enforcing the worship of symbols as the actual means of salvation, and tying the dead corpse of the past mouth to mouth with the living present. Therefore it is that it is one of the fatalities of humanity to be condemned to eternal struggles with phantoms, with superstitions, bigotries, hypocrisies, prejudices, the formulas of error, and the pleas of tyranny. Despotisms seen in the past become respectable as the mountain, bristling with volcanic rock, rugged and horrid, seen through the haze of distance is blue and smooth and beautiful. The sight of a single dungeon of tyranny is worth more, to dispel illusions and create a holy hatred of despotism, and to direct force aright, than the most eloquent volumes. The French should have preserved the Bastille as a perpetual lesson. Italy should not destroy the dungeons of the Inquisition. The force of the people maintained the power that built its gloomy cells, and placed the living in their granite sepulchres. The force of the people cannot, by its unrestrained and fitful action, maintain and continue in action and existence a free government once created. That force must be limited, restrained, conveyed by distribution into different channels, and by roundabout courses to outlets whence it is to issue as the law, action, and decision of the state, as the wise old Egyptian kings conveyed in different canals by subdivision the swelling waters of the Nile, and compelled them to fertilize and not devastate the land. There must be the jus et norma, the law and rule, or gauge of constitution and law within which the public force must act. Make a breach in either, and the great steam hammer with its swift and ponderous blows crushes all the machinery to atoms, and at last, wrenching itself away, lies inert and dead amid the ruin it has wrought. The force of the people, or the popular will in action and exerted, symbolized by the gavel, regulated and guided by and acting within the limits of law and order, symbolized by the 24-inch rule, has for its fruit liberty, equality, and fraternity. Liberty regulated by law, equality of rights in the eye of the law, brotherhood with its duties and obligations as well as its benefits. You will hear shortly of the rough ashlar and the perfect ashlar as part of the jewels of the lodge. The rough ashlar is said to be a stone as taken from the quarry in its rude and natural state. The perfect ashlar is said to be a stone made ready by the hands of the workman, to be adjusted by the working tools of the fellow craft. We shall not repeat the explanations of these symbols given by the York Rite. You may read them in its printed monitors. They are declared to allude to the self-improvement of the individual craftsman, a continuation of the same superficial interpretation. The rough ashlar is the people, as a mass rude and unorganized. The perfect ashlar or cubical stone, symbol of perfection, is the state, the rulers deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, the constitution and laws speaking the will of the people, the government harmonious, symmetrical, efficient, its powers properly distributed and duly adjusted in equilibrium. If we delineate a cube on a plane surface thus, we have visible 3 faces and 9 external lines drawn between 7 points. The complete cube has 3 more faces, making 6, 3 more lines, making 12, and 1 more point, making 8. As the number 12 includes the sacred numbers 3, 5, 7, and 3 times 3, or 9, and is produced by adding the sacred number 3 to 9, while its own 2 figures 1 and 2, the unit or monad and duad added together, make the same sacred number 3. It was called the perfect number, and the cube became the symbol of perfection. produced by force, acting by rule. Hammered in accordance with lines measured by the gauge, out of the rough ashlar, it is an appropriate symbol of the force of the people, expressed as the constitution and law of the state. And of the state itself, the three visible faces represent the three departments: the executive, which executes the laws; the legislative, which makes the laws; the judiciary, which interprets the laws, applies and enforces them between man, between the state and the citizens. The three invisible faces are liberty, equality, and fraternity, the threefold soul of the state, its vitality, spirit, and intellect. Though Masonry neither usurps the place of nor apes religion, prayer is an essential part of our ceremonies. It is the aspiration of the soul towards the absolute and infinite intelligence, which is the one supreme deity, most feebly and misunderstandingly characterized as an architect. Certain faculties of man are directed toward the unknown: thought, meditation, prayer. The unknown is an ocean of which conscience is the compass. Thought, meditation, prayer are the great mysterious pointings of the needle. It is a spiritual magnetism that thus connects the human soul with the deity. These majestic iridations of the soul pierce through the shadow toward the light. It is but a shallow scoff to say that prayer is absurd, because it is not possible for us, by means of it, to persuade God to change his plans. He produces foreknown and foreintended effects by the instrumentality of the forces of nature, all of which are his forces. Our own are part of these. Our free agency and our will are forces. We do not absurdly cease to make efforts to attain wealth or happiness, prolong life and continue health, because we cannot by any effort change what is predestined. If the effort also is predestined, it is not the less our effort, made of our free will. So likewise we pray. Will is a force, thought is a force, prayer is a force. Why should it not be the law of God that prayer, like faith and love, should have its effects? Man is not to be comprehended as a starting point, or progress as a goal, without those two great forces, faith and love. Prayer is sublime. Orisons that beg and clamour are pitiful. To deny the efficacy of prayer is to deny that of faith, love, and effort. Yet the effects produced, when our hand, moved by our will, launches a pebble into the ocean, never cease, and every uttered word is registered for eternity upon the invisible air. Every lodge is a temple, and as a whole, and in its details symbolic. The universe itself supplied man with the model for the first temples reared to the divinity. The arrangement of the Temple of Solomon, the symbolic ornaments which formed its chief decorations, and the dress of the high priest all had reference to the order of the universe as then understood. The temple contained many emblems of the seasons: the sun, the moon, the planets, the constellations Ursa Major and Minor, the zodiac, the elements, and the other parts of the world. It is the master of this lodge, of the universe, Hermes, of whom Kurum is the representative, that is one of the lights of the lodge. For further instruction as to the symbolism of the heavenly bodies, and of the sacred numbers, and of the temple and its details, you must wait patiently until you advance in Masonry, in the meantime exercising your intellect in studying them for yourself. To study and seek to interpret correctly the symbols of the universe is the work of the sage and philosopher. It is to decipher the writing of God and penetrate into his thoughts. This is what is asked and answered in our catechism in regard to the lodge. A lodge is defined to be an assemblage of Freemasons duly congregated, having the sacred writings, square and compass, and a charter or warrant of constitution authorizing them to work. The room or place in which they meet, representing some part of King Solomon's temple, is also called the lodge, and it is that we are now considering. It is said to be supported by three great columns: wisdom, force or strength, and beauty, represented by the master, the senior warden, and the junior warden. And these are said to be the columns that support the lodge, because wisdom, strength, and beauty are the perfections of everything, and nothing can endure without them. Because, the York Rite says, it is necessary that there should be wisdom to conceive, strength to support, and beauty to adorn all great and important undertakings. Know ye not, says the Apostle Paul, that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man desecrate the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. The wisdom and power of the deity are in equilibrium. The laws of nature and the moral laws are not the mere despotic mandates of his omnipotent will, for then they might be changed by him, and order become disorder, and good and right become evil and wrong, honesty and loyalty vices, and fraud, ingratitude, and vice virtues. Omnipotent power, infinite and existing alone, would necessarily not be constrained to consistency. Its decrees and laws could not be immutable. The laws of God are not obligatory on us because they are the enactments of his power, or the expression of his will, but because they express his infinite wisdom. They are not right because they are his laws, but his laws because they are right. From the equilibrium of infinite wisdom and infinite force results perfect harmony in physics and in the moral universe. Wisdom, power, and harmony constitute one Masonic triad. They have other and profounder meanings that may at some time be unveiled to you. As to the ordinary and commonplace explanation, it may be added that the wisdom of the architect is displayed in combining, as only a skillful architect can do, and as God has done everywhere, for example, in the tree, the human frame, the egg, the cells of the honeycomb, strength with grace, beauty, symmetry, proportion, lightness, ornamentation. That too is the perfection of the orator and poet, to combine force, strength, energy, with grace of style, musical cadences, the beauty of figures, the play and iridation of imagination and fancy. And so, in a state, the warlike and industrial force of the people and their titanic strength must be combined with the beauty of the arts, the sciences, and the intellect, if the state would scale the heights of excellence and the people be really free. Harmony in this, as in all the divine, the material, and the human, is the result of equilibrium, of the sympathy and opposite action of contraries, a single wisdom above them holding the beam of the scales. To reconcile the moral law, human responsibility, free will, with the absolute power of God, and the existence of evil with his absolute wisdom and goodness and mercy, these are the great enigmas of the Sphinx. You entered the lodge between two columns. They represent the two which stood in the porch of the temple, on each side of the great eastern gateway. These pillars, of bronze, 4 fingers' breadth in thickness, were, according to the most authentic account, that in the first and that in the second book of Kings, confirmed in Jeremiah, 18 cubits high, with a capital 5 cubits high. The shaft of each was 4 cubits in diameter. A cubit is 1 foot and 707 1/1000ths. That is, the shaft of each was a little over 30 feet 8 inches in height, the capital of each a little over 8 feet 6 inches in height, and the diameter of the shaft 6 feet 10 inches. The capitals were enriched by pomegranates of bronze, covered by bronze network and ornamented with wreaths of bronze, and appear to have imitated the shape of the seed vessel of the lotus or Egyptian lily, a sacred symbol to the Hindus and Egyptians. The pillar or column on the right, or in the south, was named, as the Hebrew word is rendered in our translation of the Bible, Jachin, and that on the left, Boaz. Our translators say that the first word means, he shall establish, and the second, in it is strength. These columns were imitations by Kurum, the Tyrian artist, of the great columns consecrated to the winds and fire at the entrance to the famous temple of Malkarth in the city of Tyre. It is customary in lodges of the York Rite to see a celestial globe on one and a terrestrial globe on the other, but these are not warranted, if the object be to imitate the original 2 columns of the temple. The symbolic meaning of these columns we shall leave for the present unexplained, only adding that entered apprentices keep their working tools in the column Jachin, and giving you the etymology and literal meaning of the 2 names. The word Jachin in Hebrew is Yakin. It was probably pronounced Yakayan, and meant as a verbal noun he that strengthens, and thence firm, stable, upright. The word Boaz is, in Hebrew, Baaz, means strong, strength, power, might, refuge, source of strength, a fort. The Hebrew prefixed means with or in, and gives the word the force of the Latin gerund roborando, strengthening. The former word also means he will establish or plant in an erect position, from the verb kun, he stood erect. It probably meant active and vivifying energy and force, and Boaz, stability, permanence in the passive sense. The dimensions of the lodge, our brethren of the York Rite say, are unlimited, and its covering no less than the canopy of heaven. To this object, they say, the Mason's mind is continually directed, and thither he hopes at last to arrive by the aid of the theological ladder which Jacob in his vision saw ascending from earth to heaven, the three principal rounds of which are denominated faith, hope, and charity, and which admonish us to have faith in God, hope in immortality, and charity to all mankind. Accordingly, a ladder, sometimes with 9 rounds, is seen on the chart, resting at the bottom, on the earth, its top in the clouds, the stars shining above it, and this is deemed to represent that mystic ladder which Jacob saw in his dreams set up on the earth, and the top of it reaching to heaven, with the angels of God ascending and descending on it. The addition of the 3 principal rounds to the symbolism is wholly modern and incongruous. The ancients counted 7 planets, thus arranged: the Moon, Mercury, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. There were 7 heavens and 7 spheres of these planets. On all the monuments of Mithras are 7 altars or pyres consecrated to the 7 planets, as were the 7 lamps of the golden candelabrum in the temple. That these represented the planets we are assured by Clements of Alexandria in his Stromata, and by Philo Judaeus. To return to its source in the infinite, the human soul, the ancients held had to ascend, as it had descended, through the 7 spheres. The ladder by which it reascends has, according to Marsilius Ficinus, in his commentary on the Ennead of Plotinus, 7 degrees or steps, and in the Mysteries of Mithras carried to Rome under the emperors, the ladder with its 7 rounds was a symbol referring to this ascent through the spheres of the 7 planets. Jacob saw the spirits of God ascending and descending on it, and above it the deity himself. The Mithraic mysteries were celebrated in caves where gates were marked at the 4 equinoctial and celestial points of the zodiac, and the 7 planetary spheres were represented, which soul's needs must traverse in descending from the heaven of the fixed stars to the elements that envelop the earth. And 7 gates were marked, one for each planet, through which they pass, in descending or returning. We learn this from Celsus in Origin, who says that the symbolic image of this passage among the stars used in the Mithraic mysteries was a ladder reaching from earth to heaven, divided into 7 steps or stages, to each of which was a gate, and at the summit an 8th one, that of the fixed stars. The symbol was the same as that of the 7 stages of Borsippa, the pyramid of vitrified brick near Babylon, built of 7 stages and each of a different color. In the Mithraic ceremonies, the candidate went through 7 stages of initiation, passing through many fearful trials, and of these the high ladder with 7 rounds or steps was the symbol. You see the lodge, its details and ornaments by its lights. You have already heard what these lights, the greater and lesser, are said to be, and how they are spoken of by our brethren of the York Rite. The Holy Bible, square, and compasses are not only styled the great lights in Masonry, but they are also technically called the furniture of the lodge, and as you have seen, it is held that there is no lodge without them. This has sometimes been made a pretext for excluding Jews from our lodges, because they cannot regard the New Testament as a holy book. The Bible is an indispensable part of the furniture of a Christian lodge, only because it is the sacred book of the Christian religion. The Hebrew Pentateuch in a Hebrew lodge, and the Quran in a Mohammedan one, belong on the altar, and one of these, and the square and compass properly understood, are the great lights by which a Mason must walk and work. The obligation of the candidate is always to be taken on the sacred book or books of his religion, that he may deem it more solemn and binding, and therefore it was that you were asked of what religion you were. We have no other concern with your religious creed. The square is a right angle formed by 2 right lines. It is adapted only to a plane surface, and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement, that trigonometry which deals only with planes, and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. The compass describes circles, and deals with spherical trigonometry, the science of the spheres and heavens. The former, therefore, is an emblem of what concerns the earth and the body, the latter of what concerns the heaven and the soul. Yet the compass is also used in plane trigonometry, as in erecting perpendiculars, and therefore you are reminded that, although in this degree both points of the compass are under the square, and you are now dealing only with the moral and political meaning of the symbols, and not with their philosophical and spiritual meanings, still the divine ever mingles with the human, With the earthly, the spiritual intermixes, and there is something spiritual in the commonest duties of life. The nations are not bodies politic alone, but also souls politic, and woe to that people which, seeking the material only, forgets that it has a soul. Then we have a race petrified in dogma which presupposes the absence of a soul, and the presence only of memory and instinct, or demoralized by lucre. Such a nature can never lead civilization. Genuflection before the idol or the dollar atrophies the muscle which walks and the will which moves. Hieratic or mercantile absorption diminishes the radiance of a people, lowers its horizon by lowering its level, and deprives it of that understanding of the universal aim, at the same time human and divine, which makes the missionary nations. A free people, forgetting that it has a soul to be cared for, devotes all its energies to its material advancement. If it makes war, it is to subserve its commercial interests. The citizens copy after the state, and regard wealth, pomp, and luxury as the great goods of life. Such a nation creates wealth rapidly and distributes it badly. Thence the two extremes of monstrous opulence and monstrous misery, all the enjoyment to a few, all the privations to the rest, that is to say, to the people, privilege, exception, monopoly, feudality springing up from labour itself, a false and dangerous situation, which, making labour a blinded and chained cyclops, in the mine, at the forge, in the workshop, at the loom, in the field, over poisonous fumes, in miasmatic cells, in unventilated factories, founds public power upon private misery, and plants the greatness of the state in the suffering of the individual. It is a greatness ill constituted, in which all the material elements are combined, and into which no moral element enters. If a people, like a star, has the right of eclipse, the light ought to return. The eclipse should not degenerate into night. The three lesser or the sublime lights, you have heard, are the sun, the moon, and the master of the lodge. And you have heard what our brethren of the York Rite say in regard to them, and why they hold them to be lights of the lodge. But the sun and the moon do in no sense light the lodge, unless it be symbolically, and then the lights are not they, but those things of which they are the symbols. Of what they are the symbols, the Mason in that rite is not told, nor does the Mason in any sense rule the night with regularity. The sun is the ancient symbol of the life-giving and generative power of the deity. To the ancients, light was the cause of life, and God was the source from which all light flowed. The essence of light, the invisible fire, developed as flame, manifested as light and splendor. The sun was his manifestation and visible image, and the Sabaeans, worshipping the light god, seemed to worship the sun, in whom they saw the manifestation of the deity. The moon was the symbol of the passive capacity of nature to produce, the female, of which the life-giving power and energy was the male. It was the symbol of Isis, Astarte, and Artemis, or Diana. The master of life was the supreme deity above both, and manifested through both. Zeus, the son of Saturn, become king of the gods. Horus, son of Osiris and Isis, became the master of life. Dionysus or Bacchus, like Mithras, became the author of light and life and truth. The master of light and life, the sun and the moon, are symbolized in every lodge by the master and wardens, and this makes it the duty of the master to dispense light to the brethren by himself and through the wardens who are his ministers. Thy sun, says Isaiah to Jerusalem, shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself, for the Lord shall be thine everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning shall be ended. Thy people also shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever. Such is the type of a free people. Our northern ancestors worshipped this triune deity: Odin, the Almighty Father; Freya, his wife, emblem of universal matter; and Thor, his son, the mediator. But above all these was the supreme God, the author of everything that existeth, the eternal, the ancient, the living and awful being, the searcher into concealed things, the being that never changeth. In the temple of Eleusis, a sanctuary lighted only by a window in the roof and representing the universe, the images of the sun, moon, and Mercury were represented. The sun and moon, says the learned brother, Delaunay, represent the two grand principles of all generations, the active and passive, the male and the female. The sun represents the actual light. He pours upon the moon his fecundating rays. Both shed their light upon their offspring, the blazing star, or Horus, and the three form the great equilateral triangle, in the center of which is the omnific letter of the Kabbalah, by which creation is said to have been effected. The ornaments of a lodge are said to be the mosaic pavement, the indented tessel, and the blazing star. The mosaic pavement, checkered in squares or lozenges, is said to represent the ground floor of King Solomon's temple, and the indented tessel that beautiful tessellated border which surrounded it. The blazing star in the center is said to be an emblem of divine providence, and commemorative of the star which appeared to guide the wise men of the East to the place of our Saviour's nativity. But there was no stone seen within the temple. The walls were covered with planks of cedar, and the floor was covered with planks of fir. There is no evidence that there was such a pavement or floor in the temple, or such a bordering. In England, anciently, the tracing board was surrounded with an indented border, and it is only in America that such a border is put around the mosaic pavement. The tesserae, indeed, are the squares or lozenges of the pavement. In England, also, the indented or denticulated border is called tessellated because it has 4 tassels, said to represent temperance, fortitude, prudence, and justice. It was termed the indented trassel, but this is a misuse of words. It is a tesserated pavement, with an indented border round it. The pavement, alternately black and white, symbolizes, whether so intended or not, the good and evil principles of the Egyptian and Persian creed. It is the warfare of Michael and Satan, of the gods and titans, of Balder and Lok, between light and shadow, which is darkness, day and night, freedom and despotism, religious liberty and the arbitrary dogmas of a church that thinks for its votaries, and whose pontiff claims to be infallible, and the decretals of its councils to constitute a gospel. The edges of this pavement, if in lozenges, will necessarily be indented or denticulated, toothed like a saw, and to complete and finish it a bordering is necessary. It is completed by tassels as ornaments at the corners. If these and the bordering have any symbolic meaning, it is fanciful and arbitrary. To find in the blazing star of 5 points an allusion to the divine providence is also fanciful, and to make it commemorative of the star that is said to have guided the Magi is to give it a meaning comparatively modern. Originally it represented Sirius, or the dog star, the forerunner of the inundation of the Nile, the god Anubis, companion of Isis in her search for the body of Osiris, her brother and husband. Then it became the image of Horus, the son of Osiris, himself symbolized also by the sun, the author of the seasons and the god of time. Son of Isis, who was the universal nature, himself the primitive matter, inexhaustible source of life, spark of uncreated fire, universal seed of all beings. It was Hermes also, the master of learning, whose name in Greek is that of the god Mercury. It became the sacred and potent sign or character of the Magi, the Pentalpha, and is the significant emblem of liberty and freedom, blazing with a steady radiance amid the weltering elements of good and evil of revolutions, and promising serene skies and fertile seasons to the nations after the storms of change and tumult. In the east of the lodge, over the master, enclosed in a triangle, is the Hebrew letter Yod. In the English and American lodges, the letter G is substituted for this as the initial of the word God, with as little reason as if the letter D, initial of Dieu, were used in French lodges instead of the proper letter. Yod is in the Kabbalah the symbol of unity, of the supreme deity, the first letter of the holy name, and also a symbol of the great Kabbalistic triads. To understand its mystic meanings, you must open the pages of the Sohar and Sifra des Zeniutha and other Kabbalistic books, and ponder deeply on their meaning. It must suffice to say that it is the creative energy of the deity is represented as a point, and that point in the center of the circle of immensity. It is to us in this degree the symbol of that unmanifested deity, the Absolute, who has no name. Our French brethren placed this letter Yod in the center of the blazing star, and in the old lectures our ancient English brethren said, "The blazing star or glory in the center refers us to that grand luminary, the sun, which enlightens the earth and by its genial influence dispenses blessings to mankind." They called it also in the same lectures an emblem of prudence. The word prudentia means, in its original and fullest signification, foresight, and accordingly the blazing star has been regarded as an emblem of omniscience, or the all-seeing eye, which to the Egyptian initiates was the emblem of Osiris the creator. With the yod in the center, it has the Kabbalistic meaning of the divine energy, manifested as light, creating the universe. The jewels of the lodge are said to be 6 in number. 3 are called movable, and 3 immovable. The square, the level, and the plumb were anciently and properly called the movable jewels, because they pass from one brother to another. It is a modern innovation to call them immovable, because they must always be present in the lodge. The immovable jewels are the rough ashlar, the perfect ashlar or cubical stone, or in some rituals the double cube, and the tracing board or trestle board. Of these jewels, our brethren of the York Rite say, the square inculcates morality, the level equality, and the plumb rectitude of conduct. Their explanation of the immovable jewels may be read in their monitors. Our brethren of the York Rite say that there is represented in every well-governed lodge a certain point within a circle, the point representing an individual brother, the circle the boundary line of his conduct, beyond which he is never to suffer his prejudices or passions to betray him. This is not to interpret the symbols of Masonry. It is said by some, with a nearer approach to interpretation, that the point within the circle represents God in the center of the universe. It is a common Egyptian sign for the sun and Osiris, and is still used as the astronomical sign of the great luminary. In the Kabbalah, the point is Yod, the creative energy of God, irradiating with light the circular space which God, the universal light, left vacant wherein to create the worlds, by withdrawing his substance of light back on all sides from one point. Our brethren add that this circle is bordered by 2 perpendicular parallel lines representing St. John the Baptist and St. John the Evangelist, and upon the top rest the Holy Scriptures, an open book. In going round this circle, they say, we necessarily touch upon these 2 lines as well as upon the Holy Scriptures, and while a Mason keeps himself circumscribed within their precepts, it is impossible that he should materially err. It would be a waste of time to comment upon this. Some writers have imagined that the parallel lines represent the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, which the sun alternately touches upon at the summer and winter solstices. But the tropics are not perpendicular lines, and the idea is merely fanciful. If the parallel lines ever belonged to the ancient symbol, they had some more recondite and more fruitful meaning. They probably had the same meaning as the twin columns Yakin and Boaz. That meaning is not for the apprentice. The adept may find it in the Kabbalah. The justice and mercy of God are in equilibrium, and the result is harmony, because a single and perfect wisdom presides over both. The Holy Scriptures are an entirely modern addition to the symbol, like the terrestrial and celestial globes on the columns of the portico. Thus, the ancient symbol has been denaturalized by incongruous additions, like that of Isis weeping over the broken column containing the remains of Osiris at Byblos. Masonry has its Decalogue, which is a law to its initiates. These are its 10 commandments. 1. Symbol Earth. God is the eternal, omnipotent, immutable wisdom and supreme intelligence and exhaustless love. Thou shalt adore, revere, and love him. Thou shalt honor him by practicing the virtues. 2. Symbol Full Moon. Thy religion shall be to do good because it is a pleasure to thee, and not merely because it is a duty. That thou mayest become the friend of the wise man, thou shalt obey his precepts. Thy soul is immortal, thou shalt do nothing to degrade it. 3. Symbol Earth. Thou shalt unceasingly war against vice. Thou shalt not do unto others that which thou wouldst not wish them to do unto thee. Thou shalt be submissive to thy fortunes and keep burning the light of wisdom. 4. Symbol Full Moon. Thou shalt honor thy parents. Thou shalt pay respect and homage to the aged. Thou shalt instruct the young. Thou shalt protect and defend infancy and innocence. 5. Symbol Earth. Thou shalt cherish thy wife and thy children. Thou shalt love thy country and obey its laws. 6. Symbol Full Moon. Thy friend shall be to thee a second self. Misfortune shall not estrange thee from him. Thou shalt do for his memory whatever thou wouldst do for him if he were living. 7. Symbol Earth. Thou shalt avoid and flee from insincere friendships. Thou shalt in everything refrain from excess. Thou shalt fear to be the cause of a stain on thy memory. 8. Symbol Full Moon. Thou shalt allow no passions to become thy master. Thou shalt make the passions of others profitable lessons to thyself. Thou shalt be indulgent to error. 9. symbol, earth. Thou shalt hear much, thou shalt speak little, thou shalt act well. Thou shalt forget injuries, thou shalt render good for evil. Thou shalt not misuse either thy strength or thy superiority. 10. Symbol, full moon. Thou shalt study to know men, that thereby thou mayest learn to know thyself. Thou shalt ever seek after virtue. Thou shalt be just. Thou shalt avoid idleness. But the great commandment of Masonry is this: A new commandment give I unto you, that ye love one another. He that saith he is in the light, and hateth his brother, remaineth still in the darkness. Such are the moral duties of a Mason. But it is also the duty of Masonry to assist in elevating the moral and intellectual level of society, in coining knowledge, bringing ideas into circulation, and causing the mind of youth to grow, and in putting, gradually, by the teachings and axioms of the promulgation of positive laws, the human race in harmony with its destinies. To this duty and work the initiate is apprenticed. He must not imagine that he can effect nothing, and therefore, despairing, become inert. It is in this as in a man's daily life. Many great deeds are done in the small struggles of life. There is, we are told, a determined though unseen bravery which defends itself foot to foot in the darkness against the fatal invasion of necessity and of baseness. There are noble and mysterious triumphs which no eye sees, which no renown rewards, which no flourish of trumpets salutes. Life, misfortune, isolation, abandonment, poverty are battlefields which have their heroes. Heroes obscure, but sometimes greater than those who become illustrious. The Mason should struggle in the same manner, and with the same bravery, against those invasions of necessity and baseness, which come to nations as well as to men. He should meet them, too, foot to foot, even in the darkness, and protest against the national wrongs and follies, against usurpation and the first inroads of that hydra, tyranny. There is no more sovereign eloquence than the truth and indignation. It is more difficult for a people to keep them than to gain their freedom. The protests of truth are always needed. Continually the right must protest against the fact. There is in fact eternity in the right. The Mason should be the priest and soldier of that right. If his country should be robbed of her liberties, he should still not despair. The protest of the right against the fact persists forever. The robbery of a people never becomes prescriptive. Reclamation of its rights is barred by no length of time. Warsaw can no more be Tartar than Venice can be Teutonic. A people may endure military usurpation, and subjugated states kneel to states and wear the yoke, while under the stress of necessity. But when the necessity disappears, if the people is fit to be free, the submerged country will float to the surface and reappear, and tyranny be adjudged by history to have murdered its victims. Whatever occurs, we should have faith in the justice and overruling wisdom of God, and hope for the future and loving kindness for those who are in error. God makes visible to men his will in events, an obscure text written in a mysterious language. Men make their translations of it forthwith, hasty, incorrect, full of faults, omissions, and misreadings. We see so short a way along the arc of the great circle. Few minds comprehend the divine tongue. The most sagacious, the most calm, the most profound, decipher the hieroglyphs slowly, and when they arrive with their text, perhaps the need has long gone by. There are already 20 translations in the public square, the most incorrect being, as of course, the most accepted and popular. From each translation a party is born, and from each misreading a faction. Each party believes or pretends that it has the only true text, and each faction believes or pretends that it alone possesses the light. Moreover, factions are blind men who aim straight. Errors are excellent projectiles, striking skillfully and with all the violence that springs from false reasoning, wherever a want of logic in those who defend the right, like a defect in a cuirass, makes them vulnerable. Therefore it is that we shall often be discomfited in combating error before the people. Antæus long resisted Hercules, and the heads of the Hydra grew as fast as they were cut off. It is absurd to say that error, wounded, writhes in pain and dies amid her worshippers. Truth conquers slowly. There is a wondrous vitality in error. Truth, indeed, for the most part, shoots over the heads of the masses, or if an error is prostrated for a moment, it is up again in a moment, and as vigorous as ever. It will not die when the brains are out, and the most stupid and irrational errors are the longest lived. Nevertheless, Masonry, which is morality and philosophy, must not cease to do its duty. We never know at what moment success awaits our efforts, generally when most unexpected, nor with what effect our efforts are or are not to be attended. Succeed or fail, Masonry must not bow to error or succumb under discouragement. There were at Rome a few Carthaginian soldiers taken prisoners who refused to bow to Flaminius and had a little of Hannibal's magnanimity. Masons should possess an equal greatness of soul. Masonry should be an energy finding its aim and effect in the amelioration of mankind. Socrates should enter into Adam and produce Marcus Aurelius, in other words, bring forth from the man of enjoyments the man of wisdom. Masonry should not be a mere watchtower built upon mystery from which to gaze at ease upon the world, with no other result than to be a convenience for the curious, to hold the full cup of thought to the thirsty lips of men, to give to all the true ideas of deity, to harmonize conscience and science are the province of philosophy. Morality is faith in full bloom. Contemplation should lead to action, and the absolute be practical, the ideal be made air and food and drink to the human mind. Wisdom is a sacred communion. It is only on that condition that it ceases to be a sterile love of science, and becomes the one and supreme method by which to unite humanity and arouse it to concerted action. Then philosophy becomes religion. And Masonry, like history and philosophy, has eternal duties, eternal and at the same time simple. To oppose Caiaphas as bishop, Draco or Jeffreys as judge, Trimalchion as legislator, and Tiberius as emperor. These are the symbols of the tyranny that degrades and crushes, and the corruption that defiles and infests. In the works published for the use of the craft, we are told that the three great tenets of a Mason's profession are brotherly love, relief, and truth. And it is true that a brotherly affection and kindness should govern us in all our intercourse and relations with our brethren, and a generous and liberal philanthropy actuate us in regard to all men. To relieve the distressed is peculiarly the duty of Masons, a sacred duty not to be omitted, neglected, or coldly or inefficiently complied with. It is also most true that truth is a divine attribute and the foundation of every virtue. To be true and to seek to find and learn the truth are the great objects of every good Mason. As the ancients did, Masonry styles temperance, fortitude, prudence, and justice, the four cardinal virtues. They are as necessary to nations as to individuals. The people that would be free and independent must possess sagacity, forethought, foresight, and careful circumspection, all which are included in the meaning of the word prudence. It must be temperate in asserting its rights, temperate in its counsels, economical in its expenses. It must be bold, brave, courageous, patient under reverses, undismayed by disasters, hopeful amid calamities like Rome when she sold the field at which Hannibal had his camp. No Cannae or Pharsalia or Pavia or Agincourt or Waterloo must discourage her. Let her senate sit in their seats until the Gauls pluck them by the beard. She must above all things be just, not truckling to the strong and warring on, or plundering the weak. She must act on the square with all nations, and the feeblest tribes, always keeping her faith, honest in her legislation, upright in all her dealings. Whenever such a republic exists, it will be immortal. For rashness, injustice, intemperance, and luxury in prosperity, and despair and disorder in adversity, are the causes of the decay and dilapidation of nations. End of Chapter 1 of Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry by Albert Pike.
Napoleon's Argument for the Divinity of Christ and the Scriptures by Napoleon Bonaparte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Napoleon's Argument for the Divinity of Christ and the Scriptures in a conversation with General Bertrand at St. Helena. Translated from the French. True, Christ offers to our faith a series of mysteries. He commands us authoritatively to believe and gives no other reason than his awful word, I am God. True, this is an article of mere faith, and upon it depends all the other articles of the Christian system. But the doctrine of the divinity of Christ once admitted, Christianity appears with the precision and clearness of algebra. It has the connectedness and unity of a science. This doctrine, resting upon the Bible, best explains the traditions prevalent in the world. It throws light upon them, and all the other doctrines of Christianity are strictly connected with it as links of the same chain. The nature of Christ's existence is mysterious, I admit, but this mystery meets the wants of man. Reject it, and the world is an inexplicable riddle. Believe it, and the history of our race is satisfactorily explained. Christianity has one advantage over all systems of philosophy and all religions. Christians do not delude themselves in regard to the nature of things. You cannot reproach them with the subtleties and artifices of those idealists who think to solve profound theological problems by their empty dissertations. Fools! Their efforts are those of the infant who tries to touch the sky with his hands, or cries to have the moon for his plaything. Christianity says simply, "No man hath seen God but God. God reveals what he is. His revelation is a mystery which neither imagination nor reason can conceive. But when God speaks, man must believe." This is sound common sense. The gospel possesses a secret virtue of indescribable efficacy, a warmth which influences the understanding and softens the heart. In meditating upon it, you feel as you do in contemplating the heavens. The gospel is more than a book, it is a living thing, active, powerful, overcoming every obstacle in its way. See upon this table, this book of books, and here the emperor touched it reverently. I never cease reading it, and always with new delight. Christ never hesitates, never varies in his instructions, and the least of his assertions is stamped with a simplicity and a depth which captivate the ignorant and the learned, if they give it their attention. Nowhere is to be found such a series of beautiful thoughts, fine moral maxims, following one another like ranks of a celestial army, and producing in the soul the same emotion as is felt in contemplating the infinite extent of the resplendent heavens on a fine summer night. Not only is our mind absorbed, it is controlled, and the soul can never go astray with this book for its guide. Once master of our mind, the gospel is a faithful friend. God himself is our friend, our Father, and truly our God. A mother has not greater care for the infant on her breast. The soul, captivated by the beauty of the gospel, is no longer its own. God occupies it altogether. He directs his thoughts and all its faculties. It is his. What a proof it is of the divinity of Christ that with so absolute an empire, his single aim is the spiritual melioration of individuals, their purity of conscience, their union to the truth, their holiness of soul. My last argument is, there is not a God in heaven if a mere man was able to conceive and execute successfully the gigantic design of making himself the object of supreme worship by usurping the name of God. Jesus alone dared to do this. He alone said clearly and unfalteringly of himself, "I am God," which is quite different from saying, "I am a God," or "there are gods." History mentions no other individual who has appropriated to himself the title of God in the absolute sense. Heathen mythology nowhere pretends that Jupiter and the other gods themselves assumed divinity. It would have been on their part the height of pride and absurdity. They were deified by their posterity, the heirs of the first despots. As all men are of one race, Alexander could call himself the son of Jupiter, but Greece laughed at the silly assumption, and so, in making gods of their emperors, the Romans were not serious. Muhammad and Confucius merely gave out that they were agents of the deity. Numa's goddess Igria was only the personification of his reflections on the solitude of the woods. The Brahmas of India are only deifications of mental attributes. How then should a Jew, the particular of whose history are better attested than that of any of his contemporaries, how should he alone, the son of a carpenter, give out all at once that he was God, the creator of all things? He arrogates to himself the highest adoration. He constructs his worship with his own hands, not with stones but with men. You are amazed at the conquests of Alexander, but here is a conqueror who appropriates to his own advantage, who incorporates with himself not a nation but the human race. Wonderful, the human soul with all its faculties becomes blended with the existence of Christ. And how? By a prodigy surpassing all other prodigies. He seeks the love of men, the most difficult thing in the world to obtain. He seeks what a wise man would fain have from a few friends, a father from his children, a wife from her husband, a brother from a brother. In a word, the heart. This he seeks, this he absolutely requires, and he gains his object. Hence I infer his divinity. Alexander, Caesar, Hannibal, Louis XIV, with all their genius, failed here. They conquered the world and had not a friend. I am perhaps the only person of my day who loves Hannibal, Caesar, Alexander. Louis XIV, who shed so much lustre upon France and the world, had not a friend in all his kingdom, not even in his own family. True, we love our children, but it is from instinct, from a necessity which the beasts themselves obey. And how many children manifest no proper sense of our kindness and the cares we bestow on them? How many ungrateful children? Do your children, General Bertrand, love you? You love them, but you are not sure of being requited. Neither natural affection nor your kindness will ever inspire in them such love as Christians have for God. When you die, your children will remember you, doubtless while spending your money, but your grandchildren will hardly know that you ever existed. And yet you are General Bertrand, and we are here upon an island where all your cares and all your enjoyments are centered in your family. Christ speaks, and at once generations become his by stricter, closer ties than those of blood, by the most sacred, most indissoluble of all unions. He lights up the flame of love which consumes self-love, which prevails over every other love. In this wonderful power of his will, we recognize the word that created the world. The founders of other religions never conceived of this mystical love, which is the essence of Christianity and is beautifully called charity. Hence it is that they have struck upon a rock, in every attempt to effect this thing, namely to make himself beloved. Man deeply feels his own impotence. So that Christ's greatest miracle undoubtedly is the reign of charity. He alone succeeded in lifting the heart of man to things invisible, and in inducing him to sacrifice temporal things. He alone, by influencing him to this sacrifice, has formed a bond of union between heaven and earth. All who sincerely believe in him taste this wonderful, supernatural, exalted love, which is beyond the power of reason, above the ability of man, a sacred fire brought down to earth by this new Prometheus, and of which time, the great destroyer, can neither exhaust the force nor limit the duration. The more I, Napoleon, think of this, I admire it the more, and it convinces me absolutely of the divinity of Christ. I have inspired multitudes with such affection for me that they would die for me. God forbid that I should compare the soldiers' enthusiasm with Christian charity, which are as unlike as their cause. But, after all, my presence was necessary, the lightning of my eye, my voice, a word from me, then the sacred fire was kindled in their hearts. I do indeed possess the secret of this magical power which lifts the soul, but I could never impart it to anyone. None of my generals ever learnt it from me, nor have I the secret of perpetuating my name and love for me in the hearts of men, and to effect these things without physical means. Now that I am at St. Helena, now that I am alone, chained to this rock, who fights and wins empires for me? Where are any to share my misfortune, any to think of me? Who bestirs himself for me in Europe? Who remains faithful to me? Where are my friends? Yes, 2 or 3 of you, who are immortalized by this fidelity, ye share, ye alleviate my exile. Here the emperor's voice choked with grief. Yes, my life once shone with all the brilliance of the diadem and the throne, and yours, Bertrand, reflected that brilliance, as the dome of the Invalides, gilt by me, reflects the rays of the sun. But disasters came, the gold gradually became dim, and now all the brightness is effaced by the rain of misfortune and outrage, with which I am continually pelted. We are mere lead now, General Bertrand, and soon I shall be in my grave. Such is the fate of great men. So it was with Caesar and Alexander, and I too am forgotten, and the name of a conqueror and an emperor is a college theme. Our exploits are tasks given to pupils by their tutor, who sits in judgment upon us, awarding us censure or praise. How different the opinions formed of the great Louis XIV. Scarcely dead, the great king was left alone in his solitary chamber at Versailles, neglected by his courtiers and perhaps the object of their ridicule. He was no more their master. He was a dead body in his coffin, the prey of a loathsome putrefaction. And mark what is soon to become of me, assassinated by the English oligarchy. I die before my time, and my dead body too must return to the earth to become food for worms. Such is soon to be the fate of the great Napoleon. What a wide abyss between my deep misery and the eternal kingdom of Christ, which is proclaimed, loved, adored, and which is extending over all the earth. Is this death? Is it not life, rather? The death of Christ is the death of a God. The emperor paused, and as General Bertrand did not answer, the emperor resumed. You do not perceive that Jesus Christ is God? Then I did wrong to appoint you general. The above is translated from a French tract printed in Paris with the title Napoleon. The narrative is confirmed by a letter from the Reverend Dr. G. D. Felice, professor in the Theological Seminary at Montauban, France, in a communication inserted in the New York Observer of April 16, 1842. Professor de Felice states that the Reverend Dr. Bogue sent Napoleon at St. Helena a copy of his Essay on the Divine Authority of the New Testament, which eyewitnesses attest that he read with interest and satisfaction. He also states that similar witnesses attest that he read much in the Bible and spoke of it with profound respect, and further, that there was a religious revival among the inhabitants of St. Helena, which extended to the soldiers, who prayed much for the conversion and salvation of the noble prisoner. Dr. de Felice closes his communication by translating from a recent French journal the following conversation related by Count de Montalon, the faithful friend of the emperor. I know men, said Napoleon, and I tell you that Jesus is not a man. The religion of Christ is a mystery which subsists by its own force and proceeds from a mind which is not a human mind. We find in it a marked individuality which originated a train of words and maxims unknown before. Jesus borrowed nothing from our knowledge. He exhibited in himself the perfect example of his precepts. Jesus is not a philosopher, for his proofs are miracles, and from the first his disciples adored him. In fact, learning and philosophy are of no use for salvation, and Jesus came into the world to reveal the mysteries of heaven and the laws of the Spirit. Alexander, Caesar, Charlemagne, and myself founded empires, but upon what did we rest the creations of our genius? Upon force. Jesus Christ alone founded his empire upon love, and at this hour millions of men would die for him. It was not a day or a battle which achieved the triumph of the Christian religion in the world. No, it was a long war, a contest for 3 centuries, begun by the apostles, then continued by the flood of Christian generations. In this war, all the kings and potentates of earth were on one side. On the other, I see no army, but a mysterious force, some men scattered here and there in all parts of the world, and who have no other rallying point than a common faith in the mysteries of the cross. I die before my time, and my body will be given back to the earth to become food for worms. Such is the fate which so soon awaits him who has been called the great Napoleon. What an abyss between my deep misery and the eternal kingdom of Christ, which is proclaimed, loved, and adored, which is extending over the whole earth. Call you this dying? Is it not living rather? The death of Christ is the death of a God. End of Napoleon's argument for the divinity of Christ and the Scriptures, by Napoleon Bonaparte.
Voyage down the Mississippi River to New Orleans during the period of the New Madrid Earthquake, by James McBride, from Brief Accounts of Journeys in the Western Country, 1809 to 1812, excerpted from the quarterly publication of the Historical and Philosophical Society of Ohio, Volume 5, Number 1, 1910, Number 1, January through March. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mississippi River, April 1812. Dear Aunt, about the 1st of March last, I received a letter from you and omitted answering it until now, which was not occasioned or owing to negligence, but because I thought the intelligence I would have to give, if I wrote truly, would occasion you some little uneasiness, as at that time I was engaged in making preparations to make a voyage to New Orleans, and am now so far on my way. Last winter I entered into a co-partnership with Joseph Huff of Hamilton, Ohio. With the intention of carrying on the business of merchandising, we purchased a quantity of flour and whiskey in the Miami country and located 2 flat boats on the Miami River, which we have brought out of that stream and are thus far on our voyage. When we go to New Orleans, we shall sell our cargo, go round by sea to Philadelphia, and purchase goods and return with them to Hamilton. As you had no doubt heard very alarming accounts about the earthquake and other dangers of descending the Mississippi River, I suppose you would have looked upon me as going to certain destruction. Thank kind Providence, I think we have now passed those dangers, and if some untoward accident does not overtake us, shall pass safely to New Orleans. And if flour bears the price which I understand it does, we shall make something very handsome. Our cargoes consist of 700 barrels of flour and some whiskey and pork, which we purchased in the Miami country on very reasonable terms, as the reports prevailing of the dangers to be encountered from the Indians and the earthquakes had so much frightened the people that none would venture to encounter them. These stories I considered improbable, but have since found too much reality to exist in them, particularly those relating to the earthquakes. I shall give you some little account of what I saw and experienced, although it must be a very cursory account, as I was only on shore at certain points, and then but a short distance from the river. The following is extracted from the journal which I kept. Soon after entering the Mississippi River, we began to discover the effects of the earthquake. The region of which we were now approaching, above New Madrid, Missouri, on the west side of the river, is a grove of cottonwood and willow trees, 2 or 3 miles long. These were all bent upstream, and stripped of their leaves and branches in a singular manner. It is said that at the time of the violent shock, the river at this place for some time ran upstream with great velocity, and from the appearance I have no doubt of the fact, as I know of nothing else that could have produced the appearance here exhibited. We were now experiencing considerable shocks every few hours. We passed New Madrid, Missouri, in the afternoon, intending to land before night. Mr. Huff had command of one boat and myself of the other. We each steered our own boat and had only 2 hands on each boat to row. Mr. Huff, who was rowing to shore to land on the west side of the river, discovering that the landing place would be a critical situation, by signs motioned me to keep out. I immediately turned my boat and rowed for the middle of the river again. I made every effort to land on the other shore, but was unable. At dark I made a willow island in the river, and fastened to the willows, where we remained all night in a very exposed situation. The island was all overflowed, but barely sufficient where we lay to float our boat, which drew somewhat over 3 feet of water. The river was falling, and myself and Hans were obliged frequently during the night to jump overboard into the water, cold as it was, to push off the boat and prevent her getting fast aground. As soon as day dawned, we put off from our dangerous harbor in a dull rainy morning, and at 10 o'clock landed at the little prairie, about miles below New Madrid. Here had been a small village of some 20 houses, and a settlement extending back 6 or 8 miles from the river, principally French and Spaniards. On landing, we soon discovered that the place where we were moored had been part of the town, now the bed of the Mississippi River, a considerable portion, several acres on which part of the town had stood, had sunk down with the buildings, and the river flowed over the place. The place where we made fast our boat was a burying ground. Part had sunk into the river, and coffins were exposed along the bank. The tenants had been Roman Catholics, as the cross was erected at the head of each grave. A large cross made of strong cypress wood, placed no doubt at the grave of some pious Christian, was broken and prostrated to the earth. Although it rained considerably after securing our boat, I wrapped myself in my greatcoat and went on shore to see what discoveries I could make. Of about a dozen houses and cabins which I saw, not one was standing. All was either entirely prostrated or nearly overturned and wrecked in a miserable manner. The surface of the ground cracked and fractured in every direction. At the back part of the village I found 3 Frenchmen who were sheltering themselves in a temporary booth of boards taken from some of the desolate houses. They informed me in broken English that the late beautiful village and settlement was now wholly destroyed. The inhabitants had fled with what property they could take with them. They and only they were left to tell the passing stranger of the melancholy fate of the place. I continued my excursion about 2 miles back from the river, although it was with considerable difficulty, and at every step witnessed some new phenomena of the desolating effects of the earthquakes. The surface of the ground was cracked in almost every direction, and stood like yawning gulfs, so wide that I could scarcely leap over them. At other places I came to spaces of ground several poles in width, sunk down 2 or 3 feet below the common level of the ground. But what particularly attracted my attention were circular holes in the earth from 5 or 6 to 30 feet in diameter, the depth corresponding with the diameter, so as to be about half as deep as wide, and surrounded with a circle of sand 2 or 3 feet deep, and a black substance like stone coal, but lighter, probably carbonized wood. I took some pieces of this to the boat, and putting them on the fire I found they would burn, at the same time producing a strong and disagreeable sulphurous smell. These holes, I presume, must have been produced by a strong current of air issuing from the bowels of the earth, throwing up sand and water, and this black substance, which was perhaps wood, long embedded in the earth, prostrating the trees and everything else, where they happened, and producing the most horrible disorder. I observed in several instances, where small explosions had occurred under large trees, that the trunk of the tree was split up 10 or 12 feet, and separated 2 or 3 feet wide at the ground, and thus remained standing. The day was dark and gloomy, with little light. I heard and felt from time to time the rumbling noise of these explosions. All nature around me had the most melancholy appearance. A sudden dread came over me all at once, and I returned to the boat. I lay at Little Prairie until the afternoon of the next day, during which time we experienced 8 or 10 shocks, some of them so severe as to shake from their places loose articles in the boat. Each shock continued about 2 minutes, and was preceded by a rumbling noise like distant thunder, or the discharge of a cannon at a great distance. We experienced light shocks at intervals for the distance of 100 miles above and below Little Prairie. The shores of the river in this region presented a most melancholy spectacle. The banks cracked and fractured, trees broken off and fractured, and in many places acres of ground sunk down so that the tops of the trees just appeared above the surface of the water. All nature appeared in ruins, and seemed to mourn in solitude over her melancholy fate. In the afternoon of the next day, Mr. Huff, with the other boat, made his appearance. The place where he had to land was in the head of an outlet, so far down that he was unable to put out and gain the channel of the river again from that place. But the next day, with great labor and the aid of some friendly Indians who came along, they towed the boat some 20 or 30 rods upstream, from whence they were able to regain the channel. I am now lying at shore on the bank of the Mississippi River, I suppose about 100 miles from Natchez. Yesterday a violent storm compelled us to land here. It continued all night, so violent as to require us to be up to prevent the waves from dashing our boats on shore. The high wind still continues today, and the river so rough that we cannot pursue our voyage. I therefore devote the day to writing you this letter, intending to put it in the post office when we arrive at Natchez. You may suppose that I am not in a very comfortable situation for writing, nor do I feel in a mood for writing after the fatigue I have undergone. I have brought a boat loaded with 350 barrels of flour from the Miami to this place with only 2 hands. Labor, watching, and anxiety have at times reduced me to almost exhaustion. Dear Aunt, your affectionate nephew, James McBride. Letter to Miss Mary Roberts, Greencastle, Pennsylvania. End of Voyage down the Mississippi River to New Orleans during the period of the New Madrid Earthquake by James McBride, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Perfection According to the Saviour by Tatian. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And this is that our Lord says, "Who will be my disciple?" So if he does not separate himself from all his possessions, he cannot be my disciple. But this also he taught out of the earlier prophets, that they might become their disciples. And they had learnt their mode of life, and their sweet reasonableness, and their thought of poverty and of solitude, which were their instructions in that religion of theirs. They had declared to them, as it were a counsel, the exemplar of our Saviour, and then he came himself and perfected their counsels and exemplars, which were really on his account. And so to their hearers their words were established, and a seal was set on them, which words were really on his account. And so also our Saviour himself taught not out of his own mind, but in correspondence with the will of his Father did he teach, even as he says, not that the Son speaks out of his own will, but what he sees and hears of his Father, that he speaks. Wherefore let no one suppose that our Lord said anything from himself. So the similitudes and thoughts relating to himself, and the figures and the forms of his works, which each of the prophets set in action, were all in regard to himself. He came himself, fulfilled them, and sealed them to his hearers. Now should we be in dread of his strong and stern Father, as also the Scripture says, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. For he personally does, through his Son, whatsoever he will. Wherefore, even as our Saviour himself and the prophets and his apostles separated themselves from this present world through their piety and their sobriety and their spiritual mode of life, and their dwelling and their eating and drinking and their glorious words, so also should we be imitators of our teacher and of our comrades, his first disciples. For we ourselves will part from this present world by our piety and our sobriety, and our habitation of the world, and by our eating and drinking, and our spiritual course of life. Nor should ye mingle with the affairs and the discourse of this world. For if we, by our mode of life, and our dwelling, and our eating, and our drinking, and our words, are not separate and disjoined from the men who are here, our Lord might just as well have come to the winds and the stones, and discoursed to them his noble commands from his Father, and he should not have been sent to us in person. Or shall we suppose that when his Father in his good pleasure sets up his dread and powerful judgment seat of glory, he will judge the winds and the stones, and not sit in judgment upon us personally? We will accordingly proceed to do whatsoever the Saviour hath bidden us, according to the will of his Father. For God is a consuming fire, as saith also the Scripture. But if one approaches to take on him the name of discipleship unworthily, he might as well cast his eye on Gehazi, the disciple of Elisha, for he approached in name but never really fulfilled it. For he surrendered the heavenly possessions and lusted after earthly possessions, so he was rejected and clad in leprosy. Or again he might cast an eye on Judas, who is one of the 12 apostles of our Saviour, for he too lusted after the things of this world, and he was rejected and his name erased from the tale of life. We, then, will have dread of the present world and its goods, lest we also be rejected and fall from the stage on which we stand, as they also were rejected. For envy and avarice and all the passions of this world are opposed to discipleship and resist it. And in sooth they have overset the wise and the strong giants, and drives many out of the kingdom in that day. For those passions are the armour of Satan, wherewith he wars against us. Wherefore our Lord despoiled him, and took away his armour, and gave it us, saying withal to us, If any man will serve me, let him follow me. Wherefore we follow him, and become imitators of his manner of life, and draw it on to us like a coat of mail. For our Saviour knows the art of Satan's hypocrisy, how he disorders and confuses men who have become believers. For some he utterly deceives with bait of goods and gear and many other things, to destroy them withal. And whiles he see one that has put on his coat of mail, and he fights against him, and the sense of the Scripture, that he may wreck his vow, and undo him, and whiles he shoves him out of the lists of the teaching. Wherefore our Lord had pity on us, when he said that we should observe his commandments, and that then the grace of his compassion should reach us, to set us free from the evil one. For by the observation of his commandments we shall be set free from Satan, who fights against us in varied forms. And tenderly doth the Holy Spirit care for us as he did for the prophets. Now let us resemble our teacher and the prophets and apostles upon whom we are builded, those who have put on the armour of their Lord and have overcome Satan. For as the blessed Paul says, I want you, brethren, to be imitators of me. That is according to his saying, I have not coveted gold, or silver, nor delicate apparel, but I love to work with my own hands, and to eat, and to give also to them that are weak and needy. So he too showed us the path of life that we ought to walk in. And like the apostles again, who deposited in the midst whatever was their special possession, and there was no one among them that was poor, for all were equal through their living and their loving. But if we do not hear Paul, and do not obey our Saviour, we cannot be imitators of prophets and apostles. Let us no longer tread under foot the words of the Holy Scripture through our weakness. For the words of God are, Yea is yea, and nay is nay. As Paul also said, Alive is the word of God, and sharper than any two-edged sword, to cut, to pierce through, even to the division of souls and bodies, of joints and thighs, and is judge of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Neither is there any creature that is hidden before him, but everything is open before him. For we shall stand naked, every one of us, in his presence, to render him our account. This form of discipleship of which our Lord spoke, he spake it of perfection, for he that will be perfect shall be like that. And then, as St. Paul says, As babes in Christ I gave you milk to drink, and I gave you not strong meat, for ye are yet carnal. Ye could not receive it, as long as ye are carnal. And again he says, Strong meat is for the perfect, those whose taste is practised, to distinguish good and evil. And truly it is just as he says, As babes in Christ I gave you milk to drink, for as the child first sucks milk, and nourished thereby becomes little by little capable of nutrition through savoury food, and begins to distinguish good and bad, sweet and bitter, and then goes forward to eat a meal of bread and other kickshaws like a man, and forgets its childhood and its meal of milk sucked in babyhood, on account of its growing strength, and on account of its meats, because it has become perfect in the measure of the nature which God has set sure for him. So we learn the earlier writing, the Old Testament, as a sort of milk, and we are brought up thereon, and then gradually our faith and the service of our Lord becomes strong in us, and then we begin to understand, to distinguish the good from the bad, and the sweet from the bitter. and as our faith in its energy becomes strong in us, thereupon our mind, with our captive will, urges us on towards the perfecting of the truth of the gospel. Yea, that is itself the strong meat, as also the Apostle says, strong meat is for the perfect. Wherefore it was truth that Apostle said, as babes in Christ I gave you milk to drink. For first we did drink like milk the instruction of the teaching, and when we became perfect and strong in it, then led onward, we approached the prescriptions of the gospel, and this is the perfection of age, a perfect and strong meat. And again, as to the saying of our Lord, strive to enter by the narrow door. And this is precisely what we see, that the door of the kingdom is so. He who longingly desires to be enlisted, and to register himself in the muster roll of warriors here in the world, keeps this point before his mind, that he must go forth from home and relationship, to remove into other neighbourhoods, and to throw himself into the strife of deadly battle. Like the warrior, he must first learn to clean and to polish his armour, and he learns military matters while he is by himself, before the time of the struggle arrives. But when that time comes, he throws himself into the company of warlike enthusiastic men, and naught else beholds he but the glitter of weapons, and the flashing of the sword, and the onrush of the horsemen, and the twang of the bow. There naught else does he hear, but only the clang of the stricken lyre, and the blare of the trumpets, the urgency of the flutes, the whir of the sword, and the onward call of the bugles. And there is one that shrinks from blood, and another, when he hears the sound of fearsome cries, becomes weak, exhausted, and limp from his own terror, and here another who is heartened and prevails, and through him his comrades, his war-mates, are heartened also, and many another lifts his eyes to see the sword before him, and the sword behind him, and within himself he says, if I go slack and weak in this battle, the sword in front will kill me, and if I turn my back, my own friends will smite my flank. So let me manly die. And he uplifts his eyes to heaven, and he cries to God in prayer, and throws himself manfully into the strife. Verily, this is what our life-giving Saviour has said. He who is near me is near the fire, and he who is far from me is far from the life. And so we too that have a lust for the heavenly gates of the kingdom, and to be inscribed in the enrolments of life with the warriors, the prophets, the apostles, we must learn in advance the military matters, the rules and laws of our Lord, and daily drill ourselves in them, and purify ourselves like a clean armour, and be made firm in our heart, and then we put those rules on like a fine armour, and so we become mighty to stand against the war's battle, when we have thus put it on. But if we do not wear this armour, when war comes, or persecution, or any other form of hostility arises against us, for the struggle in our war is for every day, and the armour of the faith is what we possess. And if Satan approaches any of us to make war upon him, many a one becomes apostate through fear, and lacks the armour of the faith. But another hears the sound of the trumpet that stimulates him, and he is encouraged and strengthened to take stand against the enemy. And many lie asleep and do not watch, and here is one that is in covenant with God, but does not stand firm, for he regards the erroneous teachers, mere non-entities, as though they were servants of God. And all these have been written down in the muster roll of the warriors for the gospel call, but they have been conquered by Satan. Just as the apostle said, our warfare is not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, and against the ruler of the world of this darkness under the heaven, and with the spirits of error. And just as a warrior on military service longs to pass from his insignificance to the greatness of renown, through his battlings and the toils of his heroic deeds, and his eager mind, and to stand in his ready service before the king, and from him to receive great presents and fame and honour and worth, and goes up, now promoted, to his own rank, and stands forthwith in the royal court, and lives splendidly and joyously in a noble home. So also we have been called in insignificance, and we attain to glory through the conflict of our strivings, and the war of our heroisms, and through our obedience, and we come to stand before the heavenly King, and to receive from him great presents, renown and honour and glory, And being raised in rank, we are promoted in grade to the prophets and apostles, and we become great and exalted and stand before the heavenly King, and we live in delight in the house beautiful with the celestials. And this again which our Lord has said, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchantman seeking costly pearls, and he found one costly and precious pearl, went, sold all his possessions, and bought it at a price. This again he has spoken with regard to the perfect discipleship, for he is himself the pearl, and we are the merchants who have found him. And just as a costly pearl maketh the heart gay, and bears aloft the mind and soul and spirit of him who possesses it, and makes him fair and beauteous, and he is uplift in his mind, so is it with ourselves. When we gain the pearl of our Lord, that is his commandments, gay and glad is our soul and spirit, and our heart is delighted within us, and fair we are and beauteous we become in ourselves, through the pearl that is within us. And just as a costly and precious pearl is not left carelessly, and laid casually in the treasury of the kingdom, but is packed away and stamped with many seals, and for greater protection laid in a special case, so also is our pearl, wrapped and stamped and sealed with many seals, and is laid away in our hearts in ward with great care, and there it lies under watch and ward in hearts and souls and spirits, as the religion of our Lord. And again, that which our Lord has said, that the kingdom of heaven is like a man who has found a treasure in a field. For joy he went and sold all that he had and bought it. This too has he said again in regard to perfect discipleship, for he is himself the treasure which his Father has appointed for us. But just as a treasure, if we find such, was not first buried in that very hour when we found it, but has already been long stored away, and he who found it as God willed. On that account the treasure is our Saviour, and not as somewhat recent we have found him, as the Marcionites say, but his Father had long since stored him away, and laid him by, but did not reveal him to that generation, that turned their eyes to him and expected him, but revealed him to us in this present age of ours. On that account he is compared with a treasure and a pearl, and we with his finders according to the will of our Creator. And just as in the case of a treasure it is found not to consist of a single costly and beautiful piece, but many jewels and valuables are found therein, so that if one should discover it, the finder is amazed in mind, and full of uneasiness hastens and mingles anxiety and fear with his heart's joy, and with a fixed eye gazing this way and that way, and then raises his eyes to heaven, and small need has he of food and drink for the care and toil and the very sleeplessness of joy, because he has found something greater than himself. So also has our Saviour, who revealed us his Father, opened to us the gladsome treasure of his mouth. And it was not a single prize, not a single jewel that escaped, but many prizes and many treasures. And if we sit down and ponder the glories and treasures of his Father, our heart is wonderstruck, beside itself in glad amaze, while anxiety and fear are mingled therewith for the prize that we have found. And with toil and sleepless care we are day and night concerned with our treasure, and we feel neither hunger nor thirst, and our eyes are evermore raised to heaven. And this again which our Lord has said, if any one of you is invited to a wedding banquet, do not go and sit down in the foremost place. Perchance there may come and enter one of the invited guests, a more honourable man than thyself, and he who has bidden you both may come and say, Get up, make room for this man, and thou must betake thyself with shame to a lower place. But when they invite you, go and sit you down in a lower place, and then he who invited you will say, Friend, move up and sit there, and there will be honour to thee from all that sit at the table. For every one that exalts himself will be abased, and he that humbleth himself will be exalted. And he said this word because he observed that they sought out the first places, and this word is exactly fulfilled in respect of the church. For our Lord is the Lord of the guests, and we are the invited to the banquet, and the same is so fulfilled. But just as a man, when he invites his guests, first invites them by word, and thereupon they come and reach the banquet, so also has our Saviour done. He has first invited us by the word, and thereon we come to the banquet. And our Lord observed and saw that at the banquet they sought the first place. This is fulfilled among ourselves, for we busy ourselves today to be chief guide, but we do not busy ourselves to do the works that are worthy of presidency. And they are today despised in our eyes, who humble themselves on earth, as our Lord has said, He that exalteth himself will be abased, and he that will humble himself will be exalted. Verily, therefore, they recline themselves in the first place, for that they have humbled themselves and have observed the precepts of the Lord. Those whom our Lord observed and saw, that they intruded and sought the first places at the banquet, are, symbolically, those who busy themselves to push themselves to the front, to stand at the head of the community. And they chose this for their own person's sake, and in no respect were their thoughts in righteousness. Their choice was their own persons. But this is the divine selection, when thou shalt observe and preoccupy thyself over his commandments, and thy works shall shine among men, not as if thou wouldst have any man know of the good works that thou doest, but God only. As if thy works do not allow thee to be hidden, as the good works of our Saviour did not allow him to be hidden, and similarly the prophets and the apostles. The presidency, then, belongs to those whose works, before they could reach the first rank, shone amongst men, and God was glorified in them. If such an one becomes head and leader through his capacity and his good works, so that he wakes up many, and many men are healed through him, so that they return to God and live, then the leader stands rightly at the head of the people. And such an one is like to a physician, for the physician heals wounds through his medicine, and the other heals through a medicine, to wit, the word of the living God, the broken in heart and the oppressed in soul. And like a physician who sees the wound, and knows by his law what is the necessary medicine, therefore, so also a wise physician of the Church knows from the Holy Scriptures, if he sees that the heart of anyone is broken and his spirit oppressed, what is the necessary medicine for him, to heal him through comfort of the pains of his soul. Like Moses, who became the leader, and with uprightness did lead, and became a shepherd, and well did pasture, and became physician, and with wholesomeness did heal the people of Jacob, such a leader is proper to the office of leadership. End of Perfection According to the Saviour, by Tatian.
Progress of Ballot Reform. An editorial from Century Magazine, November 1888 to April 1889, pages 312 and 313. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Progress of Ballot Reform. The subject of reform in our election methods is likely to attract great attention in many of our state legislatures this winter. All the states which have given it legislative consideration heretofore, but have enacted no laws, New York, Michigan, Kentucky, Iowa, and Connecticut, are certain to return to it, for the popular interest in it is much greater now than at any previous time. In fact, there is scarcely a state in the Union in which there are not earnest advocates of the reform. In Rhode Island, a ballot reform club was formed several months ago for the express purpose of drafting a bill to submit to the legislature, and less formal but no less earnest efforts in the same direction are being made in other states. The record of the present year has been one of great encouragement to the friends of this most important reform. In April last, the Wisconsin Act went into operation for the first time in the municipal election in Milwaukee. As our readers will perhaps remember, this act is only a partial application of the English and Australian systems. It is notable as the first application of the principle of ballot distribution by the state. Under its provisions, the voter receives his ballots from a sworn official of the state in a room called the ticket room, which only one voter is allowed to enter at a time, passes along to the voting room, where he deposits his ballot, and then goes out of a door provided for that purpose. No crowd of persons is allowed to collect within 100 feet of the polling places, and no person is allowed to offer tickets or to solicit votes within the same distance. In brief, from the time the voter enters the polling place, he is free from espionage and intimidation of all kinds, and can deposit a free and secret ballot. The first trial of the law was a most complete and satisfactory demonstration of its practicability and wisdom. Not only was the election the most quiet and orderly that the city had seen in recent years, but ticket peddling and the browbeating of ignorant voters were annihilated at a blow. The press of the city was unanimous in expressing approval of the workings of the new law. The most important legislative achievement of the year has been the enactment of a complete ballot law in Massachusetts. This measure, while modeled primarily upon the bill which the New York legislature passed, but which Governor Hill vetoed, differs from it in many respects. It contains an especially valuable provision for preventing the forgery of official ballots, and is, taken all in all, probably the most intelligent and comprehensive application of the English and Australian systems to American needs which has been made. It places the entire printing and distribution of the ballots in the hands of the state, to be paid for at a public expense. It provides also for independent nominations by a specified number of voters, and requires the printing of the residence, street, and number of each candidate after his name upon the ballot. The Massachusetts law ought to be carefully studied by the framers of the new bill, which is to be presented to the New York legislature this winter. It is likely to become the model for bills which are to be presented in other states, as indeed it ought to be, for aside from its great merits, it would be most desirable to have our different state laws upon this subject as nearly homogeneous as possible. We speak with entire confidence of the possibility of the different states having such laws in the near future. This is one of the reforms which must come, for without it our system of popular government cannot be maintained. Every election, especially in our large cities, shows that until this reform is secured, all other reforms are impossible of accomplishment. The control of the election machinery, of the printing and distributing of the ballots, must be taken from the politicians and put into the hands of the state. That is, we must take the power to control our elections away from the men who have no responsibility and no interest in government, save extravagance and corruption, and put it into the hands of officials who are sworn to do their duty. Of what use is it to try to get honest men nominated for office when we leave in the hands of the political workers the power to defeat them at the polls by distributing fraudulent or defective ballots, or by making deals and dickers which cheat the people of their will? We have talked for years about reforming the primaries and the nominating conventions, but not one particle of progress has been made. Under the Massachusetts law, any 400 voters, in case of a candidate for state office, and any 100 voters, in case of a candidate for a lesser office, by uniting in a petition in behalf of a candidate of their choice, can have his name printed upon the official ballots, and have those ballots distributed at the polls at the public expense. What more certain way of reforming the primaries could be devised than this? If there were such a law in New York City, there would be an end to the astonishing spectacle which is there so often presented, of a boss setting up a candidate of his own for office in spite of all protests, and frequently electing him in spite of all opposition. Under such a law, both bosses and primaries would in a very short time lose their present dominance in our politics. In fact, there is scarcely a form of iniquity known to our election methods which a good ballot law would not eradicate. We should be rid at one stroke of the assessment upon candidates, of the bribing and bulldozing of voters, of the nomination of notoriously unfit candidates, of deals and dickers and trades at the polls. All these would disappear for the simple reason that the machinery of elections would be taken out of the hands of irresponsible and often dishonest men. Such an obvious and imperative reform as this cannot be long delayed. End of Progress of Ballot Reform, from Century Magazine, 1888 to 1889.
Rendering Clouds and Water, an excerpt from Sketching and Rendering in Pencil by Arthur L. Guptill, 1922. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now let us turn to a brief consideration of the representation of water, and suppose we liken it in appearance for a moment to window glass. We have mentioned in a former chapter the complicated effect of glass, but if that offers difficulties to the student, so indeed does water. In fact, the latter is even harder to draw well, for whereas the former has the two important characteristics of transparency and power to reflect images of objects, water not only has these, but adds to them a new peculiarity, in that its surface is constantly changing in form, being smooth one moment, rippled the next, and disturbed a little later, perhaps into large waves. Smooth water often gives as perfect a reflection as does a mirror, yet under slightly altered conditions the images are distorted or destroyed, or the surface becomes like a transparent pane of glass, the bed or bottom below being plainly visible. Again, such water sometimes seems opaque and lifeless, the surface alone being visible. Such appearances and changes are due in part to three conditions. First, the depth, color, and purity of the water. Second, the point from which it is viewed. And lastly, the angle at which the rays of light reach its surface. Deep, pure water, for instance, is usually, if still, an almost perfect mirror, especially if we look along it rather than straight from above. But in a shallow or muddy stream or pool, the reflected images are often merged or blended with the tone of the water itself, and with that of the bottom showing through, distorted by refraction. If we look directly down upon water, it seems far more transparent as a rule than when viewed in a more nearly horizontal direction, and this is true whether it is smooth or rather rough. It is true, too, that when the light rays reach the surface at some angles, reflections which otherwise exist wholly or partially disappear, and the effect of transparency is lost also, the surface becoming apparently opaque. This refers to calm water. Let the slightest breeze ruffle the surface, and the complications are still greater, and each change in the force or direction of the wind causes a still different effect. These things all show the impossibility of giving definite rules as to how water should be rendered, and make it plain that only personal observation and practice will bring any real proficiency in its treatment. There are, however, a few suggestions that may be of help to the student, one of which is that the greatest care must be exercised to have the lines bounding any body of water correctly drawn, for unless this is done, distortion may appear, the water seeming to slope or bend in an unnatural manner. It may be well to point out that in a large lake or sea, where the further shore is invisible because of distance, the horizon line for the water will coincide with the eye level for any visible buildings. Occasionally, however, this line is faked up or down a bit, if a better composition can be obtained thereby. In smaller bodies, the distant shorelines, unless viewed from a very high point, also appear practically horizontal. Once the outline is correct, it is well to block in whatever definite reflections there may be, drawing them with the greatest care. If the water is smooth, the reflection of an object will appear very much as the object itself would if suspended in an inverted position. If the water is rough, the reflection will be more or less elongated and distorted, for the waves will act like a series of convex and concave mirrors, the amount of elongation depending on the size and shape of the waves. This is illustrated at number 1, figure 45, where at A the reflection practically duplicates the object, while at B the waves in the foreground show bits of reflection, thus elongating the whole image. Such images are often slightly darker than the object reflected, though the reverse is sometimes true, and they are usually quite definite near the object, and more broken and interrupted by contrasting values as the distance from the object increases. Another very important point is that in representing a large body of water, account should be taken of the fact that nearby waves appear larger than those in the distance. Consequently, larger pencil strokes are often employed in their indication. Remember, too, that the distant shore is usually rather indistinct. Therefore, it should be shown so, with all details subordinated. The general tone of water often depends on its reflective power. If a sky is light, for instance, the water will be quite light also, as a rule, especially if smooth, and vice versa, though there are many exceptions to this. So great is the variety in the effect of water that every sort of line is needed for its indication. Vertical strokes are often satisfactory when it is smooth, whereas those of a generally horizontal direction are sometimes better when it shows ripples or waves. The sketches in Figure 45 offer a number of suggestions for water, using different strokes. Perhaps the only one of these needing special comment is that at B, sketch 4, showing the wet streets. This has been presented because delineators of architectural subjects sometimes show wet streets and sidewalks in their renderings, mainly for the purpose of introducing a little interest and preventing a hackneyed result, and such sketches as this offer suggestions for that kind of work. On wet sidewalks and streets, as well as where water is of greater depth, it is usually well to combine with the lines suggesting reflection others generally opposite in direction, indicating the surface itself. Before leaving this subject, it may be well to mention that shadows are often cast upon water by various objects, the dark tone having a tendency to cause the water to appear still darker. This is simply another of the many complications that make a thorough study of the whole matter essential. Now, let us give a few moments' thought to the indication of skies and clouds, which are perhaps as easy to handle in pencil as any of the accessories. A few suggestions on essential points should prove sufficient, for it is by no means necessary to attempt more than a simple sky treatment in the average architectural drawing. It is, in fact, often possible to allow the white of the paper to remain untouched, or to cover it with a uniform tone of gray, or to grade it in the simplest manner from dark above to light at the horizon. The value selected usually depends on the tone of the building illustrated, When it is dark in color or has a dark roof, the sky is left light. But if light, it is sometimes shown against a dark sky in order to secure a satisfying contrast, as in sketch 5, figure 46. These simple treatments are especially appropriate in renderings of formal buildings where many clouds might prove distracting. Picturesque buildings permit greater freedom, for the accessories should have a character similar to that of the building. But even these informal structures may be left with white paper for the sky, if there is foliage and the like to add interest to the whole. It is perhaps in the representation of very plain buildings with a rather monotonous setting that clouds serve the best purpose. For even though restrictions prevent the use of trees or other accessories, there is seldom an exterior drawing in which clouds cannot be employed if one wishes, and nature gives us so many kinds and arranges them in so many ways that there is always opportunity for an appropriate selection. A building of awkward proportion or displeasing contour can be so disguised by skilful sky treatment as to take on a far different aspect, and perspective distortion can likewise be hidden in many cases, or made less conspicuous, while shadows cast by clouds can also be used to great advantage, thrown across a monotonous roof or wall surface or upon the ground. Clouds, like other accessories, should never be made too prominent, however. Some students draw the masses so round that the curves fail to harmonize with the straight lines of the architecture, while others form such woolly strokes or such rough textures that no sense of distance is obtained, the clouds seeming nearer perhaps than the architecture itself. Each line and tone should quietly take its place. So, unless a drawing is large or done with a very bold, vigorous technique, rather light but firm strokes should seem best, using a medium or hard pencil, and striving for a silvery gray line, for smoothness suggests distance. Again, as skies seem softer in effect and the individual clouds smaller in size and less definite as they recede towards the horizon, it is best as a rule to have the boldest strokes and the largest and most definite masses near the zenith. Storm clouds, especially those showing strongly contrasting forms and values, are seldom desirable in architectural work, and sunrise or sunset effects detract, unless skilfully handled, from the architecture itself. In the actual representation of clouds, two methods are common, one being the simple indication of the forms by outline alone, the other a naturalistic rendering of the full tone. As the former obviously requires less time, it is often the more desirable one, though the choice really depends on what seems demanded by the remainder of the drawing. Avoid too mechanical an outline in any case, but work instead for a suggestion of the variety of mass and edge found in nature, giving special care to the suggestion of modeling, remembering that clouds are not the flat discs that students sometimes represent them to be. Figure 46 shows a number of sketches from nature such as the student should make for purposes of study, and several others showing sky treatments applied to architectural subjects. We should perhaps remind the reader before going on that clouds are possibly the one thing in nature least affected in appearance by man, for though he may destroy forests and alter shorelines, they continue to go their own way uninterrupted. End of Rendering Clouds and Water, an excerpt from Sketching and Rendering in Pencil by Arthur L. Gouptil, 1922. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Sketch of James Jesse Strang in the Mormon Kingdom of Beaver Island. Reprinted from Volume 13 of Michigan Pioneer and Historical Collections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sketch of James Jesse Strang, reprinted from Volume 18 of the Michigan Pioneer and Historical Collections. From the New York Times, September 3, 1882. One of the most singular episodes of Western frontier history is that of the Mormon kingdom which flourished for nearly 10 years on Beaver Island, at the foot of Lake Michigan, and was overturned in 1856 by the murder of its founder and the forcible dispersion of its followers. Two gentlemen of Detroit have in the last few years, as leisure permitted, and in a spirit of cooperation, gathered together considerable material, documentary and otherwise, relating to the Manitou monarchy, and this fact makes possible now a detailed narrative of the incidents attending its rise and fall. Mr. Henry A. Cheney, the reporter of the State Supreme Court, made Beaver Island the objective point of his vacation jaunt a few summers ago, and examined the relics of King Strain's reign, and talked with a score of men who were active in the ranks of his retainers or his foes. The results of these observations and interviews were subsequently embodied in an entertaining paper which Mr. Cheney read to a local library association known as the October Club, but which has never been published. This sketch was afterward turned over by its author, with all his notes and a few pamphlets, to Mr. Charles K. Backus, the Assistant Commissioner of Immigration of this state, who examined newspaper files and corresponded with men who were connected or came in contact with Strang, or the sect which he led. With the information gathered from such a variety of sources, Mr. Backus prepared the article upon An American King, published some time since in Harper's Magazine. The story is worth telling with somewhat more of detail, and all the writing of this letter has been preceded by a careful examination of the material still in the possession of Mr. Backus. The following facts as to the early history of King Strang are given in a manuscript biography prepared by one of his sons, Charles J. Strang of Lansing, an entirely trustworthy man, from data furnished by his mother, with the addition of a few circumstances mentioned in a letter from a surviving sister, or recorded in the columns of old newspapers. James J. Strang was born in Scipio, New York, on March 21, 1813, but his farmer father, Clement Strang, removed to Hanover, Chautauqua County, in 1816, and he lived in that town until his manhood. He received only the ordinary education of a country school, followed by a short term at the Fredonia Academy, but he was an industrious student, carrying books with him to his work, prominent in the local debating clubs, and noted especially for the excellence of his memory. At 12 years of age he joined the Baptist Church, and was for some time an active member. At 21 he commenced the study of law with borrowed books, and while working at a farm 2 years afterwards he was admitted to the bar, and was soon married to Miss Mary Peirce, who lived with him, bearing him 3 children until he adopted polygamy. After his marriage he practiced law at Mayville and at Ellington, edited a paper at Randolph, worked on a farm, traveled on various business errands, and lived a somewhat roving life. At one time he taught school, and at another delivered temperance lectures. He also held for a short term the postmastership at Ellington. Finally, in 1843, he immigrated to Burlington, Racine County, Wisconsin, and there entered into a partnership as an attorney with Mr. C.P. Barnes. As a boy he is described as eccentric, self-confident, and bright. As a young man he was energetic, glib-tongued, and exceedingly anxious to make his name distinguished. In January 1844 some of the itinerant Mormon missionaries aroused his interest in their cause, and persuaded him to visit Nauvoo, where he found Joseph Smith at the zenith of his career. Strang's conversion was prompt, and his promotion rapid. On February 25, 1844, he was baptized into the communion of the Latter-day Saints. On March 3 he was made an elder, and commenced at once his work in the Mormon ministry. In the following June, Joseph and Hiram Smith were murdered by the mob at Carthage, and Strang at once claimed to have been appointed the dead prophet's successor. The basis of his claim was afterwards set forth by him in a small pamphlet, Gospel Tract No. 4, Voree, Wisconsin, 1848, entitled The Diamond. He declared that a letter of appointment written by Joseph Smith at Nauvoo on June 18th and mailed there on June 19th came to Strang in the mail at Burlington, Wisconsin on July 9th. In those times of irregular and slow postage service in the West, these dates were not unnatural. Their significance lies in the fact that the letter thus appeared to have been written some days before and received some days after the killing of the prophet. It was couched in the usual phraseology of the Mormon documents, a wordy imitation of the scriptural style, and contained an account of a celestial vision in which his impending fate was apparently revealed to the writer, and he was told that to James J. Strang shall the gathering of the people be, for he shall plant a stake at Zion in Wisconsin, and I will establish it. The original of this letter is still in existence and has a postscript which does not appear on the printed version. This postscript asks for occasional reports of progress, from which it would seem as if the stake of Zion in Wisconsin was to be a branch of the church, and as if the letter did not refer to the prophetic secession. Evidently its suppression in the pamphlet was intentional. On the strength of this appointment, which he declared had been foreshadowed to him in a vision at the exact hour of the martyrdom of Joseph, Strang promptly and vigorously pushed his claims to the Mormon presidency, although not even half a year had elapsed since his baptism. He was briefly conspicuous in the struggle that ended in the triumph of Brigham Young's personal force and shrewd strategy, but was speedily driven from the main field of the contest. Lieutenant Gunnison, in his History of the Mormons, Chapter 5, says, "The struggle for the seer secession followed. Rigdon, as second in rank, claimed promotion, also by former revelations, declared himself assigned to be their prophet. He called a meeting and proclaimed his position as head. James J. Strang contended for the place of seer, and showed letters over the deceased prophet's signature, assuring him that he should be the successor in the event of Joseph's death. But the College of the 12 had other views, and by a vote on the subject they declared that definite instructions and the last will and testament of Joseph had been delivered to them in secret council. It revoked all former designations and devolved the choice upon them. Under the management of their sagacious chief they elected the Peter of the Apostles, Brigham Young, to the responsible station. This enthronement drove Rigdon with a party to Pennsylvania, where in a short time his influence vanished and the band dispersed. Strang founded a city on the prairies of Wisconsin and had a numerous colony. He ultimately removed to Beaver Island in Lake Michigan and assumed the title of King of the Saints, where the small kingdom still exists. These bodies and their leaders were excommunicated by the great majority under their proper seer, as was also William Smith, another competitor for the throne, and a party in Texas headed by Lyman White. In Strang's case, excommunication was accompanied by the widespread circulation of pamphlet attacks upon his character. Of all the aspirants, he was the only one save Brigham Young who displayed any genuine qualities of leadership. Defeated at Nauvoo, he returned to Wisconsin, and, maintaining his prophetic claims in published letters and in sermons, gathered a body of followers with whom he founded the city of Voree, at which is now known as Spring Prairie, Wisconsin. His disciples were there organized into a single community, owning all things in common and living as one family. They were called the Primitive Mormons, and the Voree Herald was established as their organ. From the same printing establishment was also issued a series of tracts setting forth the new Mormon doctrines. The sacred books of this sect were 4 in number: the Bible, the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith's Book of Doctrines and Covenants, and the Book of the Law of the Lord, the latter having been translated by Strang from 18 metallic plates, which he claimed to have miraculously discovered, and which he said were written long previous to the Babylonish captivity. Strang performed several miracles of this sort, closely resembling those with which Smith so successfully bolstered up the original imposture. The community at Voree grew steadily under Strang's energetic leadership, but in 1846 he determined to plant a colony on the Lake Michigan archipelago, and in the following year he visited Beaver Island at the head of a prospecting party. In the face of the resistance of the few traders already in possession, and amid many hardships, they thoroughly explored it and decided to settle there. This is the largest of the many islands scattered thickly through the northeastern extremity of Lake Michigan, divided into 3 groups known by the names of Manitou, Fox, and Beaver, and organized into the county of Manitou by the state of Michigan. It is 15 miles in length by 6 in width, contains several thousand acres of fertile and well-watered lands, and has one of the finest natural harbors upon the chain of Great Lakes. These islands now contain an isolated community of small farmers, woodcutters, traders, and fishermen, are visited only irregularly by passing vessels, and are chiefly known as valuable fishing stations. 35 years ago they were sparsely inhabited by Indians and Indian traders, and were camped upon occasionally by fishing parties, but little or nothing else was known of them, even at the principal lake ports. Strang believed that there he could establish his church on a secure temporal foundation, and would escape that hostility of Gentile neighbors, which had proved so fatal to Smith's settlements at the far west and Nauvoo. Convenient visions, duly communicated to the faithful for their edification and guidance, then ordered him, not merely to gather his people at Vori, but to also take them to a land amid wide waters and covered with large timber, with a deep broad bay on one side of it. There was, accordingly, some immigration from Wisconsin to Beaver Island 1847 through 1848, but it acquired considerable proportions in 1849 through 1850. And in the latter year the headquarters of the primitive Mormons were removed from Vori to the new village at Beaver Harbor, to which the name of St. James had been given in honor of its founder. The Vori Herald was then succeeded by the Northern Islander, an exceedingly creditable specimen of backwoods journalism. The communistic principle was abandoned, and the saints became the owners of their own homesteads. In July 1850 the government of the church was thoroughly reorganized by the union of church and state, and the formation of a kingdom, with Strang as king. Precisely the nature of his claim to the royal title is thus stated by one of the most intelligent of his followers, Wingfield Watson, who still lives at Boyne, Charlevoix County, Michigan. Mr. Strang did claim to be a king only to the Mormon people, and upon the same principles, and the same only, upon which Moses, Melchizedek, Elijah, Elisha, Noah, Enoch, Peter, Joseph Smith, and all the great and leading prophets of God claimed that office since the world began, namely by an appointment by revelation, and an ordination under the hands of angels, and as none of these persons ever proposed in any way to be king only to those who, after a proper investigation of his claims and character, chose to receive him as such. So it was with Mr. Strang. By virtue of this ordination he claimed to hold the conjoined kingly, prophetic, and apostolic office held by all the above-mentioned personages. This suggestible claim of kingly authority amounted practically to this: among his own people, and despite the occasional revolt of one or a few individuals, Strang was supreme and ruled them as he wished from first to last. They believed that obedience to his commands was a duty, and his missionaries did not hesitate to at times assert that Strang was the only valid government on earth. Their leader, however, carefully kept his monarchical pretensions for home consumption, and not only submitted to national and state authority as required, but was shrewd in using the machinery of the civil law to advance his own ends as opportunity offered. The general domestic regulations of his kingdom are thus described in a manuscript prepared by his wife. The discipline of the church in the matter of temperance and morals was very strict. The use of tea, coffee, and tobacco, as well as liquors, was prohibited. The temperance laws of the state were strictly enforced, with especially good effect among the fishermen and Indians. Polygamy was introduced during the winter and spring of 1849. At first it was talked of quietly and secretly among the leaders, and afterward publicly and openly among the people. It was not looked upon favorably, and there was never over 20 cases of plural marriages upon the islands. No man had more than 3 wives except Strang. His first wife left him in 1851, 2 years after he married his second. In 1852 he married a third, and in 1855 2 more. No man was permitted to take more than one wife unless he showed means and ability to give them abundant care and comforts. Prostitution and lewdness were discountenanced alike in both sexes, and it was as necessary for a man to be careful of his character and reputation as for a woman. The county and township officers required by law were elected as in other parts of the state, but those positions were not used by members of the Mormon Church, except when required by circumstances. Of course, in dealing with those outside of the Church, it was necessary to resort to the civil law. Bylaws for the kingdom were adopted and published, and every household possessed a copy. They were very strict in all that regulated society, morals, and religious observances, and absolute obedience was enjoined. The seventh day was set apart as the Sabbath, and every person physically able was commanded to attend church on that day. The saints were required to pay 1/10 of all they raised, earned, or received into the public fund, and the tithing was used for improvements, taking care of the poor, and paying state, county, and township taxes. No other tax was levied. Schools were organized and flourished finely. A printing office of sufficient capacity to print all the papers, books, pamphlets, tracts, etc., needed for the church was maintained, and became a strong arm in the association. No betting or gaming was permitted, but the rules were very liberal in the matter of amusements. Many improvements were made upon the Beaver. While small settlements were planted on neighboring islands, a Mormon tabernacle was also built, and Strang's cabin was raised to the dignity of a frontier palace by the erection of 2 additions connected with the main building by covered ways. Between the Gentiles and the Mormons of lower Lake Michigan a warfare was waged fully as bitter as that which drove the disciples of Joseph Smith from Missouri to Illinois, and from the Mississippi to the valley of the Great Salt Lake. For 3 years the traders at Beaver Island, and the Indians incited by the traders, endeavored by all means short of murder to check the Mormon immigration. Then the numerical strength changed to the side of the saints, and they proceeded to retaliate vigorously. They soon seceded, after first coming to an understanding with the Indians and getting rid of most of the Gentiles, and were left practical possessors of the island. Their relations with the fishermen and the settlers at Mackinac and neighboring points on the mainland never became friendly. Each party charged the other with gross crimes, and both, at every opportunity, seized the weapons of the law to aid them in the conflict. Bloody collisions were not infrequent, and the feud finally became a murderous one. The Mormons were well provided with pistols and muskets, and were the proprietors of a small cannon. They also had boats of their own, and, more important still, their movements were guided by definite authority, and were not those of a mob. Gradually they got the better of their unorganized enemies, and for the last half of King Strang's reign they were dreaded and not despised. Some incidents will illustrate the desperate nature of this border warfare. In 1850 the fishermen planned a 4th of July celebration at Beaver Lake, which was to reach a patriotic climax in the forcible expulsion of the Mormons, but the firing of a national salute from a shotted cannon and the parade of armed saints in large numbers brought that project to an inglorious termination. Somewhat later a Mormon constable attempted to arrest the Gentile brothers named Bennett, who had assaulted an elder of his church. They resisted, and a fight ensued, in which one of them was instantly killed, and the other lost a hand, while the officer was seriously wounded. A year or 2 afterwards the Mormons elected the sheriff of the new county of Emmett, and he undertook to summon jurors from Pine River, now Charlevoix, on the mainland. The settlers there treated this as an attempt to abduct some of their number for malicious purposes, and drove the sheriff off by a fusillade from guns and pistols which badly wounded 6 of his posse. The mere dread of the anger caused by this deed sufficed to promptly scatter the Pine River settlers, and the faith of the fugitives in their own prudence was soon confirmed by the erection by the islanders upon a convenient spot of a lofty gallows bearing suggestive inscriptions addressed to the murderers of Pine River. Minor collisions and affrays were of constant occurrence, while the Mormons were denounced as mere outlaws. On the other hand, Strang in the Northern Islander, and in his pamphlets, declared that his followers were a law-abiding and peaceable people who were persecuted by gangs of drunken desperadoes and were held responsible for offenses never committed, or for depredations which were in fact the work of their noisiest accusers. He also wrote letters to papers in New York, Rochester, Detroit, and Chicago, defending the Mormons with no little plausibility. Strang's literary attainments were of fair character. A paper of his upon the natural history of Beaver Island, which can be found in the 9th Annual Report of the Smithsonian Institution, is written in excellent English and with an easy style. As an especially strong point upon his side of the argument, he pointed to the fact that although he and his followers were frequently arraigned in the courts on charges ranging from petty larceny to high treason, in no single case did conviction follow. A notable trial was that which took place in Detroit in the summer of 1851. In May of that year the United States authorities decided to proceed against Strang and his confederates for trespassing upon the public lands, stealing timber, counterfeiting, mail robbing, etc. The armed steamer Michigan was placed under the orders of District Attorney George C. Bates, and with a force of deputy marshals sailed to Beaver Harbor. It was expected that the service of the warrants would be resisted or evaded by the Mormons, but all the accused promptly surrendered themselves, and a few of their chief men were taken to Detroit for trial. The testimony in the case was, however, taken at Beaver Island, before United States Commissioner W. D. Wilkins by agreement between counsel, Colonel A. T. McReynolds, appearing with Strang himself for the defense. Over 100 witnesses were examined, and the mass of evidence thus collected was submitted in the United States District Court at Detroit before Judge Ross Wilkins in June 1851. The courtroom was crowded, and the progress of the trial was watched with eager interest by the people of this city, and was reported at unusual length by its papers. Strang made an exceedingly effective speech to the jury, complaining bitterly of persecution and dramatically describing himself as a martyr to his religious convictions. The judge's charge was emphatic in cautioning the jury against yielding to sectarian prejudice, and the result was a verdict of acquittal. This decided triumph greatly strengthened Strang's hold upon the reverence of his followers, and increased the general opinion of his capacity. In 1852 the king became a legislator. The score of new counties of the northwestern quarter of the lower peninsula of Michigan, formed at that time, was known as the Newaygo district. It was of immense extent, and its few centers of settlement were widely scattered. The result was that 5 legislative candidates were voted for, the Mormons solidly supporting Strang, who received a very decided plurality. An attempt was made to arrest him on some charge and thus keep him away from Lansing, but he used his privilege as a legislator to escape that snare. Next, his seat was contested on constitutional and other grounds. He showed skill in the management of his own case in this instance, made a forcible speech before the House, and was admitted by a vote of 49 to 11. In 1854 he was re-elected, and this time he took his seat without resistance, thus serving 2 terms as a member of the State House of Representatives. King Strang also dabbled in politics a little, cooperating in the main with the Democrats, who were at that time in power in Michigan. The Mormon vote he controlled absolutely, and used it to secure advantages for his community and to make bargains that would help on his schemes of personal or church advancement. In 1 or 2 doubtful state contests, the action of the islanders under his leadership became a matter of solicitude to party managers, and 1 or 2 trips were made to St. James on political errands by that now veteran negotiator, John H. Harmon. Strang did not lack for political ambition. While at Lansing, he broached a scheme for subdividing Michigan, which embodied a plan for the erection of a new Mormon territory. This, of course, received no encouragement, and then he applied to Robert McClelland of Michigan, who was then Secretary of the Interior in the cabinet of President Pierce, for an appointment as governor of Utah, promising that his administration should be attended by the uprooting of Brighamite Mormonism in the Salt Lake Valley. The end of King Strang's reign came in 1856. Externally, the affairs of the kingdom were then at their zenith, but serious internal troubles had arisen. Polygamy had proved a source of discontent, and gave excuse for revolt against Strang's rigid discipline in small matters. Jealousies also sprang up at times between him and the more intelligent of his disciples. Soon after the occupation of Beaver Island, the most effective of his preachers, a strolling actor named George J. Adams, became insubordinate and was excommunicated. He failed in an attempt to organize a revolt and join the Gentiles. He made several futile attempts to break up the new settlement, but finally gave up the contest. Later, the most capable of Strang's followers, an educated Baltimorean named Dr. H. D. McCulloch, became disaffected, and he successfully stimulated the hostility to the king, both on Beaver Island and along the shore, until it bore tragic fruit. Two men named Bedford and Wentworth had been subjected to public discipline. One of them had been severely whipped, and as he believed by Strang's orders, although this was denied. They were eager for revenge, and determined to kill the Mormon leader whenever it could be done with any hope of escaping the fury of his followers. The result was thus narrated in the columns of the Northern Islander of June 20th, 1856. Murderous assault. On Monday last the United States steamer Michigan entered this harbor at about 1 o'clock p.m., and was visited by the inhabitants promiscuously during the afternoon. At about 7 o'clock Captain McBlair sent a messenger, Alex St. Bernard, the pilot, to Mr. Strang, requesting him to visit him on board. Mr. Strang immediately accompanied the messenger, and just as they were stepping on the bridge leading to the pier, in front of F. Johnson and Co.'s store, two assassins approached in the rear, unobserved by either of them, and fired upon Mr. Strang with pistols. The first shot took effect upon the left side of the head, entering a little back of the top of the ear, and rebounding, passed out near the top of the head. This shot, fired from a horse pistol, brought him down, and he fell on the left side so that he saw the assassins as they fired the second and third shots from a revolver, both taking effect upon his person. One just below the temple on the right side of the face, and lodged in the cheekbone. The other on the left side of the spine, near the 10th rib, followed the rib about 2.5 inches and lodged. Mr. Strang recognized in the persons of the assassins Thomas Bedford and Alexander Wentworth. Wentworth had a revolver and Bedford a horse pistol, with which he struck him over the head and face while lying on the ground. The assassins immediately fled on board the United States steamer, with pistols in hand, claiming her protection. The assault was committed in view of several of the officers and crew from the deck of the steamer, also of Dr. H. D. McCulloch, F. Johnson, and others, and no effort was made to stop it. Mr. Strang was taken up by a few friends and some of the officers of the boat, and carried to the house of Messrs. Prindles, where the surgeons of the steamer made an examination of his wounds and declared recovery hopeless. Process was taken out for the apprehension of the assassins, and the sheriff of the county called on Captain McBlair for their delivery. The captain refused to give them up, saying that he would take them to Mackinac and deliver them into the hands of the civil authorities of the state there. The steamer left the next day, carrying off all the persons supposed to be implicated in the affair, thus affording military protection to murderers and overthrowing the sovereignty of civil law. All the parties suspected of any share in the homicide were taken to Mackinac on the Michigan, and were thus enthusiastically received by the people and speedily discharged from nominal custody. Strang was removed in a few days to Voorhees, where he died on July 9th. He was buried at Spring Prairie, Wisconsin, and his family, which consisted of 5 wives and 12 children, lived in that neighborhood for a short time, but finally scattered. Shortly after his removal from St. James, a mob of angry fishermen and others descended upon the Mormon settlement, burned the temple, sacked the royal palace, and drove the subjects of the fallen monarch from the islands in hot haste. The dispersion of the Beaver Island Mormons was complete, and they have since ceased to profess any organized existence. The men or their successors who expelled the saints are still in possession of the fruits of conquest. They dwell in the abandoned homes, substantial cabins of hewn logs, vine-clad and surrounded by little gardens. The office of the Northern Islander has become a boarding house, and is now the best hotel in St. James. The island nomenclature alone preserves the tradition of the fallen kingdom. The village on Beaver Harbor is still St. James. The excellent road which leads into the interior is the King's Highway. The largest of the inland lakes is called Galilee, and a trout brook which winds through a ravine near the eastern shore is the Jordan. The Mormon tabernacle is a mere mound of charred ruins. Catholicism has become the dominant religion of the island, and is represented by a handsome chapel. Statement of the murder as witnessed by Captain Alex St. Bernard of the U.S. steamer Michigan. Printed in the Detroit Free Press, June 30th, 1889. Captain Alex St. Bernard of St. Clair, now 80 years of age, recently gave the writer the following account of the murder of James J. Strang. I was an officer on the United States steamer Michigan for 25 years. She was the first iron boat that navigated the lakes, and she is in first-rate condition yet. During the war we were kept pretty busy cruising between Erie and Chicago. We generally took on wood at Beaver Island. There were between 2,000 and 3,000 Mormons living there then, with their leader, King Strang, besides the Gentiles, who were mostly fishermen and wood choppers. The Mormons lived in comfortable houses of hewn logs and worshipped in a large temple built of the same material. I was well acquainted with the king, for he often came on board the ship. He was a fine-looking, sociable sort of man, but he was not very popular among the Gentiles. We heard a great many complaints from them whenever we stopped there. The Mormons were obliged to turn over 1/10 of their earnings to the king, and he demanded the same from the Gentiles. 2 fishermen who refused to surrender their hard-earned money were taken to the woods, stripped and beaten with beech switches, and the county treasurer, who lived on the island, was ordered to deliver up 1/10 of the public money. The king was arrested and taken to Detroit with his 12 apostles, where he pleaded his own case, and won it too, and after that things were worse than ever. When we stopped as usual on one of our trips around the lakes, the complaints were so bitter that our captain made up his mind to arrest him again, and he told me to find him and bring him on board the ship. I went to the temple first, where I was told that he had just gone home. I found him sitting in his room with 4 of his wives, where he received me cordially. When I told him of my errand, accompanied me willingly. He linked arms with me, and we walked along, talking pleasantly. Just as we stepped on the dock and started to walk down the narrow passage between the piles of wood, 2 of his enemies sprang from some hiding place and shot at him. He clung to my arm until they began to pound him with the butt end of their pistols, when he let go and fell, leaving me covered with blood from my head to my feet. There were no telephones in those days, but the news spread in a very short time, and a howling mob of men, women, and children gathered around their dying chief. One surgeon came on shore and did what he could for the poor fellow, but nothing could save him. The murderers ran aboard the ship and gave themselves up, the best thing they could have done, for the mob would have pulled them in pieces if they had caught them. Of course, suspicion fell on me, many thinking I had led him to his death, and I received several friendly warnings to be on my guard, but I was not molested. A detachment of troops were sent to bring the fishermen and their families on board the ship, as it was considered unsafe to leave them on the island with the excited Mormons. The murderers were taken to Mackinac and given into the custody of the county sheriff, Mr. Granger, who kept the Grove House at that time, and is now living at Fort Gratiot. But they were never brought to trial. End of sketch of James Jesse Strang in the Mormon Kingdom of Beaver Island. Authors unknown.
20 Unsettled Miles in the Northeast Boundary by T.C. Mindenhall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the report of the Council of the American Antiquarian Society, presented at the annual meeting held in Worcester, October 21st, 1896. For nearly 300 years, and almost without cessation, there has raged a conflict of jurisdiction over territory lying near to what is known as the northeast boundary of the United States. It has been generally assumed, however, that the Webster-Ashburton Treaty of 1842, together with the Buchanan-Pakenham Treaty of 1846, settled all outstanding differences with Great Britain in the matter of boundaries, and few people are aware that there is an important failure in these and earlier treaties to describe and define all of the line which extends from ocean to ocean and fixes the sovereignty of the adjacent territory. From the mouth of the St. Croix River to the ocean outside of West Quoddy Head is a distance of about 21 miles, if the most direct route through Lubbock Channel be taken. Somewhere from the middle of the river at its mouth to a point in the ocean about midway between the island of Campobello and Grand Menan, the boundary between Maine and New Brunswick must go, and, inferentially, for about 1 mile of the distance it is tolerably well fixed. But this is only an inference from the generally accepted principle that where two nations exercise jurisdiction on opposite sides of a narrow channel or stream of water, the boundary line must be found somewhere in that stream. That this has not been a universally accepted principle, however, will appear later. Throughout the remaining 20 miles, the territory under the jurisdiction of the United States is separated from that under the dominion of Great Britain by a long, irregularly shaped estuary, almost everywhere more than a mile in width, and over a large part of its length opening into the Passamaquoddy Bay and other extensive arms of the sea. This large body of water, with an average depth of 25 fathoms, and everywhere navigable for vessels of the largest size, flows with the alternations of the tides, the rise and fall of which is here 18 to 20 feet, now north, now south, with a current in many places as swift as 5 and 6 miles per hour. Nothing like a distinct channel or thread of stream exists, and it can in no way be likened to or regarded as a river. When once the mouth of the St. Croix is reached, the boundary line is defined by the Treaty of 1783 to be the middle of that river, up to its source, but literally, as well as figuratively, we are at sea as to its location from that point to the open ocean. It is the purpose of this paper to give some account of the circumstances which gave rise to such a curious omission, the incidents which led to a diplomatic correspondence and convention relating to the matter, in 1892, between the two governments interested, and the attempt which was made during the 2 or 3 years following the convention to determine and mark the missing boundary. The present controversy really had its beginnings nearly 300 years ago. Up to the end of the 16th century, not much attention had been given by European colonists to the northeastern coast of America, although it had been visited by Cabot before the beginning of that century. The coast was tolerably well known, however, and it had been explored to some extent by both English and French, who were alive to the importance of the extensive fishing and other interests which it represented. In 1603, the King of France, Henry IV., made the famous grant to de Monts of all the territory in America between the 40th and 46th degrees of north latitude, thus furnishing a beautiful example of the definition of a most uncertain quantity in a most certain and exact manner, an example which later boundary line makers might wisely have followed. The Atlantic coastline covered by this extensive charter extends from a point considerably below Long Island to another point on Cape Breton Island, and includes all of Nova Scotia. In the spring of 1604, de Monts sailed for his new domain, to which the name Acadia had been given, carrying with him Champlain as pilot. After landing on the southern coast of what is now known as Nova Scotia, he sailed around Cape Sable to the northward, entered the Bay of Fundy, discovered and named the St. John River, and afterward entered Passamaquoddy Bay, and ascended a large river which came into the bay from the north. A little distance above its mouth he found a small island near the middle of the stream, which at that point is nearly 1.5 miles wide. As this island appeared easy of defense against the natives, he determined to make a settlement there, and proceeded to the erection of buildings, fortifications, etc. A few miles above the island, The river is divided into two branches nearly at right angles to the main stream, and the whole so resembled a cross that the name St. Croix was given to the new settlement, and the same name came, afterward, to be applied to the river. The subsequent unhappy fate of this first attempt to plant the civilization of Europe upon the northern coast of America is so well known that further reference is unnecessary. This most interesting spot is now partly occupied by the United States government as a lighthouse reservation, about 1/3 of the island having been purchased for that purpose. The St. Croix River lighthouse, carrying a fixed white and 30-second white flashlight of the fifth order, now stands where in 1605 stood the stone house and palisade of a dying Frenchman who found in disease a worse enemy than the aborigines. The area of the whole is only a few acres, and it has apparently wasted away a good deal since the French settlement, relics of which are occasionally found even at this day. The island has borne various names, that first given having long since attached itself to the river. On modern government charts it is known as Dauchez Island, derived doubtless from Duches, one of its early names, but it is, perhaps, more generally known as Neutral Island. The significance of its discovery and settlement as affecting the question in hand will appear later. Very shortly after the grant of the French king in 1603, King James of England issued a charter to all of the territory in America, extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, included between the 34th and 46th degrees of north latitude, covering and including the previous grant of the French king, and thus setting fairly in motion the game of giving away lands without consideration of the rights or even claims of others, in which the crowned heads of Europe delighted to indulge for a century or more. Colonization was attempted, and now one power, now another, was in the ascendant. Occasional treaties in Europe arrested petty warfare on this side, and out of it all came a general recognition of the St. Croix River as the boundary between the French possessions and those of the English. It is impossible, and would be improper, to go into these historical details, most of which are so generally known. It is only important to note that the province known as Nova Scotia by the one nation, as Acadia by the other, after various vicissitudes became the property of the English, and that it was assumed to be separated from the province of Massachusetts Bay by the river St. Croix. While the latter province remained a colony loyal to the king, and the former a dominion of the crown, there was naturally no dispute over boundary lines. In the Provisional Peace Treaty of 1782 between the United States and Great Britain, and in the Definitive Treaty of Peace in 1783, it is declared that in order that, "all disputes which might arise in future on the subject of the boundaries of the said United States may be prevented, it is hereby agreed and declared that the following are and shall be their boundaries," and in this embodiment of peaceful intent is to be found the origin of international controversies which lasted more than half a century, and which were often provocative of much bitterness on both sides. The phrase in which reference is made to the line under consideration is as follows: "East by a line to be drawn along the middle of the river St. Croix, from its mouth in the Bay of Fundy to its source." During the last days of the Revolutionary War, many who had been loyal to the king during its continuance fled from the colonies to Nova Scotia, and naturally they were not much in favor among those who had risked all in the founding of the new republic. It was believed by them that the Loyalists were encroaching on the territory rightfully belonging to the province of Massachusetts, and even before the definitive treaty of peace had been proclaimed, Congress had been appealed to drive them away from their settlement, and claim what was assumed to be the property of the United States of America. There at once developed what proved to be one of the most interesting controversies in the history of boundary lines. It was discovered that although the St. Croix River had long served as a boundary "between nations and individuals," its actual identity was unknown. The treaty declared that the line of demarcation between the two countries should be "drawn along the middle of the river St. Croix from its mouth in the Bay of Fundy," but it was found that there were several rivers debouching into this bay, and that several of them had been at one time or another known as the St. Croix. In accordance with time-honored diplomatic practice, the English were for taking the most westerly of all of these, and the Americans contended with much vigor and no small amount of justice that it was the most easterly. The St. John, a large river emptying into the Bay of Fundy, had been so long and so well known that it was out of the question. There remained three considerable streams, which, beginning with that farthest east, were known as the Magaguadavic, or popularly at the present day the Magadavi, the Passamaquoddy, and the Cobscook, all pouring their waters into the Passamaquoddy Bay. In the Grenville Jay Treaty of 1794, the settling of this dispute is provided for in an agreement to appoint 3 commissioners, one each to be named by the respective governments, and the third to be selected and agreed upon by these 2, whose duty it was to "decide what river is the river St. Croix intended by the treaty," and to declare the same, with particulars as to the latitude and longitude of its mouth and its source, and the decision of these commissioners was to be final. In a supplementary treaty of 1798, this commission was relieved from the duty of determining latitude and longitude, having, for some reason or other, found difficulties in the same, or possibly recognizing the absurdity of defining a boundary in 2 distinct and independent ways. It was not until 1798 that the commissioners made their report. As is usual, indeed, almost universal in diplomatic affairs, it represented a compromise. There seems to be little doubt that the river which was called St. Croix at the time of the negotiation of the Treaty of Peace in 1783 was really the most easterly river, or the Magadavi, this being the testimony of the commissioners, Adams, Jay, and Franklin. But at the same time, it cannot be denied that the stream finally accepted as the St. Croix was the real river of that name, referred to in the traditions and treaties of 2 centuries. And the discovery of the remains of the French settlement on Dauchet's Island quieted all doubt in the matter. England gained a decided advantage by the not unheard of proceeding of adhering to the letter of the treaty rather than to its spirit. But the report of the Commission of 1798 fell far short of terminating the boundary line controversy. The identity of the St. Croix River was fixed, and its mouth and source determined, but from the beginning of the line in the middle of the river, there were still 20 miles before the open ocean was reached. Along this stretch of almost landlocked water were numerous islands, several of them large and valuable, and on some of them important settlements had already been made. The commissioners of 1794 were urged to continue the line to the sea, thus settling the sovereignty of these islands and ending the dispute. They declined to do so, however, on account of a lack of jurisdiction, as they believed, and it was not then thought that these subordinate problems would be difficult of solution. As a matter of fact, Great Britain claimed dominion over all of these islands and exercised authority over most of them, except Moose Island, upon which was the vigorous American town of Eastport. A treaty was actually arranged in 1803 between Lord Hawkesbury and Rufus King, in which the question of the extension of the boundary line to the open sea was agreed upon, and in a most curious way. It was declared that the boundary line should proceed from the mouth of the St. Croix and through the middle of the channel between Deer Island and Moose Island, which was thus held by the United States, and Campobello Island on the west and south round the eastern part of Campobello to the Bay of Fundy. This would apparently give the island of Campobello to the United States, but it was especially declared that all islands to the north and east of said boundary, together with the island of Campobello, should be a part of the province of New Brunswick. The curious feature of this treaty, providing that an island actually included on the American side of the boundary line should remain in the possession of Great Britain, resulted from a provision of the Treaty of 1783, which declared that all islands heretofore under the jurisdiction of Nova Scotia should remain the property of Great Britain. It is also an admission of the fact that the natural extension of the boundary line is around the eastern end of Campobello, as described above, and while this treaty was never ratified, it is of great significance as proving the admission on the part of the English that the natural boundary would include the island of Campobello in American territory. During the War of 1812, matters remained in statu quo, and Moose Island, Eastport, continued to be regarded as American, although Great Britain had yielded nothing of her claims. Finally, just as peace had been declared, an armed English force appeared before the town and compelled its surrender. This was undoubtedly to gain that possession, which is 9 of 10 points, before the meeting of the Commission at Ghent, and in the discussion which afterward took place, the British commissioners claimed absolute and complete ownership of Moose Island and others nearby. To this the Americans would not yield, but they finally gave way to the extent of allowing continued possession until commissioners, to be appointed under the treaty, could investigate and decide the question. Thus the boundary line was thrown into the hands of another commission, which was again unfortunate in not being clothed with sufficient power to definitely fix it. Indeed, the importance and desirability of considering the extension of the boundary line to the sea does not seem to have been realized, the commissioners being restricted in their duties to the determination of the sovereignty of several of the islands in the Passamaquoddy Bay. The report of this commission was made in November, 1817. As this decision had a most important bearing on the matter under consideration, it will be well to quote its exact language. The commissioners agreed, quote, that Moose Island, Dudley Island, and Frederick Island, in the Bay of Passamaquoddy, which is part of the Bay of Fundy, do and each of them does belong to the United States of America, and we have also decided, and do decide, that all other islands and each and every one of them in the said Bay of Passamaquoddy, which is a part of the Bay of Fundy, and the island of Grand Menan in the said Bay of Fundy, do belong to his said Britannic Majesty, in conformity with the true intent of said second article of said treaty of 1783. Unquote. A very superficial examination of this decision reveals the possibility of a decided advantage to Great Britain in consequence of its wording, an advantage doubtless foreseen and foresought by the more shrewd and accomplished diplomatists by whom that nation was represented in this instance, as in almost every other controversy with this country. Here is a group of scores of islands lying in an inland sea, separating the two countries. It is true that the sovereignty of one or two of the most important is apparently determined by the Treaty of 1783, but on this the arguments were almost equally strong on both sides. In any event, it would have been easy, and infinitely better, to have drawn a line through the bay, from the mouth of the river to the open sea, and to have declared that all islands on one side of that line should belong to Great Britain, and all on the other side to the United States. Had this been done, much subsequent dispute would have been avoided. With much ingenuity, however, as it seems to me, the American Commission was induced to accept 3 islands, definitely named and pointed out, as their share, while the Englishmen, with characteristic modesty, contented themselves with everything left. Of the sovereignty of Moose, Dudley, and Frederick Islands, there is hardly room for discussion, notwithstanding the 3 or 4 years' occupancy of the town of Eastport by British troops after the War of 1812. Our being worsted in the matter, as we unquestionably were, is to be attributed to the general indifference of the great majority of our people to the future value of outlying territory, the resources of which have not yet been explored. This unfortunate indifference is quite as general today as it was a century ago, and is in marked contrast with the policy of our English ancestors. It is important to note that this partition of the islands in Passamaquoddy Bay, unfair as it unquestionably was, gave no definition of the boundary line from the mouth of the St. Croix to the sea, except inferentially. In the absence of description, it must be inferred that the boundary is to be drawn so as to leave on one side all territory admitted to be American, and on the other all admitted to be British. For a distance of about half a mile, the island of Campobello lies so close to the American shore that a channel, known as Lubeck Channel, not more than 1,000 feet in width, separates the two countries, and the thread or deepest access of this channel might well define the boundary. For the remaining score of miles, however, as has already been explained, the estuary is too wide, its depth too great and too uniform, to afford any physical delimitation, except that based on equal division of water areas. This ill-defined, or rather undefined boundary line has so remained for nearly 80 years. It is true that government chart makers, both English and American, have often indicated by dotted lines their own ideas as to its whereabouts, but they have not been consistent, even with themselves, except as to making Lubeck Channel a part of it, and they have had no authority except that of tradition. There has been no small amount of commercial activity among the settlements on both sides of the bay, and a considerable proportion of the population have been, at one time or another, engaged in fishing. The customs laws of both countries, and especially the well-established fisheries regulations of the Canadians, and the activity of their fisheries police, have led to various assumptions as to the location of the boundary by one of the interested parties, and to more or less tacit admission by the other. It happens that the greater part of the best fishing grounds in the immediate vicinity of the town of Eastport is distinctly within Canadian waters, so that most of the trespassing has been done by the Americans. This has resulted in a great development of Canadian police activity, which necessarily implies the assumption as to the existence and whereabouts of the boundary. The continued readiness to claim that American fishermen were trespassers, accompanied occasionally by actual arrest and confiscation, naturally led to a gradual pushing of the assumed boundary toward the American side, and there is no doubt that during the past 25 years the people on that side have acquiesced in an interpretation of the original treaty which was decidedly unfavorable to their own interests. On the other hand, from Lubeck Channel to the sea, through quoddy roads, a condition of things just the reverse of this seems to have existed. Here certain fishing rights and localities have been stubbornly contended for and successfully held by Americans, although the territory involved is, to say the least, doubtful. In the matter of importation of dutiable foreign goods into the United States, there existed for many years an easy liberality among the people, whose occupation at one time was largely that of smuggling, for which the locality offers so many facilities. It is plain that this condition of things would give rise to no great anxiety about the uncertainty of the boundary line, although in one or two instances the activity, no doubt thought pernicious, of the customs officers resulted in disputes as to where the jurisdiction of one country ended and that of the other began, and in at least one notable case, to be referred to at some length later, this question was adjudicated upon by the United States courts. The question was not seriously considered by the two governments, however, from the time of the Treaty of Ghent to the year 1892. It is not an uncommon belief that this part of the boundary line was considered in the famous Webster-Ashburton Treaty of 1842, and many people have unjustly held Webster responsible for the continued possession by Great Britain of the island of Campobello, which, by every rule of physiographic delimitation, ought to belong to the United States. But, as already recited, the sovereignty of this island was settled in 1817, and practically so in the original treaty of 1783. The Webster-Ashburton Treaty was apparently intended to settle the last outstanding differences between Great Britain and the United States in the matter of boundary lines, but disputes relating to them seemed difficult to quiet. The Treaty of 1842 carried the line only so far as the Rocky Mountains, and another in 1846 was necessary for its extension to the Pacific. Examining both of these in the light of today, there can be no doubt of the fact that the United States was seriously at fault in yielding, as she did, her rightful claims at both ends of the great transcontinental line. Enormous advantages would be hers today if she had not so yielded, and her only excuse is that at the time of negotiation the territory involved did not seem of material value, at least when compared with her millions of acres then undeveloped. In all of these controversies, nothing was said of the little stretch of undefined boundary in Passamaquoddy Bay, and it is quite probable that those who had to do with such matters were quite unaware of its existence. On July 16, 1891, the Canadian cruiser Dream, doing police duty in those waters, seized 7 fishing boats, owned and operated by citizens of the United States, while they were engaged in fishing at a point near what is known as Cochrane's Ledge, in Passamaquoddy Bay, nearly opposite the city of Eastport, Maine. It was claimed by Canadian authorities that the crews of these boats were engaged in taking fish in Canadian waters. On the other hand, the owners of the boats seized contended that they were well within the jurisdiction of the United States at the time of the seizure, and there was much interest in the controversy which followed. The matter was referred to the Department of State, where it became evident that future conflict of authority and jurisdiction could be avoided only by such a marking of the boundary line as would make the division of the waters of the bay unmistakable. Accordingly, in Article II of the Convention between the United States and Great Britain, concluded at Washington on July 22, 1892, it was agreed that each nation shall appoint a commissioner, and that the two shall "determine upon a method of more accurately marking the boundary line between the two countries in the waters of Passamaquoddy Bay, in front of and adjacent to Eastport in the state of Maine, and to place buoys and fix such other boundary marks as they may deem to be necessary." The phrasing of this convention furnishes in itself a most excellent example of how a thing ought not to be done. There is no doubt that a large majority of the boundary line disputes the world over are due to the use of faulty descriptions involving hasty and ill-considered phraseology. We are particularly liable to this sort of thing in the United States, by reason of the fact that most of our diplomatic affairs are too often conducted by men of little experience and no training, and who are unaccustomed to close criticism of the possible interpretation of phrases and sentences relating to geographical subjects. A treaty of this kind is usually satisfactory to both parties when entered into, and it is only at a later period, when it must be interpreted, that one or the other of them is likely to find that it is capable of a rendering and an application very different from what had been thought of at the time. Innumerable examples of this looseness of language might be given if necessary, but it is important to call attention to the inherent weakness of the document now under consideration. The first phrase, requiring the commissioners "to determine upon a method of more accurately marking the boundary line," implies that it was already marked in some unsatisfactory manner, and it implies still further that such a boundary line exists, neither of which assumptions is correct. As a consequence of this erroneous hypothesis, the description of the part of the line to be marked, namely, that in front of and adjacent to Eastport, is vague and inadequate, and indeed there is nowhere a hint of a recognition of the real facts. Under this convention, Hon. W. F. King, of Ottawa, Canada, was appointed commissioner on the part of Great Britain, and the writer of this paper represented the United States. The commissioners were immediately confronted with the fact that they were expected to mark a boundary line which really did not exist, and never had existed, but by a liberal interpretation of that part of the convention in which it was agreed that they were "to place buoys or fix such other boundary marks as they may determine to be necessary," they found a basis on which to proceed to the consideration of the question. Evidently, the just and fair principle according to which the boundary might be drawn was that which, as far as was practicable, left equal water areas on both sides. There was no other solution of the problem clearly indicated by the physics of the estuary or the topography of the shores. Furthermore, there is a precedent for adopting this principle in the Treaty of 1846, in which the extension of the boundary from the point of intersection of the 49th parallel of north latitude with the middle of the channel between Vancouver Island and the continent to the Pacific Ocean is along the middle of the Strait of Fuca. This was agreed to by both sides, and also that the boundary line should consist, in the main, of straight lines, because of the impossibility of marking a curved line on the water, or indicating it clearly by shore signals, that the number of these straight lines should be as small as possible, consistent with an approximately equal division of the water area. In view of the great desirability of fixing the line for the whole distance, from the mouth of the St. Croix River to West Quoddy Head, the commissioners tentatively agreed to so interpret the words "adjacent to Eastport," as to include the entire 20 miles, thus hoping to definitely settle a controversy of 100 years' standing. Proceeding on these principles, the whole line was actually laid down on a large-scale chart of the region at a meeting of the Commission in Washington in March, 1893, with the exception of a distance of a little over half a mile, extending north from a point in the middle of Lubeck Channel. The omission of this part in the Washington Agreement was due to the existence of a small island about a quarter of a mile from the entrance to the channel, now known as Pope's Folly, but early in the century known as Green Island and also as Mark Island. The sovereignty of this island has been almost from the beginning a matter of local dispute. It contains barely an acre of ground, and except for possible military uses, it has practically no value. Its location is such, however, as to form a stumbling block in the way of drawing a boundary line, which, if laid down with a reasonable regard to the principles enunciated above, would certainly throw it on the side of the United States, while a line so drawn as to include it in Canadian waters would be unscientific and unnatural. It was agreed to postpone further consideration of this question until the meeting of the commissioners in the field for the purpose of actually establishing the line, which meeting occurred in July 1893. Nearly 2 months were occupied in the surveys necessary to the establishment of the ranges agreed upon, and in the erection of the shore signals. It was agreed that the line should be marked by buoys at the turning points, but as the strong tidal currents which there prevail promised to make it difficult, if not impossible, to hold these in their places, it was determined to mark each straight segment of the boundary by prominent and lasting range signals, so that it could be followed without regard to the buoys, and cross ranges were also established by means of which the latter could be easily replaced if carried away. Permanent natural objects were in a few instances used as range signals, but for the most part they were stone monuments, conical in form, solidly built, from 5 feet to 15 feet in height, and painted white whenever their visibility at long range was thus improved. At the close of the work, first-class can buoys were placed at the principal turning points, although with little hope of their remaining in place. As a matter of fact, it was found impossible to keep in place more than 3 of the 6 or 7 put down, but fortunately these are at the most important points in the line. As already stated, the commissioners had failed to agree in Washington as to the direction of the line around Pope's Folly Island, and on further investigation of the facts they were not drawn together on this point. As the work in the field progressed, other important differences developed, which finally prevented the full accomplishment of the work for which the commission had been appointed. A brief discussion of these differences will properly form a part of this paper. As to jurisdiction over Pope's Folly Island, the claim of the British commissioner is, at first blush, the strongest. It rests upon the report of the commissioners appointed under the Treaty of Ghent for the partition of the islands and Passamaquoddy Bay. It will be remembered that, in this report, 3 only of these islands were declared to belong to the United States, and Pope's Folly was not one of them. As all others were to be the property of Great Britain, it would seem that the sovereignty of this small island was hers beyond doubt. There is, however, very distinctly, another aspect of the question. In the first place, it is highly probable the commissioners under the Treaty of Ghent restricted their consideration and action to those islands the domain of which was and had been actually in dispute. The language of the treaty distinctly implies this, and the language of the report closely follows that of the treaty. It is true that reference is had to "the several islands in the Bay of Passamaquoddy, which is part of the Bay of Fundy," etc. But it is further said that "said islands are claimed as belonging to His Britannic Majesty, as having been at the time of and previous to the aforesaid treaty of 1783 within the limits of the province of Nova Scotia," for by that treaty all of the important islands of the group would have come to the United States, had not exception been made of all then or previously belonging to this province. Obviously, then, the partition commissioners would consider only those for which such a claim could be set up. There is also good reason to believe that the island called Pope's Folly may not have been considered by the commission, on account of its trifling importance. It is a significant fact that there are many other small islands in the bay, some of them much larger and more important than this, of which no mention was made by the commission. Yet Great Britain has never claimed or even suggested that they were rightfully British territory. Their sovereignty was probably not even thought of by the commission. In short, a literal interpretation of the report is not admissible, and it has never been so claimed. Its phraseology is another example of hasty diplomatic composition, into the acceptance of which the Americans may have been led by their more skillful opponents. At the time this question was under consideration, the region was sparsely settled, many of the islands having no inhabitants at all. and the whole dispute was thought, at least on our side, to be a matter of comparative little importance. It was natural, therefore, that in selecting those islands which were to belong to the United States, only the most important would be thought of, it being understood that geographical relationship should determine jurisdiction over many small islands not named, and doubtless not thought worthy of enumerating at that time. But if it could be shown that the island was at the time of the Treaty of 1783, or had been previously, a dependency of the province of Nova Scotia, the claim of the British commissioner would be good. On this point, I believe the evidence is entirely with us. It goes to show that so far as there has been any private ownership of the island, it has been vested in American citizens. At the time of my investigation, in the summer of 1893, I had the pleasure of a long interview with the owner of this little island, Mr. Winslow Bates, who was born in the year 1808, in which year Pope's Folly was deeded to his father by one Ziba Pope. A copy of this deed I obtained from the records at Machias, but I was unable to find any trace of an earlier proprietor than Mr. Pope. It was deeded to Mr. Bates under the name of Little Green Island, but there is evidence that Pope had erected upon it a house and a wharf, the uselessness of which had suggested to his neighbors the name by which it is now known. Bates, the father of my informant, continued in peaceful possession of the island until the British forces came into control at Eastport at the close of the War of 1812. In August 1814, David Owen, of Campobello, posted a placard proclamation in the town of Eastport, announcing his assertion of ownership of this island. It was hardly posted, however, before it was torn down by some indignant American patriot, probably Elias Bates himself, for it is now in the possession of Mr. Winslow Bates. It shows the holes made by the tax, by which it was originally held, and it is a curious and valuable relic of those troublesome days in the history of Eastport. Backed by the British Army, Owen took forcible possession of the island and removed the buildings to Campobello. The American owner, Bates, procured a writ for the arrest of Owen, claiming damages to the extent of $2,000. The writ was never served, as Owen was careful never to come within the jurisdiction of the court, after the withdrawal of the British troops. After this it was in the continued occupancy of Americans. Bates pastured sheep on it, and Canadians who had attempted to erect a weir at the east end of the island were prevented from doing so by a warning from Winslow Bates, and did not further assert their claim. The island was incorporated into the town of Eastport, and when that town was divided it was included in the part known as Lubec. As long ago as 1823, the sovereignty of the island was adjudicated upon by the American courts, on the occasion of the confiscation near its shores of "sundry barrels of rum" by alert customs officers. Judge Ware made an elaborate decision, in which the whole case was admirably presented. Footnote: Ware's Reports, 1823. His construction of the report of the commission was "that it assigns to each party a title according to its possession, as it was held in 1812," and he finds that the island is within the domain of the United States. If further evidence were necessary, it could be found in the early cartography of this region. In a map entitled "A Map of Campobello and Other Islands in the Province of New Brunswick," the property of Will Owen, Esquire, sole surviving grantee, etc., drawn by John Wilkinson, agent to William Owen, Esquire, Campobello, 30th September, 1830, there is drawn a broken straight line extending from the southern end of Deer Island to the eastern point of Lubec Neck, which line is designated Filium Aquae, which must be interpreted as meaning water line or boundary. Pope's Folly is on the American side of this line. Moreover, it is an historical fact that English and American vessels formerly exchanged cargoes on such a line, not far from Eastport, which was assumed to be the boundary line. A British admiral's chart of that region, dated 1848, shows a dotted line intended to represent the boundary which runs to the eastward of Pope's Folly. Moreover, the principal ship channel is between the island and Campobello. In light of all of this evidence, and more of a similar character, It seems unreasonable to suppose that the Commission, under the Treaty of 1814, ever intended this island be included in the General Declaration, "All other islands shall belong to His Britannic Majesty." According to all recognized geographical principles, to traditional ownership and continued possession, and to early and authoritative maps and charts, it is a part of the state of Maine. To deflect the boundary line so as to bring the island under British control would distort it to an unreasonable degree, and would result in greatly increased difficulty and confusion in the administration of customs laws and regulations. Against all of this, the British Commission could only set up a literal interpretation of the report of the commissioners under the Treaty of Ghent, to which the representative of the United States felt compelled to refuse assent. Another difference of opinion, almost trivial in magnitude but suggestive in character, arose as soon as the range marks defining the line as agreed upon in Washington had been actually located on the ground. Nearly opposite the city of Eastport there is a rather sharp change in the direction of this line, amounting to about 57 degrees 25 minutes. It was discovered that there was included in the angle at this point, on the side toward the United States, the better part of a shoal known as Cochrane's Ledge, a locality much frequented by fishermen, and indeed the very spot on which American fishermen had been arrested by the Canadian police in 1891. The result of this discovery was that the commissioner representing Canadian interests declared his unwillingness to agree to the line as laid down at this point, and desired to introduce a new short line cutting off this angle so as to throw the ledge into Canadian waters. In some measure, growing out of this controversy was a third, relating to the line from Lubeck Channel to the sea. For about half of this distance the channel now, and for many years, in use, is a dredged channel, created and maintained at the expense of the United States. Through this it was proposed and agreed at Washington to run the boundary line. Previous to the making of this, there was a more or less complete and satisfactory natural channel, through which all vessels passed. It was crooked, and was, for the most part, much nearer the Canadian shore than the present channel. It has now largely filled up and disappeared, the principal current having been diverted into the new channel. In running the boundary line through the latter, a much more even, and, in the judgment of the American commissioner, a much more just division of the water area was secured. But it was discovered to have the locally serious disadvantage of throwing to the Canadian side certain fishing weirs, which had been maintained practically in the same spot for many years, and which were mostly owned and operated by American citizens resident in the town of Lubeck. It is true, as suggested in an earlier part of this paper, that their continued occupation had been stoutly resisted by the Canadians, and serious conflict had once or twice arisen. There was, of course, a certain amount of reason in demanding a line following the old channel, which undoubtedly was the only channel when the original treaty was made. Adherence to the well-founded principle of equal division of water areas, however, was thought to be wiser and more just by the representatives of the United States, even if it required the surrender of a few comparatively valueless fishing privileges, the right to which was of very doubtful origin. Those who thought they would suffer in this way made strong appeals to the Department of State, and a claim for the old channel was afterward embodied in the propositions made by the United States. The differences between the commissioners regarding the 3 points above referred to were the only differences that were at all serious, and these, it is believed, might have been removed had they enjoyed absolute freedom and full power of adjustment. Thus restricted, the commissioners could not and did not come to an agreement. At their meeting on December 30th, 1894, the American commissioner submitted 3 propositions, to any one of which he was willing to subscribe. The first proposed the entire line as originally laid down in Washington, with an additional section throwing Pope's Folly Island into the United States. The second suggested a literal interpretation of the Convention of July 22, 1892, restricting the marking to 3 lines, "in front of and adjacent to Eastport." The third recommended an agreement on portions of the line, with alternative propositions as to Pope's Folly and Lubeck Channel, to be afterwards determined by such methods as the 2 governments might agree upon. None of these was acceptable to the British commissioner, and in turn he submitted 5 propositions, none of which was satisfactory to the representative of the United States. They all involved non-action as to Pope's Folly Island, but included action favorable to Canadian interests below Lübeck. At the last meeting, in April 1895, it was finally agreed to disagree, and the preparation of a joint report, setting forth the principal lines of agreement and disagreement, was undertaken. It was at last resolved, however, to report separately, and a full and detailed report of all operations was made by the American commissioner and submitted to the Department of State. What was actually accomplished by this joint commission was the laying out in Washington of a rational boundary line, extending over the entire 20 miles of undetermined boundary, and the actual erection on the ground of range signals and monuments indicating this line. These still remain, and, as a matter of fact, are quite generally accepted as authoritative in the immediate vicinity, thus making it every day easier for a future convention to fix definitely the direction of the boundary, and thus quiet a dispute which has already continued a century longer than was necessary. End of 20 Unsettled Miles in the Northeast Boundary, by T.C. Mindenhall. Read by Donald Cummings.
A Wedding in the Island of Maarken by Anna Pitt Walls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was a bright Sunday in June that I chose for my visit to the little triangular island of Maarken, situated in the Zuider Zee, whose inhabitants, according to Washington Irving, have settled conclusively the long disputed question concerning the situation of the Garden of Eden. Enclosed by a broad dike that keeps out the encroaching waters of the Zee, these fishermen with their families live their quiet lives. The serpent of discontent and envy has not as yet penetrated their dikes. The spirit of unrest and greed has found no abiding place within those peaceful breasts. Many of the women and some of the men have never ventured beyond the narrow limits of their island, and their clothes are fashioned in the same manner as were their mothers and grandmothers before them. An air of unusual excitement prevailed over the community on the day of my visit. The young wives, with their babies in their arms, had congregated by the roadside, and were so deeply engrossed in the interesting ceremony about to take place that they paid no heed to the stranger within their gates, though they are wont to hide behind sheltering doorways when foreign women come to stare at them. Following the direction taken by the various groups, I found myself in front of the village church, and when, a few minutes later, a young couple in holiday attire entered, I knew instinctively it was a wedding that had so moved the calm of this stolid Dutch peasantry. The little bride was most picturesque. Her dark stuff skirt over a white petticoat was just short enough to show her feet, encased in blue knit stockings and leather shoes, with silver buckles. A white spencer, over which was a bodice or corselet, green in front and red behind, heavily embroidered in gold and silver thread, completed her toilette. These bodices are works of art. The embroidery is gorgeous. It takes years to finish one, and they are handed down from mother to daughter as heirlooms. Like all the women of the island, old and young, the bride wore a white cap, covering all the hair except a square bang in front and a long yellow curl on either side of the face. The groom's knickerbockers stood out in proverbial Dutch fashion. He must have had at least 4 pair under them. He wore a striped waistcoat over a red shirt, a long silver chain and collar buttons, also heirlooms. The bridal couple approached the altar entirely alone. The burgomaster met them there, addressed a few remarks and questions to them, then extended his hands in blessing, and greeted first the groom, then the bride, and another Adam and Eve had entered the enchanted garden. Quietly, with not a word or sign to or from anyone, they turned, and hand in hand left the church and walked in the middle of the street to their new home, which, according to custom, the groom entered first, for he must be there to welcome his helpmeet, when she comes for the first time to his home, and to tell her that all he has is now hers. In a moment she followed him, both having left their shoes outside, for this was their sanctuary. At a certain age, about 16, the girls of Maarken assume the shako, or cap worn by the women. This corresponds to the English girls' debut. After this they can smuggle, which means any attention offered by young men is considered serious. In the evening, after the boats come in, the young men and maidens assemble in the harbor and sit in the boats together. When a couple become engaged, all this is changed. The girl stays at home, weaves and makes up her linen, and learns to be a good housewife. The man fishes, builds his little house, and gathers his household goods about him. The engagement usually lasts 4 or 5 years, and during this time they seldom see each other, never alone. Thus marriage to these simple folk who live so near to nature is a sacrament rather than a festival. End of A Wedding in the Island of Maarken by Anna Pitt Wells. Read by Betty B.